make sure your voice is heard.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Novisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyosite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Whether you've been with us through the ups and downs or just joined us for this festive season,
take a moment to cherish the moments you've made and look forward to making new ones on the horizon.
May this new year bring you everything good, everything prosperous.
As we bid farewell to the old year and welcome you to the new year,
may your heart be filled with joy and your home with laughter. And of course, may your spirit be filled with hope.
We'll be bringing you live updates, exciting performance, and inspiring stories throughout the day.
Stay tuned for our special New Year's coverage, and let's make this year unforgettable.
Thank you for making us a part of your celebration.
Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour, as e dey hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
2564 is coming up on running 9 right.
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope.
Well, hello and welcome to another exciting edition of Saturday Morning Buzz right here on Voice of the People Television, the first Saturday Morning Buzz in 2026. And we bid you welcome to this amazing time out on television. Just the very way you would want your Saturday morning to start is the very way we definitely will be giving it to you. And we bid you welcome once again. I am David Edwin. And of course, I'm not alone. The one and only Laji Dantata's nephew is here with us. Savior, very good morning to you.
A very good morning to you, David. Good morning, viewers.
And Happy New Year.
Welcome on board. Of course, David. David.
Yes.
David.
Yes.
I'd only say that 3 times. And I think you understand. And I think you understand, right? So David left me in December, you know. He went on a leave I did not approve.
That's not true.
But of course, he's here now. And I will use him throughout this year.
That's not true. I mean, y'all know that we do it the way we do it. Well, welcome aboard again. Yeah, it's a beautiful Saturday morning. And one interesting part of this beautiful morning is the fact that we know that our viewers are out there waiting to want to hear what we have to serve them. And yes, as always, we definitely will have something pretty interesting to serve you this amazing morning. One of our major talking points is the fact that opposition challenges incumbency as living standard decline. Now, this is one of our major talking points this beautiful morning, because trust me, we definitely want to serve you better.
And of course, don't forget that the Rivers State man and the FCT minister actually said that it is in January that politics will start officially. So we're talking about 2027 power play. Fubara, Mufang, Kalu boost Tinubu as APC expand influence. And of course, these are the major topics of discussion for today. However, we would actually want you to pay attention more and follow the trending stories. But before we proceed, we would urge you to kindly, click on the subscription button and subscribe to our YouTube channel, Voice of the People TV, and other social media platform at VOP TV Live. And of course, you can visit our website, www.vop.ng, for fresh and trending news. Okay, as Voice of the People TV, your opinion matters to us. Therefore, we encourage you to call and share your thoughts. And of course, a reaction via our WhatsApp platform, 090-447-322605. Because here you have more than a voice.
Oh, definitely. You have more than a voice when you're with us. And one very interesting part of VOP TV is the fact that, just like he rightly mentioned earlier, you can take us with you anywhere in the world just by going to www.vop.ng. And I tell you for a fact that anywhere in the world, you definitely will be seeing us, and most importantly, letting your voice be heard. How do you do that? Go straight to all of our social media platforms and let your comments, let your voice be heard through your comments on the comment section. On YouTube, we are at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. All right, let's jump to some trending conversations that did made around yesterday, and of course, it has to trickle down to this morning. The Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors has warned that it may resume a nationwide industrial action if the federal government fails to fulfill and implement the Memorandum of Understanding previously signed with the body. NARD said its National Executive Council is meeting to determine the next steps under its TICS 2.0. No implementation, no going back plan following the expiration of the agreed deadline for the government's action. Now, the association stressed that commitments were made and timelines were agreed upon, but implementation remains outstanding, and of course, warning that the responsibility to avert a strike rests with the government. Well, not with the patients of doctors. NAD also accused the government of neglecting or partially implementing previous agreements, which has eroded earlier gains, and of course, worsening economic realities. While emphasizing that industrial action is a last resort, the association insisted that its members are central to Nigeria's healthcare delivery and should not be portrayed as troublemakers. NAD also called on the federal government and the Ministry of Health to act urgently, noting that immediate implementation of the Memorandum of Understanding could restore trust, safeguard the health system, and prevent the TICS 2.0. Now, this has been ongoing for a while, and interestingly, they have said that they are not troublemakers. I'm talking about the Resident Association Doctors of Nigeria, carefully saying that we are not troublemakers, implement what we agreed upon rather than just make it a lip service. Now, this is becoming one too many, and I really would not like the situation where the doctors will have to go on strike before the government starts acting. I mean, sometimes these things can be super risky because the lives of Nigerians who are in those facilities, I'm talking about the health facilities where these doctors are in danger. So we need to be quite proactive and very cautiously as well, because Nigerians are going through so many, and at this point it is very, 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 very understandable should the government act now, because the Resident Association doctors are calling carefully for the doctors, the government to implement what they agreed upon. And I'm hoping that with a matter of time, the government would react. Truly, we're hoping. I mean, hope is just the only thing that is left for every man.
You know, David, when you talk about hope, of course, it's very, very okay to hope, but I would like our government to always take the bull by the horn. It's high time that we actually call a spade a spade. You know, this has been overemphasized, where a particular sector, you know, in this country would have to call the government's attention to something, you know, either through remuneration or what have you, you know, and they tend to act like they've listened, or the National Assembly will just tell them, oh, we're actually on this, we'll talk to, you know, the presidency and all of that, and we'll see what we'll do about it, just because they want them to put that strike to rest, and nothing actually happens. You know, you would agree with me that sometime last year, this same, you know, National Association of Nigerian Doctors also came out, threatened, you know, a strike. And they only told them that they would get back to them, I think, in 2 weeks.
Oh, 4 weeks.
Yeah, 4 weeks. Yes,
they signed that agreement.
So you understand?
To be implemented in 4 weeks.
So this has been, you know, reoccurring. And to them, what I would say, I know this is quite, you know, important. Of course, the health facility and all of that, having their patients there and things like that. But if the government cannot do something about this, you know, it is high time they also take the bull by the horn. But just because we don't want our doctors to go on strike. And that's the reason why we keep begging them. And of course, the government know the roles they are playing. Let me paint a narrative to you. Are we not ashamed now that Anthony Joshua came into this country? He had this accident that happened.
Right.
And guess what? He was flown out of this country to get a proper medical care, meaning that the government have actually failed all our health systems. We don't have any better equipment here. Otherwise, even they were not meant to be leaving this country to say they're going somewhere to take treatment.
I bet to differ, really. I bet to differ, because there are some facilities, health facilities in Nigeria.
Private sector?
Private sector, yes.
Well, that's my question. Was it meant to be that way?
So that part of the conversation is even huge.
Yes, was it meant to be that way, David?
If we should go that angle, really, it's
I'm talking about government-owned facilities.
Not a cool thing. Some years ago, I used to hear that UCH Ibadan was a major facility that even some of the governments from outside Nigeria come into to receive healthcare.
So what has happened?
Our analyst in the studio right now can affirm what I'm saying when we come to him, because the way we decline, the way health facilities and I dare say government structures, the way it declines, it's alarming.
And they are not moved, they're not bothered.
And quite painful. You know, another angle I really want to come, you know, in this whole conversation is that the government signed a 4 weeks implementation window with this residence doctor. Fiscal honesty is clear that we should be honest with ourselves. Gentleman agreement that was reached, knowing for a fact that procurement and cash release rules would not take that 4 weeks for that implementation to be carried out.
That was why I told you, I said it's just a normal thing. So they are playing the same card every time.
Fiscal honesty, goodness.
They are playing the same card.
It's quite painful, because if the residence doctors cannot trust the government, the people, on the other hand, also.
David, I would like to ask you a question. Do you trust the government as well?
I want to try to.
Okay.
I want to try to.
I love the fact that you said you want to try to. This is a new year, so you can try new things.
Well, trust deficit really is just a major thing that it's a problem between the people and the government. But we just like I said earlier, we hope. We really, really hope. And then the fact that there is also this brain drain of doctors leaving Nigeria outside the soil of Nigeria.
And your same politicians go there for the same Nigerian doctors to treat them over there, and they pay more in pounds, you know, in euro, in dollar.
You know, that's another conversation.
That's an irony of life.
That's another conversation that I think the federal government, as led by President Ahmed Bola Tinubu, should look into. Brain drain, yes, because we are over 200 million plus people.
Someone was giving a statistics. Someone was giving a statistics, and I said no. Like, do you know how many patients with one doctor now in Nigeria?
That is something that is not new.
Do you understand?
Because
the same
thing with security.
You know, the little one we have now, they are also leaving. So in 2026, do you know how many patients it would be to one doctor?
The lives of Nigerians is very important.
And how many people can actually afford the private hospitals?
And to also think that medications are skyrocketing by its prices.
But the government said that there are reforms that are actually, making things very okay.
Well, the government is also trying to be clever by half by some of the comments that we hear come out of representatives of the government. I mean, sometimes you wonder, well, again, anytime I talk here, the words of Dr. Peter Adosike always ring in my head. He used these words. They are in their own, he calls it, oh my goodness, I was trying to call it, they are in their own world.
Okay.
Practical, let me rephrase. And it's a reality right now, because when you say prices of things are coming down, and the reality, of course, the market,
He's always saying otherwise. And guess what? They say that it is the people that want to sabotage the government that are actually giving false indices. So, for me, I'm not surprised about whatsoever that is going on in the country, but we just hope for a better country. Yes, since I already mentioned that of Anthony Joshua, so I'll be taking it off to Shagamu, where the magistrate court in Shagamu, Ogun State, has granted 5 million bail to Adeni Mobolaji Kayode, the driver involved in the tragic Lexus SUV crash that killed two former world heavyweight boxing champion Anthony Joshua's associates. Kayode faces 4 charges, including dangerous driving causing death, reckless and negligent driving without care, and operating a vehicle without a valid national driver's license. It was remanded in a correctional facility pending fulfillment of the bail conditions, and of course the case has been adjourned to 20th of January 2026 for trial. The incident occurred last Monday near Sinoma, Ogun State, when the SUV carrying Joshua, his personal trainer, Kelvin Latif Ayodele, and strength coach, Sina Gami, collided with a stationary truck. Joshua survived with minor injuries and was discharged from Lagoon Hospital, Ikoyi, while his 2 associates tragically lost their life. Plenary findings by the Federal Road Safety Corps suggested excessive speed and wrongful overtaking. Although Ogun State Police Command cited a tire burst as a possible cause, the incident reignited discussions about road safety and driver accountability in Nigeria. And of course, I remember that the Road Safety Corps actually rolled out all of this information, warning that in this Yuletide season, everyone should actually reduce their speed. And of course, it shouldn't even just be about the Yuletide season. Speed kills. Okay, so where are you rushing to? And it's so painful that this particular tragedy happened, where 2 lives were lost. No matter how the punishment might be, no matter what the trial might be, it can't bring back the 2 people who are gone already. But truth be told, I would also want our governments to take their time to look into every major roads, all the federal roads and state roads in Nigeria, because that particular route, I am so conversant with it, because I love road trips a lot, and I do Lagos Abuja road, so I drive some of those roads in that particular area. And I must tell you that so many of those particular roads are bad, really bad. But I'm not making a case for the driver. Reckless driving is reckless driving, and knowing full well that we are a law-abiding citizen, why shouldn't you even have your driver's license and you are allowed to even sit in the car in the first place to drive? So
you just said we are a law, but please speak for yourself if you're a law.
Okay, so I understand what you said there, but the truth remains that just like I mentioned, to people, I'm not in support of people saying that, oh, I let my uncle, let my brother, or let this social person teach you how to drive. No, I send anybody at all to driving school. If you have not gone to driving school, I might not be comfortable allowing you drive me, no matter how good you can be, because I actually did. And a friend of mine, reached out to me after 5 years that he took his family to Canada. He has been coming back and going. And guess what, David? After 5 years, he's just passing his driving test.
Oh,
you know the shame.
I have quite a
So
lot
do
of
you
them.
know what that particular means? It means that you have been driving like a truck driver. You have been driving, you have been driving like a Danfo driver here in Nigeria, and you think you are really good at driving. You're driving without signs. You don't know all of these signs and all of that. But guess what? When he got there, they had to tell him to unlearn everything he knows. To start all over. After 5 years, he has been trying. Whenever he goes, he miss. They tell him go back to class again. He just passed, and that was last year December. So that should, tell you a lot. Canada is, of course, quite strict compared to US, that you're still even free, or UK, you can still drive to an extent. But what I'm saying in a nutshell is, first, you want to drive, you don't even have a driver's license. That's even wrong. You've committed an offense. And why are you speeding? What is the speed for? You don't need all of these particular things. And please, we don't want two different investigations where some would say, the road safety would say, oh, it was over speeding. And the Nigerian police force are saying, oh, it was about the tire and all of that. We want to get, our fact right, so that we don't actually say this particular person was sentenced, or it was punished for an offense he didn't commit.
Very true, because when I think New Year's Day, we were driving back, myself and my friend were driving back to the house, and one interesting thing that happened, where the conversation about Anthony Joshua came up, and then he was trying to analyze what happened. And I said, David, first off, we're driving at 40 right now. Imagine, let me increase, and he increased to 60. And he tried swinging his hand a bit. Guess what?
The car was swerved to an extent.
The movement was so intense at 60.
Yeah. So how much more to 80?
Do you understand?
How much more to 120?
Now, it's unbelievable how much reckless some drivers can be all across Nigeria, not just Lagos, not just a particular road. You don't have a photocopy of a life. That one is a given. But the most important part of it is, think about the family that you would be putting in this position. You see people, and it's interesting that Nigerians even encourage some of these things. I'll give you another example. One of the days, I was the public vehicle, and the driver, for some odd reason, entered the one way, and all of us kept quiet. And in my head, I told myself, okay, so if this guy, another incoming vehicle, swerves his hands, who would be at fault? And all of us kept, nobody complained. Why? Because we wanted to get to our destination early. Now, this is to say that we all should be responsible for ourselves. The fact that FRSC is coming clearly to tell us that there was speed overtaking, and then the police is saying, look, tire burst. Again,
regardless, speed is speed, and speed cues.
Do you understand? Yeah. So we need to be very careful, and to also think that Ogun State government, like some persons have alleged, not even alleged, some people have claimed, does not have an ambulance. That also is another damning important thing that we should be talking about. A state government. Do you know that as huge as Ogun State is, there is no one ambulance.
But they debunked that particular one by.
They should.
They did by taking their time to show us a long video of different ambulances
from where
driving
from
Ogun State. We saw it.
Let's
this lady Adetun actually picked that particular conversation up, and the Ogun State government actually debunked that. But David, I want to talk about a particular angle that no one has really talked about here. First, we should be as well. Yeah, we should be our brother's keepers. And what do I mean by that? I just wish that every rich person can act like the poor. And what do I mean by that? The poor were trying to rescue Anthony Joshua. But we had so many commuters that were just driving off. If you had watched that video, and they never stopped. And please, I beg you, social media should not be your go-to when there is any accident at all. People were picking up their phones to record instead of going in to save someone out immediately.
Do you know?
Please, we beg you.
It's quite alarming. Really.
You don't need content at all times.
I don't know if you saw that video when he was being carried out. The way he was being carried out, goodness, I cringed because the moment you're taking him out, there might just be some level of dislocation at that space. That's because you are not a health person, you are not a rescuer of sort. Yes, we should have. Again, I come to the part of emergency. It's very important. We should have a competent emergency team almost all around areas like that because it's important. That space at which you would take a patient from point A to the hospital point B, it matters a lot. But again, this is calling out to all government, both state, local, and federal, that we can do better as we go on. Well, this is where we have to draw anchor on the trending, one of the trending topics that did happen yesterday across Nigeria. Let's take a very quick break right now. When we return, we'll be looking at what the front pages of the national dailies are saying this beautiful morning, and of course, unveiling our guest in the studio, and of course, our guest virtually. Please just stay with us. We'll be right back. All right, glad to have you back. It is still the Saturday Morning Buzz, the first edition in 2026, and we're excited to be here with you. And yes, we'll be going straight to the front pages, looking at what the front pages of the national dailies are saying this beautiful morning. And I'm going to kick it off with the Saturday Punch, where the banner headline here reads, "Popular Sex Scandal. Popular Pastor Steps Down as PFN Malls Sanctions." The subrider of that particular headline reads, "Christian leaders meet. Police demand petition. Leave our pastor alone. Members tell victims." Well, that's about the banner headline of the Saturday Punch. Beneath the nameplate of the Saturday Punch are the headlines there. Terrorists dare Trump, kill scores. Terrorists dare Trump, kills scores. Another one there, dating an actress requires trust. Diva Gold is the one who is saying that. You can also read that up inside the Saturday Punch. Other headlines, silent groans of men battered by violent wives. Bystanders stole Anthony Joshua's phone at accident scene. Onde. Oh boy. Bystanders stole Anthony Joshua's phone at accident scene. How suspected ritualists tried to harvest my eyes. Lagos-based lawyer. How suspected ritualists tried to harvest my eyes. Lagos-based lawyer. APC controls 28 states as Plateau governor defects. And then the bottom strip there, which of course is the final headline there. Canada deports 366 Nigerians, 974 await removal. Woman loses 6 children in Plateau fire. Well, these are the headlines right there at the front page of the Saturday Punch.
Okay, we have a Saturday Tribune here. The banner headline says Anthony Joshua swapped seat with late friend moment before crash. And of course, riders to that particular one says driver drove without license, arraigned in court. Dad said vehicle's brake failed, driver's son. Okay, the upper bar says over 150 bandits attack Kano communities. And beside that particular one, a large-scale defection to ruling party signal democracy in decline. Malami wife, son to remain in prison till next week. And of course, we have a terror war. Muslim leaders warn Israeli Prime Minister to stay clear of Nigeria. And talking about the Afrobeat icon Shantizu, limelight is exciting, but peace is priceless. Okay, last one there says, the woman I married after 8 years as widower fights me with harmful objects, threatens to kill me.
Interesting headlines there. I just have to take one more before we let in our analysts have their voice on any of the headlines. Well, I'm going to go straight to Saturday Telegraph, and the banner headline there right at the front page of the Saturday Telegraph is Owaleke, Teriba Yusuf Aliyu, others project positive economic outlook for 2026. Owaleke, Teriba Yusuf Aliyu, others project positive economic outlook for 2026. Now, the sub-rider of that particular headline reads, cautions optimism for Nigerian stock market. 2026 will be repeat of 2006 rapid economic expansion. If reform momentum is sustained, security addressed 2026 could be robust. Budgets okay, provided governments can make expected revenue. Well, those are the sub-riders of that particular headline. Above the nameplates, you see other headlines. Abraham Adesanya's son. My father rebuffed calls from family to abandon June 12 agitation at great cost. The sub-rider recounts how Rogers others gunshots. But you can read that up on page 13 of the Saturday Telegraph. Other headlines, Anthony Joshua's driver charged with reckless driving, granted 5 million naira bail. Other headlines, NNPP Kano crisis. NWC dissolves state ESCOs to set up caretaker committees. Sub-rider, court confirms Dongorawa's suspension. Niger kidnapping. Our abductors fed us with corn flour 3 times daily for 1 month. This is according to the teacher. And the sub-rider, we were camped near a river, threatened with death if we made a noise. That's according to the pupils recounting their ordeal. They were speaking in Hausa, saying, take many children, will make enough money. Kidnappers placed 450 million naira ransom on Kwara Monarch son and others. But these are the sub-riders of that particular headline, Niger kidnapping. All right, other headlines at the bottom strip there. Tax reforms, true leaders don't exploit their people. That's according to Peter Obi, the sub-writer of that one, insists you can't tax your way out of poverty. You must produce. Ex-AGF Malami, son to no faith on Wednesday. And the sub-writer as EFCC opposes bail request. Well, all of that you can read on page 2 of the Saturday Telegraph. Well, because of our time, really, let's have our guest chime in on the conversation. Dr. Peter Adosike is in the studios with us. He is a philosopher, a development economist, and best-selling author. He also is an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. He is right here with us in the studio. Doctor, a very good morning to you, and thanks for coming again.
Thank you for having me.
Happy New Year again. It's the first of the Saturday morning bus.
Same to you.
All right, then also we have virtually Barrister Eze Eliche Esquire, attorney at law and the public and political affairs analyst. Barrister, a very good morning to you and Happy New Year to you as well.
Me on. Good morning and Happy New Year.
Thank you so very much for joining the conversation. Also joining us from our Benin studio, virtually as well, it's Comrade Wire Kenneth Ogenovo. Comrade Wire is a political and public affairs analyst and commentator, human rights activist, also an advocate, and of course, Secretary General of the Talakawas Parliament. Well, Comrade, a very good morning to you and Happy New Year to you as well.
Good morning, sir, and Happy New Year. It's a pleasure, joining you this morning from Benin, sir.
Thank you so very much for being here. Well, I'm going to allow this gentleman have maybe 30 seconds of their view about the front pages that we've read, and I would urge my producers also to have one or two of those headlines popped up on the screen so that they can also have a view of it. I'm going to start from the studio here with Doctor. Doctor, I don't know which of the headlines you want to react to. I mean, we've read like 3 of these front pages, but let me know which one.
I just want to pick on 2 topics, Anthony Joshua and terrorist death Donald Trump. On the issue of Anthony Joshua, everybody is focusing on the poor man, the driver. Anthony Joshua and his friends made a very stupid mistake.
How do you mean?
Understand me? There are 2 words that would have averted that accident: slow down. Understand me?
Right.
If they were not comfortable with that speed,
yes,
they would have cautioned him to slow down.
Okay.
But they did not. And again, somebody of his status would have done a kind of a check on the driver.
Okay.
And do you have your driving license? Is your brake okay? Understand me? Those things we are not done, and everybody is focusing on the poor man, the driver. If Joshua was not enjoying that speed, he would have cautioned him.
Another angle to the conversation.
Understand me?
Another major angle.
If somebody is carrying you, even if it's a public, he said, my friend, slow down.
Right. If you're not comfortable with the speed rates.
So that they are now, this is because they are on a cruise. They are enjoying it.
All right. Then the other part of the conversation.
Then on the issue of Donald Trump, imagine how empty those terrorists are. Terrorists death Donald Trump kills Scots. The Scots that they killed are still their brothers and sisters. Understand me? They did not kill Americans. It is still Nigerians that they killed.
Quite unfortunate.
Or you are daring an American and killing your own people. That shows you how Motara Enyako once told me that what is behind this terrorism is that most of the youth in the north are not eating well, so their brain is not well developed.
Interesting.
So understand me. So it is a brain malfunction that is causing this, and this is an example of it.
Oh well, some would bet to differ because again, how can your brain not malfunction?
When you don't eat well, your brain would not develop well.
So if your brain is not developing well, that's what
you cannot think well.
Okay. Barrister Izeduche, let's have your view on some of the front pages, headlines that we've read this morning, maybe in 30 seconds as well because of our time, so we'll jump to the major conversation.
Yes, thank you very much. The one that got my attention more was the comment by Mr. P2B that you do not tax your way out of poverty. And that is very, very topical at this moment, because when you hear so much revenue in the federal budget, there's about 34 trillion being said to be from revenue. And then you realize that where is this revenue coming from? Since the corporate bodies have virtually left Nigeria, that means this revenue will be coming from Nigerians, individuals, families. And that means that people will now be deciding between paying for hospital bills, between giving their children nutritious meals, between even having a roof over their head, and paying taxes. So at the end of the day, you will see that there will be increased revenue for the state, but the people will be poorer. So the reality is that you simply don't tax your way out of poverty. And particularly when the taxes are being used for self-aggrandizement purposes by those who are ruling. Because what we see in Nigeria is that Mr. President goes ahead and buys an Escalade Jeep, bulletproof. The members of the House and Senate go with about 160 million naira vehicles, also the PAs. So if you are taxing people and you are using it for these ostentatious lifestyles, which has made our legislators the highest paid in the world, though their productivity is the worst. So it does not really give the country any, it's not helpful. And my other take is the issue of the ransom demand by terrorists.
Right.
I mean, we have a country where phones are recorded, my phone calls are being tapped, banks are being monitored, and yet terrorists can make demands and get monies paid in millions of naira. And the CBN, the EFCC, the DSS claim they do not know where these rascals are. So it tells you that something is very, very wrong in this country. Either the terrorists are in collusion or the government is in collusion. If you focus even a micro aspect of our law enforcement capabilities, of our tracking capabilities, you can easily get these criminal elements. But they are allowed to kidnap at will, decide how many students they will take and not what, and yet the government claims to be tackling corruption, tackling financial crimes, when in real terms, financial crimes on a daily basis.
Oh, well, we definitely will be having more on this conversation and more in the course of the show. So we would urge you to stay with us. Thank you so very much, Barrister Ezeluche. Well, let's go to Benin City. Comrade Wire, let's have your take in maybe 30 seconds as well on any of the headlines that we have read out from the front pages of the national dailies. You can please unmute your mic so that we can hear you clearly.
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
I want to say, I heard it correctly. I've unmuted my mic too.
All right then.
A quick one, please. What I want to really talk about is about the sex scandal on the, like the headline says, popular pastor steps down as a PFN more sanctions, which is Pastor Chris Okafor, whose saga or news has been on air or everywhere for the past 2 to 3 weeks thereabout, but it's been dragged by Doris Ogala, whom is the actress. I want to really say it's quite unfortunate because from time to time, we've really had these stories about pastors, mostly, sleeping with people's wives, impregnating people's daughters, and raping, people's children. And there is really nothing that has been done to sanction these people. Back in the days when we embraced Christianity anew, we were aglow. The zeal was in us like a liquid fire in our bones. We were serving genuinely in spirit and in truth and passionately too. And if you dare err, if you contravenes, against what the Bible says, there is something they call excommunication. Or setting you aback. They will take you to the back. You don't sit at the front anymore. Those are periods. Those are periods where you are expected to become remorseful. You are undergoing what we call penal session. Unfortunately, nowadays, you hear of a pastor impregnating or sleeping with somebody's wife in the church. The church takes it.
The case, of course, is in court as well. So we don't want to preempt the court on that particular one.
No.
But because of time.
We are not preempting.
Go ahead.
It's like you've established, but it's on the newspapers,
right?
Because see, as a human rights activist that I am, I have like 3 cases at hand as I speak with you about a pastor who impregnated somebody's wife. the lady gave birth to that child and the husband was not aware until the child was severely sick and it was time for the man to donate blood and the blood did not match. That was when questions arose. So what I'm trying to say, I'm trying to say is that CAN as a body and PFN, CAN should not be a body that is feed of can of worms. They should sit up to their responsibility to at least caution every members, caution every pastor.
All right then. Well,
over these consistent allegations, that is number one. And number two, they should try as much as possible not to monetize the gospel. It has become transactional.
We clearly understand that position as well. Because of time, really, we need to jump to the main conversation proper. And want to say big thank you also, comrade. And we urge you to stay with us because we're getting to the main conversation. And at this point, we really are pressed for time, Doctor.
I just want to ask something. On the Bible said that those that are working in the vineyard should be eating from the vineyard. Maybe on the wife and the daughters are part of the vineyard.
Okay, Doctor has just gone to another angle that we did not know. He has carried us to where we did not know. Anyways, let's take a quick break right now. When we return, opposition challenges incumbency as living standards decline. These and more we'll be talking about after this quick break. Please do stay with us. All right, glad to have you back. It is still the Saturday morning buzz right here on Voice of the People Television. In fact, the first edition of 2026. Let's get right into the main conversation, shall we? Nigeria's political atmosphere ahead of 2027 is intensifying, with opposition figures strongly rejecting the idea that incumbency guarantees electoral victory. In Oyo State, PDP governorship aspirant Ambassador Olufemi Ajadi insists that leadership in 2027 will be determined by the will of Nigerians through the ballot, not by who currently holds office. He cautions that suggestions of predetermined outcomes undermines democracy and public trust, emphasizing that performances and accountability remain central to electoral success. These political arguments are unfolding against a troubling social backdrop as a newly released 2025 ranking places Nigeria at the top of the list of countries with the lowest quality of life, highlighting widespread hardship linked to inflation, unemployment, insecurity, and rising costs of living. At the national level, political tensions have deepened following Mr. Peter Obi's defection to the African Democratic Congress ADC, sparkling a heated exchange between the presidency and the opposition. Well, Atiku Abubakar's aide, Frank Shaib, accused Asarok of panic, arguing also that dismissive rhetorics cannot erase public dissatisfaction over governance and the 2023 elections. Meanwhile, ADC chieftain, I'm talking about Kenneth Okonkwo, has also called on all Obi supporters to formally join the party, declaring that those outside the ADC are no longer true obedience. As the party consolidates its base ahead of 2027. Well, taken together, these developments suggest that the next election cycle will be shaped by not just political alliances, but by deepening economic pressures and, of course, Nigerians' lived realities. Well, we still have in the studio with us Dr. Peter Anosike, who, of course, would be is standing as a public affairs and, of course, political affairs commentator on this table. But he's a philosopher, development economist, and, of course, best-selling author. He's also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. We have virtually with us Ezeluche Esquire, attorney at law and public and political affairs analyst and commentator. We have also virtually Comrade Waya Kenneth Ogenovo, political and public affairs commentator, human rights activist as well, and of course, advocate and secretary general of the Talakawas Parliament. Gentlemen, thank you so very much for still being with us. I want to start off with Barrister Ezeluche. Interestingly, this conversation about returning back into office. Some time ago on this table, I think on the African News segment, Dr. Peter Anosike did say since post-COVID, there's not been a return of incumbent into power. But of course, that across Africa, that was
across the world.
Across the world, yes, he's confirming that across the world. But of course, in Africa, the narrative changed when elections started happening from Tanzania to Cameroon, and of course to Guinea.
But we are not free and fair.
Okay. He's actually having his position on that part. But where I'm getting at is the fact that the quality of life, some have said, should be put to test come 2027 election. 2026 is here and it's upon us. And of course, we're seeing coalitions of strong political figures into the ADC. What's your position about the fact that incumbency might be returning, just like they've been claiming that it's a one-way traffic for the presidency come 2027? What's your position with this kind of conversation? And again, should Nigerians at this point trust these governments or even this political alliance that we're seeing all across Nigeria, of course, in the ADC?
The reality is this: there will be that. There's always that conception or that belief that if you are the incumbent, you will likely win your elections.
Right.
But then if you are a good student of history, you know that is not always the case. When we had Babangida as a military head of state, he was Maradona. He was dribbling everybody until he was dribbled. When we had Sani Abacha, he was like unfallible until he slept and did not wake up. When we had the PDP in 2014. They said they would be there for the next 60 years, and before you knew it, with the help of the United States, even Obama had to bring in his campaign director to help to do the works for Buhari. So the issue is this. It's true that Mr. Bola Tinubu has done all he can do. He has captured the system. In the area of security, he has appointed Egbetokun as the police IGP, Olukoyode as EFCC, Ajayi as DSS director. In the area of justice, he has appointed Kwekireku as the Chief Justice of Nigeria. In finance and controlling of the finance, he has the Kadoso and as the CBN governor and Edu as the finance minister, which means he has almost full control of the electoral process and of punishing others. And so it's like he has an easy ride. But there's always the X factor. And that X factor is that we're not even sure that the incumbent will be on the ballot for the elections, because it's still over almost 2 years away from now. So nobody's even sure that Bola Tinubu and Kashim Shettima, their names will be on the ballot, because several things can happen, some of which have already started happening, that will ensure that they are not on the ballot. And you may ask me, what are these things? For instance, we see the United States president going after Maduro in Venezuela for drug-related offenses. So who says that with the history of our current president, in terms of having forfeited $460,000 for drugs, that such a thing will not happen? So the misconception is that once you are the incumbent and you have all these things, you are going to win. That is never true. But even having said that, I would urge that the opposition has to be always at alert. We must realize that characters like Kenneth Okonkwo, who have almost tried to destroy some of the opposition leaders, should be discarded and not allowed to even pollute the polity. Who told him that everybody has to be in ADC to ensure that Nigerians get what they want? When Mr. Peter Obi got the results he got in LP, Labour Party, how many Nigerians were in Labour Party? But the good thing is that those in opposition are now coming together, and it is very instructive that when Peter Obi joined the ADC, it was Atiku Abubakar's spokesperson who was even defending Peter Obi's from the assault by the government officials. So we do not need that kind of dichotomy in the opposition, like Kenneth Okonkwo always represents, and tries to cause disunity within the opposition. So Mr. Bola Tinubu can continue to deceive himself, thinking that because of the powers he has now, he must become president. That is not true. All the governors, now we have about 28 of them, even the remaining 6 or 7 can still join him. But that does not mean that he must even be on the ballot, talk less of winning the elections. I mean, that is what we must always hold sacrosanct. Nigerians should realize that they owe a duty to themselves and the country. We have seen what happened with the last elections, when we said, okay, let the politicians restore the mandate they were given. And we have seen where that led us. From day one of Tinubu's presidency, he removed the so-called fuel subsidy and plunged Nigeria into economic quagmire. So Nigerians should take it upon themselves. If the INEC chairman, who was appointed by Bola Tinubu, even begins to show signs of messing up, Nigerians should take up the gauntlet and ensure that we show them that this is our country and we are in control. And how do we do that? Look at the example of other countries where rascality has been tried to be displayed by those in government. The people have taken upon themselves and enforced democracy. So if we are pained by the economic situation we are in now, if we are pained by the insecurity, if we are pained by what is going on in Nigeria now, the devaluation of the naira, the high unemployment rate, and all that whatnot, what it means is that at the next elections, when any effort is being made for your votes not to be counted by whosoever, be it INEC, be it the judiciary, be it the security agencies, they are not more than Nigerians. We should be willing and able to defend the mandate we have given to anybody at the appropriate time, and not just go back and say, let the person that was given the mandate go and protect it. It is only when you now defend that mandate and the person who was given that mandate begins to misbehave, then Nigerians can now easily come back again and say, this is democracy, we are in charge. So I will urge Nigerians not to be worried about the seeming overwhelming dominance of the political space by Bola Tinubu. He is not sure of being on the ballot. As I'm talking to you now, I can slump and die. And it has happened severally. So who says Mr. Tinubu will be alive till then? Who says all of us will be alive till then? That is the reality of life. And who says he will be on the ballot? Because so many factors can happen. Thank you very much.
It's interesting. You've touched on several part of the conversation. Yes. Of course, we know that we're not even certain of what tomorrow holds for anybody. So yes, that's a reality. That's a reality. But let me bring this conversation back to the studio here. Well, Dr. Peter, interestingly as it stands, just yesterday, a newly released 2025 ranking placed Nigeria at the top of the list of countries with the lowest quality of living. And that, for me, is something damning. And if my producers are ready, can we have that on the screen as well? This, again, is a conversation that has been ongoing over time. But from the speech of the president in the New Year's Day speech, he did mention the economic gains and, of course, consolidating on those gains. Do you think, as we go into 2026, which some quarters have said would be another season for politicking for 2027, and there won't be governance, as it were, do you think that there will be some level of governance from this administration to consolidate on whatever has been the plus economically in the country?
I want to start with with the incumbency stuff.
Right.
That's in the 80s and 90s, incumbents were winning 90-something% of the votes. Understand why? Because there was no social media. What we had then was traditional media, which were mostly controlled by the government. Understand?
Right.
So the traditional media then were kind of influencing government influencers. So they were shaping the opinion of the masses for the government. They were shaping the opinion of the masses for the government. So incumbents were winning with 90-something%. That was the 80s and the late 90s.
Okay.
Now comes social media. What social media did was to bring news back to the people. Understand? So people are now generating the news. Understand? Exposing government. What the legacy media couldn't do, social media, we are now doing it.
Okay.
Understand? And with that, the power of government begin to reduce bit by bit. Now comes COVID-19. Understand? COVID-19 changed the world. It brought what is now known as incumbency bias. Understand? Incumbency bias simply means people are no more comfortable with the status quo. Understand? Then people now want change. And what is giving them that change is the power that the social media has given to them. And that's the reason why since COVID-19 up to date, understand, no incumbents anywhere in the world has returned. And anywhere an incumbent return is under controversial circumstances, either manipulated processes and so on and so forth. Just as it happened in Tanzania. In Tanzania, the opponents were put in jail. Understand? In Tanzania, the opponents were put in jail. Understand?
And the likes.
Understand? So then in Cameroon, you saw what happened too, which is also going to happen in Uganda. So not if Museveni wins, you say that an incumbent has returned. No. Understand me? So this is governance is a referendum. Understand?
Okay.
Every 4 years, the incumbent comes to give account of his stewardship. Understand? This is where people choose what either to retain the incumbent or to do away with him. Every 4 years. Understand? And in Ghana here, people felt that their economy was better under this present president in his first term than the guy that he succeeded. Understand me? So that's also what happened in the United States. That what happened in Liberia. George Weah messed up the economy. Understand? So Nigerians, if they are thinking, which unfortunately most are not, we should know that our life is better 4 years ago than now. The question is, why should we continue with this suffering? Understand? Why should we continue with this suffering? How can somebody be running on a promise of fixing the mistake that he himself and his party caused, and people will still vote for him? Does it make sense? It doesn't make sense. So for me, I don't see Tinubu as a strong candidate. I don't see APC as a strong party. Understand? What will determine who will win in 2027 is Nigerians. Understand? It's Nigerians. If they feel that their life is better under Boname Tinubu, understand?
All right then.
He continues.
All right then. Well, because of time, really, let's get to our Benin studio. And of course, Comrade Wire is with us. Comrade, let's have your view on this same conversation because of the time, really. What do you make of the fact that the ADC have actually said, look, we would be a unifier, and of course, unifier of political bigwigs, because yes, that is what is happening with the party right now. A lot of the bigwigs are getting into that party, and I'm clearly talking about coalition durability test, because the ADC has said anti-incumbent forces, we would manage it from our end. Do you think the ADC has that grit to hold the country with all of these strong big wings going into the party, and of course preparing for 2027, plus the fact that what's your position as well with the presidency saying 2027 is a one-horse race? You might need to unmute your mic so we can hear you. Okay. Well, we understand that he's out of that. Well, let me go to Barrister Ezeluche. Same question. Do you think the ADC can really have that grit to battle this, so to say, the biggest party in Nigeria right now? I'm talking about the APC.
Well, the reality is the APC is really a political party. I mean, political parties, we know how they are structured and how they act. This is more of like a cult. And it's using the instrument of force, coercion, the police, the EFCC, to put people into its fold. So, I mean, the issue of battling, if it means appealing to the conscience of the people, appealing to the voters, then any party that has a better plan can always overwhelm the ruling party. But the ADC, as you know, is always talking of capturing states, ensuring that states get delivered. I mean, that is the language they use. So if it's political, if it's votes, if it's democracy, certainly any party can stand and maybe overwhelm the ruling party. But if it's a ruling party that has transformed itself into a cult, and uses coercion, uses the instrumentality of force, the police, the military, the judiciary, to pummel the opposition, then it becomes problematic. But we are now in a world where various countries are even using the instrumentality of responsibility to protect to be extraterritorial. What am I trying to say? Extraterritorial in the sense that the US recently made a comment about local riots in Iran. That if the Iranian authorities continue to use bullets on the population, it may be forced to come in and help the citizens of Iran. So that is what the world is turning out to be now. You don't just because you are the authority in the country begin to misbehave or shoot or kill your people. There may be others who have a particular interest in that country, and they'll be interested in coming to ensure that justice is done. So that reality was what even brought the APC into power, if you recollect. It was what made it possible for them to use all the instrumentalities at the international level to compel Goodluck Jonathan to leave office for Muhammadu Buhari. So the government, any party that has a better plan or better program can contend with a ruling party that is not doing well. And if we all agree in Nigeria today that the APC is not doing well, that APC has run us underground or run us aground, then any party, not even the ADC, any party that comes together that has better plans, superior programs, will and is able to defeat the APC.
All right, thank you so much, Barrister Ezeluche. And talking about the APC conversation, of course, we'll be going straight to the APC eye now. Talking about 2027 power play, Fubara, Mutfwang, Kalu boost Tinubu as APC expand influence. Of course, that will be the next conversation we'll be talking about right now. But of course, I would like you to just stay put with us for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be taking the conversation straight. Don't go nowhere, stay tuned, please. Welcome back to the program. It is still Morning Buzz on Voice of the People Television. Political realignment ahead of 2027 is accelerating, and of course, with sitting governors and heavyweight politicians openly declaring support for President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and, of course, the APC. In Rivers State, Governor Siminalayi Fubara announced that key PDP figures and former allies of Atiku Abubakar, including Uche Secondus, Austin Okpara, Celestine Omehia, and Abiy Sekino, have resolved to back Tinubu's re-election. A move that is deeply in tension with former governor and FCT Minister Nyesom Wike. The Rivers State PDP has since accused Fubara of betrayal, claiming he defected to APC, misleading party stakeholders and taking the party's mandate with him. even as the party paradoxically reaffirmed support for Tinubu in 2007. The episode underscores widening cracks within opposition ranks and growing influence of the ruling party across key states. Beyond Rivers, the APC's consolidation continues nationwide. Plateau State Governor Caleb Mufang formally defected from the PDP to APC, pledging loyalty to Tinubu and framing his move as one driven by unity and governance. While APC leaders insist the party remains stable in the southeast, former Abia Governor and Senator Ojuzo Kalu has vowed to deliver Abia State to APC, signaling an aggressive push to unseat the Labour Party governor, of course, in the state. These developments align with emerging data comparing states controlled by political parties in 2007 versus 2026, showing a significant shift in the balance of power toward the APC. Together, the defection endorsement and changing state-by-state control point to an intensifying battle for dominance as 2027 election draws closer. Of course, I will still have Dr. Peter Nosike in the studio. We still have joining us virtually, Barrister Izeluchi, and we still have Comrade Kenneth with us. But I'll be taking it up from the studio this morning. Good morning, Doctor, again, and Happy New Year. I think we're just seeing this year. So, Doctor, I understand that APC has really done so much as regards to their evangelism. That's what I call it. You know, they've evangelized a lot across board. But do you think that this defection would give the APC, you know, a very serious chance in 2027 as regards to their projection, saying that they don't see any opposition party, regardless of who is defecting to the ADC?
Well, for me, you use the wrong word. It's not evangelism.
So what should we call it?
Cohesion.
It's cohesion?
It is cohesion. And Banda Mohammed, the governor of Bauchi State,
yes,
stated it.
Okay.
Understand? He just said in the open what we know was happening behind the scene, that APC is using cohesion to bring people into their fold.
So what about the ones that said that they voluntarily joined the party?
It is cohesion, it is cohesion, it is cohesion. So there's no evangelism there. People are being forced to go into APC. Many of the first-time governors don't want their state to be hedonized. Understand? They don't want to have a ASU and a Gadondo experience. Understand? So nobody is voluntarily joining APC. And that nobody is voluntarily joining APC. Understand me? So for what you said about their consolidation, I don't see any consolidation going on. It is enemies of Nigerians that are consolidating. Understand? An instance, Oje Kano has no capacity to deliver Abia State to anybody. Understand? Oje Kano is the worst governor in Abia. I'm from Abia State. Understand? And I worked in the Sun newspaper for 14 years, which is owned by him. Understand? But he is the worst thing to happen to Abia State.
And Doctor, when you give us this particular revelation as regards to you working for the Sun newspaper for 14 years, and which he owns,
I'm a founding member of Sun from 2002.
And I think that might actually, you know, give us a particular window of saying, do you have personal issues with him? Maybe that's the reason why you're making such assertions.
I'm from Abia State. He is the worst thing that happened to Abia
and he has
State.
once been your boss for 14 years. So it doesn't mean that you've had any issues with him, and that's the reason why you feel he cannot do anything.
I'm talking of development as delivering the dividends of democracy.
Okay.
No, just telling you that I worked in the Sun, that to show you that sentiment shouldn't come into this.
Okay.
I try to be as objective as possible.
Yeah.
So Kano has no capacity. He's very, very unpopular in Abia State.
And don't you think the party is trying to, the party is raising the banner or the flag is
raising
quite popular enough
as
a platform for him to actually,
not raising people's votes. Understand me? Michael Okpara Square in Umuahia is the center of Abia State.
Okay.
Let us the candle come to Michael Okpara Square and let us see how many people that will come there voluntarily.
Okay, so doctor, let's look
that's
at
how we take. That's how we take people's popularity.
Okay, doctor, let's look at your Abia State that you talked about now. Presently, we have Alex Otti being governor from the Labour Party, and of course, I'm going to Alex Otti's. Will I call him his leader? Had actually left the party for the ADC, and having the deputy speaker of House of Representatives,
he's a shoe shiner.
Who happens to be Benjamin Kanu, and we also have Ojuzo Kalu. These two heavyweights alone, facing Otti. Do you think Otti has?
There are no heavyweights. There are no heavy. I'm from Abia. Understand me?
So you feel Otti will still
win
again without APC?
In their village.
So are you saying?
I'm from Umuahia.
Kanu is from Bende local government, yes.
I say I'm from Umuahia.
Okay.
Understand me?
Yeah.
Kanu is unpopular in Abia State. He has no good name in Abia State. Benjamin Kanu is a shoe shiner.
Okay. All right, let me take it to Barrister Izeluche. I think Doctor is quite hot this morning, which I love. Barrister.
Yeah, good day. Thank you very much for
Barrister, Happy New Year to you, sir.
Yeah, same to you, my brother. It's nice seeing you this New Year.
Yes, it's a pleasure here, sir. And for the first time, you are a bit relaxed. It's like you're not stepping out for your random Saturday hangout with family.
Don't be too sure.
Okay, never say never. All right, Dr. Barrister, I'm having issues with APC, making it look like every other opposition, cannot even do anything. Of course, I know how many governors they've actually invested, and PDP only has 4 governors, remaining. And, we had some speculations as regards to the reason why some governors left and things like that. But, Barrister, when we look at the administration of President, Ahmed Bola Tinubu, so many people, I did a retrospect, which is still ongoing, as regards to 2025 administration. And we had so many complaints to talk about. But the way these people are still talking about their party and, being sure of, their win in 2027, it makes it look as if the opposition party does not stand a chance. But my main concern here is that with the way the opposition party are gathered, we have Peter Obi in one party, we have Atiku Abubakar in one party. Of course, Amechi might, want to take ministerial seat and go. But with these two people one saying, I don't want to be a vice to any other person, do you think that we should be expecting a formidable opposition from these people, or it will just be a toll-free for the APC?
Well, thank you very much. I say in politics, it's a give and take, game of give and takes. And there can only be one presidential candidate for a political party at any given time. So I think I'll let us leave it for the politicians to do their stuff, and at the end of the day, hopefully, a candidate will emerge. But do not be worried about everybody going to the APC. It's like, for instance, the River State governor. He was unconstitutionally and illegitimately removed by Mr. Bola Tinubu, and he was brought back at the pleasure of Bola Tinubu. So whatever he says at this stage, he wants to continue in office, and because the Supreme Court, by his judgment, has virtually made Mr. Tinubu the sole administrator of Nigeria, who can remove a governor at will and do whatsoever. So the governors now are trying to play safe. And then it's even worse for the APC, because if people are being compelled, are being coerced into the APC, then you cannot even be sure of who is standing behind you in the APC. And that will be their downfall. So Nigeria should not be bothered.
Okay.
Politics. And like I said earlier, one of the things that actually has gotten me quite excited in this whole process with the ADC is that the person actually issued releases to defend attacks against Peter Obi is the media advisor to Atiku Abubakar. And I also expect similar vice versa, the Obi fashion also defending Atiku Abubakar when he's attacked. So with that, you see that there's a coalition of ideas and reasonings, and then hopefully before 2027, a candidate will emerge. And let us not keep on saying, mentioning one or two people, because at the end of the day, you're not even sure who will be the candidate. But all we should be assured of is that the evil represented by Bola Tinubu and his cause must not go a day beyond 2027.
Okay, so Doctor, when you say we are not even sure of who would be the candidate, are you talking about the primary stage, or you're talking about the general election?
Well, I'm not a doctor, by the way. I'm just
sorry, barrister. Are you are you talking about the primary level, or you're talking about the general election?
But everything, the primaries, the general election, you're not sure who will be the candidate.
Okay, so
for goodness sake, we have a mistake in this country.
Yeah,
we talk as if we are gods, as if we know what will happen tomorrow.
Okay, barrister,
yes.
based on the trajectory, you would agree with me that when we see Atiku in a particular party, I'm talking about what happened in PDP, when we see Atiku, and Atiku says he also wants to, throw in, his weight to say he's going in for a particular thing. I believe you should actually understand the body language of that party. I'm not saying anything as regards to ADC, but of course, that's the reason why some people might actually say, oh, it's just between Atiku and Obi, and Amechi is not even part of, the primary race. But that's not the conversation now. Where I want to take us to is the River State. Similarly, Fubara, just like you said, was removed for 6 months and reinstated by the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. And afterwards, similarly changed totally. Now he carries live band everywhere, singing and saying that he can now, support his candidate, being the APC member. He can now support President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, with his full chest and not going around corners, unlike some people. We don't know who that some people is. On the other hand, his predecessor, happens to still remain in the PDP that he was, expelled from, but also drumming support for, the president. And he even said that no outsider should come into Rivers, to come and talk about their politics and whatever, because Rivers politics is different. Is Fubara safe now after joining APC? Or all of this particular thing is doing is just trying to get the favor of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu? Do you think that the president would rather want to be communicating with, Fubara, leaving Wike behind, his right-hand man, or he will still have asked Fubara to go through his boss?
Well, thank you very much. Before I go answer the Fubara question, I'd like to make one or two comments about Atiku Abubakar.
Okay.
People mistake Atiku Abubakar. In 2003, when he was vice president of Olusegun Obasanjo, it was Atiku Abubakar who virtually allowed Obasanjo to continue for the second term. He had all the powers, he had all the governors, he could have scuttled it. But when national interest mattered most, he allowed Obasanjo to continue. During the last elections, if you recollect, Atiku was very emphatic that if the presidential elections were micro-zoned to the region, the southeast, that needed to be compensated by virtue of Nigerians' electoral issues, he would have stepped out. He's made that comment. He only continued because this same Wike said it must be an all-Southern affair. Then Atiku said, no, if it must be all-Southern, then I'm coming in. So people should not mistake Atiku. I mean, to me, he's a Democrat and he's a patriot. When national interest matters most, he knows what to do. COP27, when the chips are down, Atiku knows what to do in the interest of the nation, and he will do it.
Okay, so now, barrister, before you go to the Fubara case, I wouldn't say you are making a case for Atiku, but yeah, so you are only stating facts based on what you're privy to understand about Atiku.
Yeah.
But the same Atiku could have done the same thing for Jonathan if truly he was really understanding. So what happened?
No, I mean, for Jonathan, it was a strange case. Reason being that Jonathan had been vice president for about 6 years. So the issues were not as clear-cut as in the 2003 for Olusegun 2023 elections. Jonathan there were issues, whether he could still continue So that was a different ballgame.
Okay, Barrister, you can go ahead with the Fubara situation.
I'm not a spokesperson, but I'm just saying what I've observed and then what I know about it.
After the show, you can be contacted, Barrister, but please go ahead.
That's another issue.
Please go ahead.
With regards to the Rivers State elections, I mean, with regards to Fubara's position and Wike, I think when you say Tinubu Wike is Tinubu's right-hand man, I don't think so. Wike was a willing attack dog. And when you own an attack dog, you have to be extremely careful. When you look at how this same character has related with those who made him, when you look at his antecedents, Mr. Tinubu has to be very, very wary of a Wike. So it is, Wike has served his purpose. His purpose has been to destabilize the main opposition party, which is the PDP, and now having fulfilled his nuisance value, Wike is due for the dustbin. Political, where is going to go? Because what has just happened in Rivers State politics is that by becoming an APC member, in quotes, Fubara is now the party leader of the APC in Rivers State, which means that if Wike organizes meetings that is not in conformity with Fubara's views of the APC, there could be some suspension or whatever. So Wike has fulfilled his role. He's destabilized the PDP, and his nuisance value has reduced to 0. So it is even in the best interest of Bola Tinubu to discard of this guy who has told Nigerians he drinks a 10 million naira whiskey every morning, and we've seen his reactions. He has become an embarrassment to the government. A man that goes out and tells us that military officers are worthless, goes about abusing Nigerian officers. You don't do that anywhere in the world.
Barrister,
you don't abuse soldiers.
Yes. Barrister, when you use the word 10 million whiskey every day, you and I are not sure because we don't live with him. Okay,
no, we saw the bottle. He showed us the bottle. I mean,
all right, let me bring it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Barrister Izeluchi. Let me bring it to the studio. Let me also ask you, Dr. Anosike, what do you think about this Wike Fubara situation?
Well, for me, none of them deserve anybody's pity. Understand? I'm happy that of what is going on between the two. Understand? Just like what is going on between the Wike and the Sheyi Makinde. Arthur Zedebe was famous with the statement, even among thieves, that should be honor. But in their own, there's no honor. In their own, or there's no honor. So I'm happy with what is happening. And they say, I feel Nigerian people will be the one that will benefit from this fight.
Okay. All right. That's how far we can actually go as regards to that particular conversation. We'll be going straight to trends now, but let's go on a quick break. As soon as we return, you'll be getting trends from us this morning. Don't go nowhere. Stay tuned, please.
right, and glad to have you back at the Still Saturday Morning Boss, and we are coasting home right now. Well, let's give you one of the trending conversations this morning, and interestingly, this seemed to be one that a lot of persons will be interested in hearing. Well, Kebbi State government has announced the reopening of all primary and secondary schools for the second term of the 2025-2026 academic session, effective Monday, January the 5th, 2026. The State Universal Basic Education Board, SUBEB, and of course the Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education have called on school administrators, teachers, parents, and students to ensure a smooth resumption. Well, the first week back will be dedicated to first term examination with, of course, regular classes resuming on January the 12th, 2026. Authorities have urged strict compliance and the timetable and examination schedules to guarantee orderly academic activities. Well, the reopening follows the tragic November 2025 abduction of 25 schoolgirls from Government Girls Comprehensive Secondary School, MAGA, in which the vice principal was killed. Well, Governor Nasir Idris confirmed the girls' release, noting that no ransom was paid and praising the security agencies for the rescue. Well, the reopening of schools highlights ongoing concerns over insecurity and, of course, abduction in the state as officials continue to implement measures to protect students and restore confidence in education. Well, I know we still have with us Barrister Ezeluche, and I want to establish communication with him. Once again, Barrister, okay, he's not in yet. All right, let's bring it to the studio. Doctor, no claim ransom. I mean, no ransom claim, I beg your pardon. Full disclosure was what, is what I want to talk about. If no ransom was paid, Doctor, where is the after action reports, timeline negotiations, and of course, assets deployments and lessons learned? Now, in all of this, if none of these things I've mentioned exist, should families, parents, now trust press release statements over evidence of security for their kids as schools reopen?
The issue is the issue is this: when General Christopher Musa retired, was made the defense minister, he made a promise to Nigerians that he's going to investigate why the security men that were guarding the school left 30 minutes before those bandits came. Up to today, we've not heard anything about it.
Right.
Understand? We've not heard anything about it. That's the investigation, because Army has a chain of command which is known to most people. So such an investigation will not take more than 30 minutes. But up to today, we've not heard anything about it. So that is a red line, understand? Again, what security measures have they put in place to ensure that what happened then will not happen again? Understand? What security measures have they made that to make sure that what happened there before did not happen again? So telling them that to come back, that's why everything remains the same, to me, does not make any sense. Okay. There should be adequate security measures before asking the children that to come back. Tell them that to come back and start school. Why nothing has changed? Many of the parents will not want to bring their children back. Many of the children will also not want to go back there because of fear. And saying that no ransom was paid after their arrest, that's for their rescue. or release, because now there are two different words, meaning two different things, release and rescue. So I don't know whether he was talking about rescue or release. If it's release, ransom, something must have exchanged hands.
Okay.
Then if it's rescue, then rescue means force, understand? We should have known how many of the bandits that we are gone down or arrested. You cannot just rescue some people without having maybe a shootout. Or understand? In a release, it could be conversation, but in a rescue, it should be a shootout. All this information are not given to us.
Now, Doctor, before my colleague takes it to Barrister, who we hear has joined us again, I still want to stay with you on the part of this whole brawl by the government of Kebbi State. At this point, I want to talk about trauma and, of course, a timetable. The government is saying at this point, when they return, exams should begin immediately.
Just 1 week.
Now, what should happen to the students who experienced these kind of acts by these bandits, who again have not been healed of the trauma that they experienced during that attack? Are we talking optics against the reality of what is going on in the minds of these young people? Or what do you think the government of Kebbi is looking at?
Government doesn't work with reality. Understand? Government don't work with reality. They work with perception. Understand? Their bubble is different from
Oh yes, that's the word I'm looking for. They live in their own bubble. Yes, that's a word.
The information in their bubble is different from that in our own. So that's why they can just come open school within a week. Children who are still scared will go back and
write an exam.
So for me, it is very, very unfortunate.
Quite unfortunate, really.
All right, Barrister Izeluche, I believe you're there, sir. Please unmute your mic. Barrister Izeluche. Okay, I think we're having a network glitch there. So, Doctor, officially we have to stay on you today. Doctor, I love the fact that, we've actually touched the part of, trauma as regards to the pupils, and we're yet to get the proper results of the investigations, and of course answers.
And we may not even get.
And as regards to, who actually pulled those men off from that particular place, 30 minutes before that particular strike. But of course, here we're not just always here to just, mention the problems of the government or just, call them out unnecessarily. Of course, when we tell them these are the things that they are doing that is not right, we prefer solutions also from here. What do you think should be the way forward for a school that actually witnessed such, a tragedy, and afterwards they are trying to open the school again, to welcome the pupils back, talking about the parents to have trust again, and for the pupils, you understand, and of course proper security measures. So what solutions would you be providing from here?
That's why I'm talking about that's our security measures put, understand me, have things changed. Again, I don't know the location of the school. Understand? My thinking is that some of the schools that were built at the outskirts of the town should be relocated to the city. Because these people operate, they don't come to the city. If they come to the city to do any of their kidnapping, there could be vehicle that will hinder their escape.
Yeah.
So a lot of the schools that are built at the outskirts should be relocated to the
And
city.
how would the pupils also be moved, as regards to transportation for them to actually go? These are rural areas. And, I believe you've been to the north, you know how it is. It's not like here that you say, okay, maybe from Ikeja to Oshodi, you can actually, measure, just a 3 kilometer or 2 kilometer. No, doctor. Sometimes some of them can actually take about 20 to 30 to 50 kilometers from a particular place to a place.
It is a very big problem, but safety is the most important thing.
Yeah.
And that's why the number of out-of-school children is growing on a daily basis in the country. So there should be adequate security in all those schools so that what happened before should not happen again. Understand? Right. And they should also assure the parents that when they bring their children, they are safe. Okay. Without such an assurance, I don't think if all these things would have any effect.
Okay. All right, Barrister Zeluche, we are told that you're back in.
I'm back. Thank you very much.
All right, Barrister. We've been thinking, when we heard that you were not around, we thought rapture took place already because you told us that we never can tell anything that can happen in the next minutes. So I believe you understand better. So, so Barrister, Kebbi State, has decided to reopen their school, and not only that, they'll be going straight into, writing exams and all of that. But my major concern here is about what measures have they put in place, to make sure parents, feel safe again to release their children. Of course, in the north, so many parents don't even want such situation, especially when insecurity is ravaging the land. But aside from that particular one you react to, I would also like to add, as regards to this particular question we've been asking, who actually, withdrew those military officers from that particular place? Until now, we're not getting an investigation. And if at all, they actually said, the governor said that ransom were not paid. So where did the bandits actually got the ransom they've been flaunting? I'd like all of this, I just want clarity as regards to all of this.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate the courage of the Kebbi State government to say the children should go back to school, because that is where they belong. If you don't have the children in school over a long period of time, you have more likelihood of them falling into the bands of these terrorists, or like they call the Almajiris. So it's important that children get education. The shame of all this should be on people like Mr. Ajayi, director of the DSS, people like the chief of army staff and the IG of police, who should be assuring or guaranteeing the security of these children. Children should not be sitting there in the house because of terrorists. What are they being paid for? What do we have the DSS for? Is it not to secure, to get intel that can be used to track these criminals? Will we now sacrifice the future of our children? Let them sit down in the house because of terror elements that are known. And that's why some of us have the belief that this government is either in collaboration or complicit with these terrorists. The children have no business sitting down in the house when their mates are in school. They should be in school. It is the responsibility of the IGP of police, Mr. Ajayi, the director of the DSS, to ensure that there's intel, actionable intelligence, to follow up these rascal elements. And also, Luyede, the general in charge of the army, should get his troops on board, be there. And these guys should not just be sitting there in Abuja wearing beautiful dresses and collecting so much allowances when Nigerian children cannot be in school. So I appreciate the government of Kebbi for doing what should be done. But then adequate efforts should be made by the security agencies to ensure that these children are safe and they should be sound. With regards to the officer who gave the order for the soldiers guarding the school to step aside, this has been a recurring decimal in almost all the attacks by terrorists, by the ISWAP or the Fulani headsmen. Go all the way down to Benue Plateau. You always hear from the natives that there are roadblocks everywhere manned by military and police. A few hours or a day to the attack by these criminal elements, these roadblocks are withdrawn. And for whatsoever reasons, the attack happens and brandishing guns when they should have been there to protect in the first place. And also you link this with the murder, the killing of General Oba by terrorist elements. A general who radioed his base that see where I am, and based on that information, the terrorists came and picked and killed him. You now begin to suspect that maybe there is a linkage between the hierarchy of our security agencies and these terrorists, which is rather unfortunate. It is sad that since the coming back on board as Minister of Defense of a retired General Christopher, that these characters, the soldiers, the officers who ordered the stand down, have not been named and punished. Because if you don't name and punish rascal elements in the military, they will only do worse. They will only do more. And this has been a continuum. Let me give you a very sad example. In Imo State, when we had the jailbreak, the prison jailbreak, which many analysts believe was an inside job by security personnel, the person that was Commissioner of Police in Imo State at that time is now a sitting AIG in Nigerian Police Force. A man who was believed to have orchestrated even the assault on the Nigerian on the prisons, because his base in Owerri was stormed by these criminal elements. Rather than dismiss or punish this then Commissioner of Police, he is now a sitting Assistant Inspector General of Police. So when we don't have a record of punishing recalcitrant officers who show that they have not done well, who show that they have even colluded with criminal elements, we continue to have the issue of terrorism and banditry in our polity, and we need to address this. I hope that Chris, the current Minister of Defense, will take effective and timely action to ensure that the officer who ordered that stand down is brought to book. And we don't want stories. We don't know who he is, because who he is. It's a very structured place. There must have been an officer who told the soldiers to move. That officer.
All right then. Thank you so very much, Barrister Ezeluche Esquire, for your thoughts there. I mean, it's just what we need at this time. Children should not be out of school, no matter the situation. But of course, like the gentlemen have said, adequate measures should be put in place to seeing that such occurrence does not reoccur anymore, because there is a part of trauma on the part of these children. Have they been healed? Several questions begging for answer, but unfortunately, this is where we have to draw anchor on the show this beautiful morning. Once a big thank you to all the gentlemen who have their voice on the show, and a big thank you to Barrister Ezeluche, attorney at law and public and political affairs analyst. Thank you so very much for being here, sir. Also, we had with us virtually Comrade Wire Kenneth Ogenevo, who is a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. He's a human rights activist. Of course, he's also the advocate and Secretary General of the Talakawas Parliament. We had in the studio also Dr. Peter Anosike, who is a philosopher, development economist, the best-selling author. He's also an erudite commentator on economic, finance, and politics, of course, and power. Doctor, thank you so very much for being here.
Thank you for having me.
This is where we have to draw anchor. One is a big thank you to you out there that have taken your time to watch the show this beautiful morning. Would only urge you to stay with us, because we have awesome broadcasting coming right at you, right here on Voice of the People Television. Also, as we go, we only would say there is no great nation like a Nigeria. Consistent prayers and, of course, doing the right thing and living as a good citizen is all that we urge for all citizens of the country. David Edwin saying you do have an amazing weekend ahead. God bless Nigeria.
And please don't forget that the views and opinion expressed by our analysts are solely their own and do not reflect that of VOP Media. Don't give up, because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough video lasts. Whatsoever you're facing will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Xavier Odo. Enjoy your weekend.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
2564 is coming up on Bernie 9 right.
2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we'll bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People television. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Whether you've been with us through the ups and downs or just joined us for this festive season,
take a moment to cherish the moments you've made and look forward to making new ones on the horizon.
May this new year bring you everything good, everything prosperous.
As we bid farewell to the old year and welcome you to the new year,
may your heart be filled with joy and your home with laughter. And of course, may your spirit be filled with hope.
We'll be bringing you live updates, exciting performance, and inspiring stories throughout the day.
stay tuned for our special New Year's coverage and let's make this year unforgettable.
Thank you for making us a part of your celebration.
Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Welcome, guys. Day 2 in 2026, and it's such a pleasure to be here with you. I'm so glad. If this is your first time, accept a very warm welcome from us. I say us because it's a collabo. Now, before I tell you who I am, if this is your first time, this is where we get to tell you all things trending, all things topical, and I can promise you lots of gist for you today. The grapevine is practically buzzing. On that note, I am Vivian Oguche. You're welcome.
I'm Ikechukwu Ago. We urge you to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't get to miss any episode of our show. And to be interesting to also know what you've got to say, so drop us a comment on our YouTube platform to be part of the show.
Yeah, on that note, we jump right into it. And our very first hashtag for today is an interesting one. You see, it's like a 3-in-1 hashtag or a 1-in-3 hashtag. Because the obedience, they've taken over the net. I'm talking about the obedient movement. The obedient movement is taking over the net. They're actually breaking the net right now. And they're trending 3 different ways under hashtag Tanko Unisa or Unisa Tanko, the national coordinator of the obedient movement. They're also trending under Dele Momodu, the publisher of Ovation, who is also a PDP chieftain, and ADC chieftain, formerly of the PDP. And of course, we also have hashtag Peter Obi. So we're going to be taking it one step after the other. We begin with hashtag Unisa Tanko. So he is the, like I said earlier, national coordinator of the Obedient Movement. The Obedient Movement being a group that supports former Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi, who just publicly defected to the ADC. So much permutations about his political future. So Tanko Unisa Tanko was on a televised interview not so long ago, and he dropped a bombshell, totally in opposition to what the obedient movements are saying, really, because you're going to see that from the comment section. So Unisa Tanko says that even if Atiku Abubakar, former vice president, currently an ADC chieftain, even though he emerges as the ADC presidential flag bearer in 2027, that the obedient movement will not leave, that Peter Obi is not going to defect to any other party again. And that has generated a lot of chatter on and offline. So I take you to X now so you see the very first post. Let's do it. So Nigeria First says, so this is like a written format of the televised interview. So the anchor asked, what decision will Peter Obi take if Atiku wins the ADC primary? Obedient Movement National Coordinator Unisa Tanko said, will take a democratic decision. The anchor now asked, what does that mean? Unisa Tanko now said, it means we will remain in the party and give the party support. Question again from the anchor. Does that mean there will be no further defection, seeing that Peter Obi promised to be on the ballot? Eunice Tanko said, we'll take our decision democratically and remain in the coalition. So that has, like I said, generated a lot of talking points. So let's take a look at how netizens are responding to this one, shall we? So Tochuku of Divine Mercy says, I give it to Mr. Tanku. He is an intelligent and eloquent guy. I love that answer because it tried to introduce an element of deniability. But my credit goes more to the female journalist for making sure that she extracts some form of commitment from Tanko. With Obi finally pitching his tent with ADC this period, I think that usual statement that he must be on the ballot in 2027 doesn't hold water again, except he means as a VP. Even at that, he will still be at the mercy of Atiku, irrespective of whatever agreement they had pre-yesterday. That decision now lies in the hands of Atiku and other ADC chieftains, who will most likely determine who wins the primary or not. I think Obi knows he can't jump back into a new party again for 2027, or he will reduce himself to mere ridicule. Let's pray he is on the ballot as ADC flag bearer, as he is no doubt the best foot of ADC, except they are working on not winning the elections. The next one. Idiakosa says Obi has said countless times that he will be on the ballot as a presidential candidate in 2027. I will forever hold him accountable for that statement. This is not looking good. All right, more. Chikwendu says, it's good that Peter Obi has found a political home, but he must not be a vice presidential candidate to anyone. His transformational agenda and integrity makes him the best presidential material. If he plays second fiddle, his charisma that motivated his movement will evaporate. We have one more to go before we go to the next hashtag. So, Mr. Mike says, Peter Obi wants to be VP to the same guy he claimed he defeated in the 2023 elections. Kechuku, so these are, lots of things playing out online right now.
Yeah, very well. The obedient member always said that, it's Peter Obi on the ballot or nothing. And Peter Obi also at some point said that he's going to be on the ballot as the presidential candidate, if he's to run in 2027. Now, also recall that Peter Obi also made a statement, in that Nedu podcast that, they are actually yet to agree on certain areas, before he actually joined the coalition eventually. So I want to believe that, certain level of commitment or agreement has been reached that has made him, move to the ADC. Now, Tanko saying this, Tanko is closer to Peter Obi than any one of these guys on net. Which means there's some level of conversation between the both of them saying, yes, I can actually settle, for a position that's not the president. Again,
because Tanko will not come out and say this on his own. Is it possible he can do that?
He can as a spokesperson, just to actually take the balls or the eyes off, Peter Obi as, the major flag bearer. Let it look like, it's going to be a democratic process. It could be that there's a conversation that, okay, yes, we're definitely going to be zoning to the south, but don't, make it public. These are political...
Yeah, but because I want for us to take a closer look at it. I don't know if you would describe Aisha Yusuf as an obedient.
Yes, she is.
Right. She said for the very first time in her life, she has become a card-carrying member. She just joined the ADC alongside her boss, Peter Obi. She did it because of Peter Obi. She is an obedient member. And she said, regardless of whatever is happening, I'm going to be part of the party. So I'm thinking, really, they probably must have had some really hard talks with themselves. But based on what some obedients are saying online, it looks like whatever discussion they must have had has not trickled down to the grassroots yet when it comes to the movement. Peter Obi is going to need to sit down with his supporters and have a really, really, really heart-to-heart conversation with them. Because you see, as this hashtag continues to unfold, you're going to see that there is a lot that needs to be addressed. Because I'm going to take you straight to the next hashtag now, which is hashtag Dele Momodu. Dele Momodu too is talking about the same thing, and he is congratulating Eunice Tanko for a very successful interview. I'll just take you to X now so you take a look at that one. It is hashtag Dele Momodu. Still along the same lines, Dele Momodu Ovation says, Of course, he is the publisher of Ovision magazine. Says, very good interview by my friend, brother, and former presidential running mate in 2011. Wow. On the platform of National Conscience Party, Dr. Inisa Tanko. Obedient movement will remain in ADC if Atiku wins presidential primary. Inisa Tanko. So lots of reactions. Obedience are jumping on this. But one no, can we go back to the other post before we thank you? Ikechukwu, let's dissect this a little bit. So Dele Momodu took us back to 2011. And he said his brother and his friend and his former presidential running mate in 2011 was Inisa Tanko.
Yeah.
Another duo of this kind is former Vice President Atiku Abubakar and his former running mate, Peter Obi.
Yeah.
So it looks like former allies, former enemies, strange bedfellows are really coming together to make this one.
That's what coalition brings. Enemies come together to actually defeat, a common enemy. That's exactly what they do all the time. But then, if you look at Tanko's statement and how he responded to those questions, you know that he's not just a spokesperson. He's also a politician, right? And that's a political answer he actually gave. He wants the people to actually believe that Peter Obi is a loyal party man. He's loyal to the ADC, and that's what it is.
Because
that's the impression
he kept talking about a democratic decision.
Exactly.
Even when they anchor us, what does that mean?
So
he just stuck to his guns.
That's exactly what politicians do. Give you an answer that will be neither here nor there. Peter Obi should be seen as a loyal political party man, and that's exactly what the ADC needs.
But he came clear at the end of it to say, look, regardless of who emerges as the flag bearer of the ADC, Peter Obi is staying, and the obedient movement is staying. It is categorical, and Dele Momodu is applauding him.
So we know, right? I think for the obedience, right, from the way the response has been trickling out, I think for them it's better Peter Obi remains as a loyal party man in the ADC, just as an ordinary ADC member than him being a running mate. That's exactly what I think is going to be the biggest case should he lose the primaries.
Well, I don't think so, because a number of obedience are saying if Peter Obi is not on the ballot, they're heading out the door. Can we go back to X now so we take a look at more reactions to hashtag Dele Momodu, which is along the same trajectory with hashtag Inisa Tanko. Uncle Darby says, them things say we no get mind of our own. Make them they play. I know they vote anybody when no be Peter Obi. Even P.O. self no fit tell me to vote another person. And then Peter Obi's trumpeter says, if Atiku picks the ticket, P.O. can remain in the party as a loyal person. But we, the coconut head foot soldiers, won't. We'll go home and sleep. Goodbye. Ikechukwu, are you taking a look at this now? That's the trajectory it's taking. If he says, if ADC does not give the ticket to Obi, we, the obedience, will vote massively for Tinubu. So you see, this is in direct opposition to what you just said. They are saying it's Peter Obi or nothing. I think another person that sang that same song was Aisha Yusufu, but it looks like she's bulging at the moment. That's what I'm saying. Peter Obi is going to need to sit down and talk to his
well, yes, definitely he needs to do that. But the truth is, if you put it on a scale, Peter Obi, a running mate, that's a vice president, or Peter Obi, just a party man, I think a good number of them would prefer him just being a party man. They don't want to see.
Well, that's you talking. I mean, we are seeing something totally different here. But can we go to the next hashtag, which is hashtag Kenneth Okonkwo? It's still along the same trajectory. It's still along the Peter Obi, obedient, Tanko Yunusa saga, right? And of course, the former vice president is in the mix now. It is Kenneth Okonkwo. Kenneth Okonkwo, who actually is also in the ADC, is saying that if you don't join the ADC as an obedient, you are disobedient. And so he's actually trending like mad right now. So I'm going to take you to X now so you see the post and how netizens and, of course, obedience are reacting to that one. Hashtag Kenneth Okonkwo. So Nigeria Story says, obedience that are not in ADC are disobedience. Kenneth Okonkwo says. Now, let's take a look at the reactions. So, Senator, Senator 1 says, obedience are supporting Peter Obi, not a political party. Francisco says, so this is how you all plan to control us all together. Move from here to here like Chelsea changing coaches. All right, Yoruba Baron says, obedient carrying megaphone. ADC waving flag. But both can't even decide who they lead the group chat. More reactions? So, Marvelous Israel says, I'm obedient in ADC and I will never campaign for or vote for Atiku. Gracefully Gracious Chinedu says, what is the business of Kenneth Okonkwo with the obedience? I thought he said that Peter Obi lacks what it takes to win an election. When did he become sympathetic to the obedience struggle? So it looks like there's some bad blood between the obedience and Kenneth Okonkwo. I don't know if there is bad blood between Peter Obi and Kenneth Okonkwo. I don't know. Do you think Peter Obi holds any, grouse against Kenneth Okonkwo?
I may not be able to tell because, of course...
it's not been made public yet.
Yes.
But let's talk about his reaction and how obedience are reacting to him.
Okay, so first, after the 2023 election, Kenneth Okonkwo was very furious. And he actually made some statement that...
Can we give context to this?
Yes.
He was someone who was
very close. One of the spokesperson of...
One of the very staunch members of the Labour Party.
Not just staunch, even one of the active men when it comes to, public relations. Himself and the likes of Yunus Satanko, they were actually at the forefront of, a public discourse for the obedient at the point, for Labour Party at the point. So, but after the election, he was very angry. He expected P2B to actually challenge the process, be more active because he felt P2B actually won the election. And the way P2B actually just doused the tension and, took everything so calm was not the way he expected it. And he came out, he said his piece and actually left the Labour Party. And now, for some reasons, the both of them are back in the ADC now. And he's also calling, the obedient to actually join the P2B, whatever the case is. Now, the truth is, a lot of obedient at that point when he actually left got angry. They actually lashed out. Some of them insulted him because of the words he actually said about P2B's reaction and all of that. Some other persons also agreed that, even within the obedient, P2B was too calm. The way it actually ended was not the way it should have. But now he's actually making this statement.
It's not the first time people are lashing out at their boss. When former President Goodluck Jonathan conceded defeat to the late PMB, he was lashed out.
A lot of persons actually. So now he's actually saying this. Now the reason why he jumped into the ADC, one of the media briefing he had was that people who's got character to actually defend their votes are actually in this party. Elections is just beyond just winning, in a ballot. It's actually about defending your vote. And he believes men who's got character very well positioned in the ADC to actually do that. Now he's actually saying this, and this person are actually reminding him that, hey, you should not even be talking about the obedient because you actually pulled out and, of course, estranged yourself from P2B and asked exactly what. But I think there's a level of, acceptance from me from his statement, because if you're truly a P2B person and decides to actually stay in the ADC, come what may, I think you should just, stay there if you're very much for P2B. But if you actually decide to actually leave the ADC because P2B didn't get the ticket, and you decide to actually, for example, for those who said they will actually vote the current president if P2B didn't get the ticket, what difference does it make? You actually want the current president out. So this is not just a case about, you wanting a better Nigeria again, which you've always started. It's a case of you just not happy with whoever it is that's, challenging him, if not P2B.
Bottom line, Peter Obi needs to sit down really and have a chat with his immediate constituency, which is the obedient movement. On that note, we move on to another hashtag, really. Something that's been trending like mad as well, Wike versus Fubara. This is another kind of drama, I'm telling you, and it's heating up in Rivers State. So Siminalayi Fubara is the current governor of Rivers State, the sitting governor of Rivers State. He used to have a godfather called, in fact, it was his godfather who allegedly installed him as the governor. I'm talking about former former Rivers State governor, and current FCT Minister Nyesom Wike. So today, Fubara was caught on air saying a lot. He said that dogs are barking. This is not the first time he's speaking in parable. Just some days ago, and we brought that gist here, he had said, no, they do kona waka. If you want support Fubara or support Ashiwaju, no do kona. Today, he's saying dogs are barking. And of course, Nyesom Wike replied him, say, some people are saying dogs are barking, Abi. Let me tell you the truth. So I don't want to detract from it or distract from it or detract from it. So I'm just going to play the video of the current governor, the sitting governor of Rivers State, Sim Fubara, talking about dogs barking. See if you can wrap your head around it. Let's do it.
The dog barks is when it doesn't understand. The only reason why the dog barks is when it doesn't understand. That is when the dog barks. If you have a dog in your house and your dog knows you, it doesn't need to bark. So when the dog starts barking, maybe the dog is saying something it doesn't understand. Huh? So we are not backing because we understand. We know where we're going, and we have set all the things that are needed to make the journey smooth and easy sailing.
That is the sitting governor of Rivers State, Siminalayi Fubara, talking about dogs barking because they do not understand. And of course, the FCT minister, Nyesom Wike, had a response, a retort for him. Take a listen to him.
Senator, somebody said a dog barking. This dog that is barking now barked when Rivers people do not even know whom the person was. And the dog that barked made the person to be governor. Others ran away. And he's not afraid that the same dog now is barking. I wish him good luck. I wish him good luck. We are not talking about party. We are talking about the Need Hope family. All of us, we have all decided.
Don't worry, I'm not just going to let you hang like that, like a cliffhanger. In a short while, you're going to listen to the concluding part of that statement. But I want for us to go to X now so you say how publications are reporting this, tug of war between the current governor of Rivers State and the former governor of Rivers State. Let's do it. We go to X now, shall we? It is #Wiki versus Fubara. So the very first video you saw is what Chooks is reporting. The only reason a dog barks is when it does not understand. We know where we are going, and we have made every provision to ensure the journey is smooth. Governor Sim Fubara. The next post. So, before we come to this, though, I want for us to take a look at. I thought we had a post where Sim Fubara was talking about supporting President Tinubu and how some people had said it was his downfall or he wasn't supporting President Tinubu. So let's go back to videos before we come. Let's go back to this. I'll come back to this. We'll go to the video where we hear the governor of Rivers State talking about being blackmailed because some people said he wasn't supporting President Tinubu. He now said those who had supported Atiku, the former vice president, who is currently an ADC chieftain, that they have returned to join him, Fubara, to ensure that President Tinubu makes a comeback in 2027. Take a listen.
Mr. Secondos, Right Honorable Austin Akbara, His Excellency Senator Mayor, Alabo Abiesekewo, and who am I meeting? Am I meeting anybody? The four of you that are here, you have come to join us this New Year Eve, or not New Year Eve, this New Year banquet, to tell the world that you stand with the administration of Siminalayi Fubara. You're sitting with us boldly so that people will know that you're not into corner business, but you are standing with Fubara. And because you're standing with Fubara, your support is from Mr. President. So I want to thank you this evening because you don't know what you have done. We're being blackmailed in several places because of your political activities. And not just because of your political, because of your name. But I'm happy this evening that you told me you're going to come sit with us so that the world will know that you're with us and that you have no affiliation whatsoever with any other group that is against Mr. President. I want to thank you especially.
So that is supposed to be a New Year banquet, but it turned out to be like something like our political rally or something. But hey, not to let the governor have the last word. Of course, the FCT minister, talking about Sim Fubarak's former godfather, is responding to this same thing. He said, okay, so you say people who were with Atiku before are now with you, that they couldn't even give Atiku 10% of votes. So he's not even bulging. Why don't you take a listen to Nyesom Wike himself?
I wish him good luck. I wish him good luck. We are not talking about party. We are talking about the New Hope family. All of us, we have all decided that we are going to work for Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. There's no discussion about that. But there's one we must take decision. Of course, you know, we will make the mistake we made last time. We are here to correct the mistake. I heard somebody said, oh, those who work with Atiku are back. They couldn't give Atiku 10%. So what is the political advantage? I won't call their names, but you all know them. We will do all we can to see that we give Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu all the total support that we require. Ordinarily, I wouldn't have bothered myself to say this. Somebody who was a senator said the Minister of FCT is a semi-illiterate. But the same person dropped out from Rivers State University when he wanted to read, when he was reading law. He couldn't make it.
So in case you want to know how that one continued, it's just the FCT talking about his other wahala and all of that. You do remember that just yesterday we were here where we had the governor of Bauchi State, Governor Bala, Governor Bala Mohammed saying that the FCT minister is a terrorist and that he's behind all his wars. The FCT minister responded to him. And someone online was saying, is this fight not too much for only one man? But of course, the FCT minister is saying he's equal to the attacks. You know, Ikechukwu, this whole thing, I don't know. Did you notice that when Wike was going to reply to Sim Fubara, he won't call his name, he said, I heard someone say, I mean, this thing is getting really dirty and it's very public.
I mean, that's his character, Wike's character.
I'm talking about both of them. I'm talking about the fight, you know, becoming very public and dirty between the both of them.
Wike is actually the bigger person, right? I mean, he's been the governor before. He's still very much the one who's got the first, line of touch to the president than the governor of the state. So I think at this point, he should just play, more behind the scenes. He's got the real power. I mean, power behind the power.
Well, that's what you think.
No,
that's what you think. That's what you keep saying.
No,
but it doesn't look like that's what it is.
See, Vivian.
Right?
Before Wike...
We're not going to waste too much time.
Yeah, before the FCT minister actually, went... Because I said yesterday that he went too far by actually allowing the president governor had that meeting with the president to actually settle it. Now he's got direct access to the president. That's exactly why he's talking tough.
Who made a mistake?
Wike, because
so you shouldn't have allowed Fubara and the president.
What he should have done, right, from the beginning is to just find a way to actually resolve it. At that point where the governor was very much on the ground, just tell Mr. President, don't worry, we'll settle it, handle it, bring him back.
It goes to show you don't really understand how this thing is going down. Well, you see, netizens are thinking that there is a gang up here. That it looks like Nyesom Wike and Sim Fubara are going to come together in 2027 to vote in President Tinubu. But the tug of war now will begin when it's going to be, time for the gubernatorial election. That is when you go know who passed who. So let's go back to X now so you see how netizens are reacting to this particular one. Shall we? Hashtag Wike versus Fubara. Let's do it. So Izuna says, in summary, Fubara calls critics backing dogs out of ignorance. Wike claps back. This dog backs to make you governor. Good luck now. Politics just got hotter in 2026. Izuna again says, in the end, they'll both sit together, eat, drink, and shake hands. That's just how they operate. They stage public fights to deceive the people they rule, not lead, while whining and dining behind closed doors. Anyway, at least we are entertained. More responses now. Shall we continue to take a look at them? So, Omar Lafin says, Fubara and Wike don't gang up on Amechi. Politics too sweet, I beg. Pragmatic DB says, I foresee a situation where both Wike and Fubara will work for President Tinubu's re-election, but will work against each other for the governorship election. We saw something similar in Zamfara, Oyo, and few states in 2023. Masterpiece says the greatest alignment here at Wike is seeing Fubara and people of River State in all the corners of the government openly supporting our president, aligning themselves to the renewed hope mandate, and even taking the steps of joining APC. That shows that Fubara has sought for peace to reign in River State, and definitely he'll enjoy that peace and political stability he has really sought for. Let's forgive one another in whatever happened at the past and live for the betterment of the future. There is one more reaction, but if you could just hold on, I'm going to come back to this. I'll come back to this in a short while because that's going to be the final one. Yeah, did you see? Masterpiece apparently sounds like an APC member who is happy that Fubara has decided to align with the renewed hope agenda. Now, if you can take a look at the thread, the responses. Some are saying that for you to know how the pendulum is swinging now, President Tinubu sent the National Security Advisor, Nuhu Ribadu, to River State. And he said Nuhu Ribadu must tell him that he, President Tinubu, is proud of Fubara and that he's doing a good job as a leader. Kudos to him. It was everywhere. And then we saw Keyamo versus Keyamo openly applauding Fubara when he was talking about the corner moves and all, if you want to support Ashwaju. These are stalwarts in President Tinubu's kitchen cabinet. So it looks like Fubara actually is not the pawn in this game anymore.
Yeah, that's what I was...
major player.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, that the biggest mistake Wike made, he stretched the battle with Fubara too far. Because at that point where Fubara had that window to meet the president openly, now it became a case of, I'm now the sitting governor. I can actually give you whatever the minister gave to you.
Which is the game he played.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now, the biggest winner here is definitely going to be the president because in the end, both of them will strive hard to actually make River State his.
Which is what the netizens
But then, it's going to be a case of Fubara returning back to the government house and then we keep the house continuing as the minister of state if the president wins.
If the president wins. That's the cash. Yeah. So let's take a look at that next response now, which is going to be the last for this particular hashtag. So Mega Mixer says, before I read his comments that's taken from 3 hours ago, on the 31st of December, 2025, last year, Mega Mixer had said, before Nyesom Ezenwo Wike, there was a certain Lamidi Adedibu who wielded more power than Wike can ever imagine. But today, where is he? The higher the monkey climbs, the more he exposes his tail. Even the tallest tree in the forest must eventually become firewood. And then Mega Mixer today said, I hope Emperor Wike is reminded that those who do not learn from history are doomed to repeat it. Final thoughts on this before we wrap up?
A lot is happening. You recall that statement that Wiki actually made, some time ago, that who is Tinubu without me? I said it here that statement is going to actually get a response someday. And this is the response the likes of KMA has been giving. There's been, some certain level, okay, we can have a new kid in the block that's going to secure whatever it is we need. And then, what they say, if a new wife comes, the old one has to just find another room.
So with the likes of Festus Keyamo, Aviation Minister, and NSA, the National Security Advisor, Nuhu Ribadu, openly, applauding and supporting the Governor of Rivers System, Fubara, it looks like it's a show of alignment. And you're saying, hey, the presidency is with you. But as this drama unfolds, guys, be sure to catch every single update here. We move on to the next hashtag now, which is hashtag explosive materials. You remember that Christmas Eve 2025, the U.S. struck terrorist camp, or not just one, a group of terrorist enclave in Sokoto State. And it left a lot of dust in its wake. I can tell you that. Now, we are continuing to see reactions from that particular strike from the U.S. And now, today, the military came to say they're appealing to citizens, residents, within the area where the U.S. struck, to bring back the explosive materials they are taking from the site of the explosion. It's a lot. You need to wrap your head around it, yeah. But you're going to take a listen to it in a short while. And then there's a video of, residents celebrating that they've been liberated from the terrorist hold. But first, let's go to X. So you see the post that's going to take us to the video. Explosive materials is the hashtag. Chuk says Nigerian military appeals to Sokoto residents to return explosive materials taken from the site of a U.S. Christmas Day airstrike. That'll be Christmas Eve airstrike, yeah? Take a listen, guys.
We can only appeal to them to return harmful to them. We don't expect anybody to take away those materials. We have formations within the armed forces whose duty it is to recover those things. So we also want you to disseminate to them that they should return them to the military or security locations so that we can disarm those things before they cause greater damage to the individuals who have taken them and to the other members of the public.
All right. So netizens are responding to this one. Let's take a look at the responses before Ikechukwu jumps on this. Because I'm going to ask you, Ikechukwu, if this scares you at all. Yeah, that there are explosive materials in the hands of civilians who might not even know how it works.
Yeah, definitely. It does. Yeah, it's very scary.
Yeah, but netizens are responding. Before we continue on that trajectory, let's go back to X now so we see how they are taking this particular one. Daily Peep says, but seriously, how civilians enter site before military? Toby says, Nigeria, blah, blah, blah. And Toby goes on to say, U.S. help you strike terrorists. Instead of cuddling that entire location immediately, they were pushing propaganda that the bombs hit empty farmland. Now you are requesting the people to return what they took from the area bombed. Big Rose says, this shows that Nigerian Army's intelligence likely had no prior knowledge of the airstrike, which is why civilians were able to enter the strike zone. Normally, ground forces move in immediately after airstrikes to secure the target area. True, right? More reactions, more responses, if you will. Francisco Brainiac says, this country, this shows the Nigerian army were not informed of the airstrikes because they would have been ready to move in immediately after the strikes, secure the area, create the parameters, and cut out public access to the location. So it's either they were not aware or they are very incompetent to not be ready to move in fast. And then he says, God help us all. Yemi says, the child who picks up a snake must not cry when it hisses and then be told to put it back. Some lessons come with obvious consequences and questionable follow-up requests. So this is in two parts here. Yemi actually is saying, look, you guys, this is like a snake that that bites. Return it to if it's with you. But others are saying, how on earth were civilians able to, gain access to the site?
Yeah.
So is it true, actually, that Nigeria wasn't aware that the U.S. was going to hit?
I really like the comment of Brainiac. I mean, it's in two phases. You cannot say you're not aware. If you say you're not aware, if you say you're aware, then you not being there when after the airstrike has happened, it means you're not competent, because every military or every security agency, that the very first thing in an area that is deemed of high risk or accident or airstrike, the first thing is to condone that area and ensure that every single materials that should be needed or for investigation or for whatever reason needs to be taken out.
That's the word. You cordon off the area. So you put those tapes.
Yes.
Say, hey, not accessible.
So not just the military will be there, other agencies will be there to actually take whatever samples or stuff that they need to take out of that particular space. Again, it's the talk of those materials. Some of them will not even explode immediately. Some of them you take it home and then it becomes a thing. I recall there are certain incident that happened during the 2002 bomb blast event in Lagos. Some persons actually. Some of the bomb that exploded at the
that was the explosion in Dodon Barracks.
Yeah, no, the Ikeja cantonment here.
Okay.
So some of the bombs that actually left the space that didn't actually explode at the point got to some person's farmland, and days after that major explosion, some of them went off, and it actually got some persons injured. So it does happen. Some of them even left the compound to neighboring schools outside the military base, and those ones are also very, very, some of them still exploded. So it is true that these things happen, and that's exactly why it's quite very scary. You might actually take it and keep it, somewhere in your house, and you might not even be at home when the thing decides to actually go off.
So based on what you just said, the military must engage in some intense sensitization to ensure that citizens listen to what they're saying and bring back these explosives if they are in possession of it. If it means a door-to-door one, door-to-door is possible. You remember when a former vice president, Shibajo, he was then vice president, and he was, publicizing the trader money thing. It was going from door
like that
to door. So you could do door-to-door because this is a life or death matter.
Very well.
So I do hope that, it's a good thing that the Nigerian army is making it public, the military, and I do hope that they make it a door-to-door affair. Now, someone also put up another post to say people are jubilating in Sokoto, that the U.S. helped and that Nigerians should continue to applaud the U.S. And he put up a video. So let's go back to X-ray, take a look at that post, and then we'll take a look at the video of residents of Sokoto State jubilating that they've been set free from the hands of terrorists. Let's do it. Yeah. So Ikechukwu, massive celebration in Sokoto.
Yeah.
We're going to see how residents are responding to this thing. I think they're beginning to really understand what is happening. It looks like there's no civilian casualty.
Yeah.
We've not heard of anyone yet.
Yeah.
It looks like the residents are responding. The post that followed that particular video said, people who are saying the U.S. is trying to, invade Nigeria or trying to downgrade Nigeria's sovereignty, they should take a look, take another look. Yeah? Wake up and smell the coffee is what they're saying. The residents are rejoicing.
Very well. When that particular news of Donald Trump, saying he was going to actually invade, or the U.S. will actually come attack terrorists.
Terrorist enclave.
Yes. one of the high points of the whole conversation that people were missing was that in the end, the average Nigerians will not even care, what happens. The most important thing that they want is their own safety. If these terrorists are taken out, the Muslims will be happy, the Christians will be happy, and it's going to be a win for all. So look at them now. I mean, Sokoto is majorly a Muslim state, but they are jubilating because the bad guys have been taken out.
Yeah, and you kept saying it. That, look, this is not a fight against
Nobody
Nigeria.
really cares. The Muslims don't care.
That is a fight against terrorists. But hey, we're glad the residents are rejoicing. And it looks like the U.S. is working, hand in gloves with the federal government. At least that's what we've been told. We're going to see how that one pans out. And we do hope that civilians in possession of those explosives take them back to the military. Let's quickly take a look at it. This is Cherry. This one now brings a smile back to your face, yeah? It's about Skills. Skills was in church and he gave a testimony. Last week, it was, 2 weeks ago, it was Tonto Dike, the actress. Today is the singer, Skills, who said God revived his career through a footballer who is not even a Nigerian. So I'm going to take you to X. The Pulse Nigeria has that post that's going to lead us to the video. And of course, there are responses to that one. Let's do it. Yeah, hashtag Skills. Pulse Nigeria says, God raised a kid in Barcelona. His name is Lamine Yamal, and all it took was one simple dance video. I had 7 prayer requests, and everything happened in one day. Wow. Skills shares his testimony at Harvesters Church. Take a listen, guys.
And stuff, me and my team, we made a plan. We knew what we were going to do, but little did we know that God had a bigger plan. God raised the kid in Barcelona. His name is Lamine Yamal, and all it took was just one simple dance video that went viral and changed my whole life. I had a prayer. I wrote 7 prayer requests, and everything happened in one day. Wow. Yeah. Everything happened in one day. It's so amazing that I saw myself editing an Adidas advert, a global advert. So I want to give glory to God. Thank you.
Good things are happening, I can tell you. It shows that prayers, when you pray, of course, God answers. There are a couple of reactions to this particular hashtag. And I mean, Skills must be a prayer warrior, if you ask me. 7 requests, and God answered all of them in one day. You guys should take a cue. But netizens are responding to that particular one. Let's see, shall we? Yeah. So Mr. Vibe says, may God not use... what is this right? May God not use Lamine Yamal to change my life. Is this sarcasm or is that a typo? I thought Mr. Vibes was going to say, may God use Lamine Yamal to change my life. Then there's one more I would like for you to take a look at, shall we? Wolfcoin says, yeah, Wolfcoin. With Skills, you will realize having fame is different from being successful. Now, when I saw this, I took a second and a third and a fourth look. This is some deep stuff, Ikechukwu, that fame is totally different from success, apparently. Yeah, a few seconds as we wrap this up now.
Success is simply fulfillment. Fame is just you at the spotlight. But, I mean, this story is huge. Yeah. I remember, I think about 3 years ago, I was in a bar very close to this area, and the person who was supposed to come, that particular night was Skills. I was like, Skills, what's Skills doing here? What's in do this guy? And just, the following year or 2 years after, and I mean, see Skills with Lamine Yamal and the whole Barcelona team. I'm like, okay, this is quite impressive. But when I saw his banner that he's coming...
Do you want to quickly give context to that?
Yeah, the Barcelona player
just danced to...
The song in question is actually an old song of his, Shake Body. And then the guy just, used it after a game in the locker room. And everyone just keep dancing. He's actually Barcelona's biggest, player in terms of image. And it became a thing. The whole Spain was singing it, Come on. And that's how, what's his name? Skills flew to Barcelona, was in a private jet with the guys. And I mean, it's beautiful. That prayer request really, it's real big.
It's a heartwarming story, and I'm so glad for Skills. It looks like anything is, it shows that anything is possible if you don't give up. On that note, we wrap it up. Big thanks to everyone who contributed to making the show a success. But the bigger thanks goes to you guys for watching. If you liked what Ikechukwu and I did, why don't you join us again, same time, same station, for another edition of Hashtags. Until then, I am Vivian Oguche, and bye for now.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Aliko Dangote is a Nigerian businessman and industrialist. He is best known as the founder, chairman, and CEO of the Dangote Group, the largest industrial conglomerate in West Africa. The Bloomberg Billionaires Index estimated his net worth at $16.1 billion as at November 2023, making him the richest person in Africa, the world's richest black person, and the world's 107th richest person overall. Dangote was born into a wealthy Hausa Muslim family on April 10, 1957 in Kano, which was then part of British Nigeria. Through his mother, he is the great-grandson of Alhassan Dantata, the richest person in West Africa at the time of his death in 1955. Dangote received a bachelor's degree in business studies and administration from Al-Azhar University in Cairo. The Dangote Group was established as a small trading firm in 1977, the same year Dangote relocated to Lagos to expand the company. Today, the Dangote Group is one of the largest conglomerates in Africa, with international operations in Benin, Ghana, Zambia, and Togo. The Dangote Group has moved from being a trading company to being the largest industrial group in Nigeria, encompassing divisions like Dangote Sugar Refinery, Dangote Cement, and Dangote Flour. Dangote Group dominates the sugar market in Nigeria, and its refinery business is the main supplier to the country's soft drink companies, breweries, and confectioners, supplying about 70% of the market. The company employs more than 11,000 people in West Africa. In July 2012, Dangote approached the Nigerian Ports Authority to lease an abandoned piece of land at the Apapa port, which was approved. It is now the largest refinery in Africa and the third largest in the world, producing 800,000 metric tons of sugar annually. The Dangote Group owns salt factories and flour mills and is a major importer of rice, fish, pasta, cement, and fertilizer. The company exports cotton, cashew nut, cocoa, sesame seeds, and ginger to several countries. Additionally, it has major investments in real estate, banking, transport, textiles, oil, and gas. On May 22, 2023, Dangote commissioned the Dangote Refinery, Lekki, Nigeria. The plant plans to export surplus petrol, turning Africa's biggest oil producer into an export hub for petroleum products. It also plans to export diesel, according to Dangote, who funded the refinery's construction. The refinery is situated on a 2,500-hectare site at the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Lekki, Lagos. It is supplied with crude oil by the largest subsea pipeline infrastructure in the world at 1,100 kilometers long. Dangote founded the African continent's largest cement producer. Aliko Dangote is regarded as an astute businessman with diverse interests who has contributed to the economy of Nigeria and West Africa immensely.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
We are here with the leadership of VOP Television Lagos. We do appreciate this opportunity to say Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to our viewers all over the world and admirers. Cheers.
ẹ̀yin tèmi ní nàìjíríà lókè òkun mò ń kí yín fún kérésìmesì ọdún yìí á yabo fún wa o gbogbo àlàrí bá ti ṣe táàárọ̀ náà gbégbá o. I wish my fans all over the world in Europe, America, Australia, everywhere a Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year. Catch ya next year.
All right, it is the weekend kickoff on the Voice of the People Television. This is where we unwrap what's going down this weekend as far as sport is concerned. And all our attention definitely is going to be on the round of 16 out there in Morocco, where the big boys will be trading tackles for who will make it to the last 8 of the African Cup of Nations for the 2025 edition. And of course, it's 2026. Happy New Year. On the weekend, the kickoff, the first edition for the year 2025. I am Jerry Arpelio, saying welcome once again to the weekend kickoff as it promises to be exciting. Loads and loads of action will be unwrapped as far as the Afcon is concerned. And we'll also be taking a look at the Premier League, where it looks like the title race is really hotting up between the Manchester City and Arsenal. But it looks like Arsenal, this might be their year. I don't know how the Arsenal fans think about it, but I understand why they want to play safe. They don't want to be excited yet because it's just January as far as Arsenal is concerned. Arsenal is like their marker. They know definitely how to disappoint. But I hope they will leave their marker tag and do the needful and win the title. And of course, My mind is with me, talking about David Edwin. We'll be looking at all of this and more on the program this lovely Saturday morning. All right, taking a look at So Far So Good. Good morning. It's great to have you join me once again on the kickoff this time around.
Good morning, Jerry, and of course, good morning to our team viewers out there. It's exciting to be here after a long layoff of not being on the show. But again, we're here. Let's talk sports.
Yeah, let's talk about the African Cup of Nations. So far, so good.
Right.
Are you excited with what you've seen in terms of the quality of play, the officiating, and progress from what we saw in Cote d'Ivoire? Are we seeing a better organized competition so far?
Well, honestly, there's been a bit of difference in the play, the teams, and of course officiating. I like the fact that CAF is looking carefully at inclusion of women when it comes to officiating now with the Afcon. But most importantly, in all of this, I like the fact that just like someone rightly said some few months back, there are no minnows in African football anymore. I mean, if Sudan can qualify to the round of 16, Tanzania qualifying for the round of 16 in the Afcon, that carefully means that we're seeing an Afcon that has so much beauty to give us when it comes to that beautiful game called football. Again, like I always would say, football is like biscuits. You don't know where it's going to crack from. You would never have said that Sudan, even with all of the security situation in the country, can make it to the round of 16 of Afcon. And there, I definitely would say that it's a good one in this Afcon tournament. And we hope to see fireworks starting from today when the round of 16 kicks off.
Yeah, definitely. That was a big surprise. I was rooting for the likes of Comoros, who were the surprise team in the World Cup qualifiers.
Yes.
But it looks like World Cup qualifiers is different from Afcon. Yeah, it's not about what you did in the qualifier.
It's clear, really, because as it stands, what's their name again? This country just skipped my head now. Ghana, yes.
Ghana is not the Afcon.
Making it to the World Cup and did not make it to Afcon. Comoros did, of course, what they need to do. But you see, sometimes it's about the cohesion of the team. It's about the togetherness of the team. And again, I dare say there has been some surprises in this Afcon, particularly the part where Gabon could not make it through to the round of 16.
And imagine what happened to Gabon.
It was a shocker for me, really.
Sacked the coach, and they told them, Aubameyang, you're retired. They retired some players.
Forceful retirement.
I think the sport minister took it too hard.
But again, they should be careful because FIFA would be coming with some ban. But I mean, if you come up with the ban, the World Cup year is this year that we've gotten into. Maybe the ban might just last for 3-4 years. If they get it right, they will get into the next qualification stage for another World Cup. But like I said, it's neither here nor there. But it was a surprise shocker for me that Gabon could not make it through to the round of 16. And it goes to say that African football right now is coming with so much glitz, so much glamour, so much unexpected results. And I dare say unexpected results is what we are experiencing, when it comes to Afcon. I mean, Tanzania is in the round of 16. Sudan is in the round of 16. Tunisia is in the round of 16. When you look at all of these things, you want to say, how did this happen? And again, I must say that kudos to the guys who have made it to the round of 16. It clearly means that the round of 16 would be exciting. The round of 16 would have so much to give to us. And I would say the fireworks we would see from this round of 16, if you ask me.
All right, let's talk about the Super Eagles. So far, so good. They are one of the teams that made it to the round of 16, 100%, winning 3 games apiece alongside Algeria. And of course, going to the competition, you expect the Super Eagles to do it. But I was afraid of Tunisia. But the way they blew off Tunisia and went ahead to beat Uganda with their second string side. Finally, Paul Onuachu getting to score a goal. Just before that goal, I was already critical of him because Victor Osimhen gave him a beautiful assist to bury to the net.
That was a beautiful goal. I mean, that's what a goal poacher and a striker should always do.
Yeah.
Get yourself in that position at the very right time. And trust me, he did what he needed to do. In fact, some would not even move because you would think that pass would not come through based on how Victor Osimhen did lay the pass. But he still found a way to slide his way through.
He saved himself from my own sledgehammer, because when he missed that first chance, I was already saying that it's going to take a miracle for Paul Nanacho to make it in the Super Eagles.
Right.
Immediately just after that, he scored the goal, and I said he's very, very lucky he scored that goal, because I've been critical of Paul Nanacho with all the form in Turkey. We expect him to replicate that form with the Super Eagles over time, but he's not been able to do that. But I think he makes a case for himself, maybe ahead of Akko Adams, starting behind him against Mozambique.
Well, I would only say that would be an error on the part of Eric Chell.
To change the words has already been working.
Come on. The only person I'm only having a bit of pain for right now is Cyril Dessers, because he's not getting that time. He's in the team. He has his own, plus that he will give to the team, but not having gotten the chance to give that plus, I don't know when he would get the chance. Because
fortunately for that, the competition has ended for him. Cyril Dessers is going back home. If he has not made his way back to Greece in Panathinaikos, the newly married man, I think maybe his wife needs him more this time to suit his pains. Injury update from the camp of the Eagles that Cyril Dessers has sustained a thigh injury. It's like he came to the camp with that injury, was trying to hide it. He had degraded it, and maybe no fault of Eric Chell. Players know how to hide injuries, and because I was asking why is Cyril Dessers not getting minutes, but this information was hidden until they had no choice to send Cyril Dessers back home. It means that the competition is over. In Game of Thrones, they say this watch has ended. It's unfortunate, Cyril Dessers. This would have been his first Afcon to really prove himself.
Right.
But unfortunately, it looks like he's going to end in the Victor Boniface way.
A painful one for him. Well, Victor Boniface had several chances.
Yeah, the last Afcon, he was almost ready to play at the Afcon, but injury came up.
Yes,
he didn't make it.
But on the part of Cyril Dessers, the part that really pains me for him is I see him every moment that they call him up. He wants to show up. He wants to really give his all. He wants to be visible for Nigerians to say this guy truly also gave his all. But we cannot take it away from him. He's a quality player. I mean, injuries happen to players, and right now he's a victim of that thigh injury that have forced him to go back home to Panathinaikos. But then again, we hope to see a very decent team with the Super Eagles come, I think tomorrow,
on Monday.
On Monday, against Mozambique. Some have said that it's going to be a very interesting game. But Cyril Dessers, for me, this thigh injury is going to, if you ask me, is going to really be a big blow for him, because he won't be going back to his team, but he's going back home to nurse his injury.
Yeah.
Some would say Baba won't go meet his wife.
The good thing is that his wife is going to be home this time around. He's only going to be a bachelor, and they'll make some babies. The new year. Who knows? Anything can happen. Yeah, definitely he has to put in the work.
I mean,
now he's off football.
One of the work will be put in at this point. The work of football has been suspended. The work at home should be the next one for him.
I think he has now been granted permission to leave the camp of the team for proper treatment at his club based in Greece, according to a statement made public by the official media channel of the Super Eagles. It means that even there's also talk about Ryan Ali Biosu. He's also out injured. I think these injuries will not mar the chances of the Eagles. We're not going to miss Dessers because he has not even kicked a ball
at all.
So far, so good. And of course, take a look at the attackers. Mumose, goals have been coming in for the Super Eagles. No goal drought this time around. Even if Osimhen is not scoring like it was in the qualifiers, other players are stepping up.
Well, the good part is you do not know which player is going to step up in which game. I mean, I think the first game we saw Ademola Lookman shine all of the lights. Of course, Victor Osimhen, as always, do what he knows how to do best. In fact, I dare say the last game that he captained for me was another part of Victor Osimhen that I always just felt he would do better with, and that is the part of being a leader in that team. He really shone like a million stars, and he gave his all in that game. But the concerns now would be how much of a Samuel Chukwueze are we going to see in the remaining part of these games, because if you ask me, Moses Simon has not really been doing brilliantly well. And again, I've also uncovered as well that if you take off Akor Adams from that team, whether from the second half, the Super Eagles struggle. That again is a concern that I think Coach Eric Sekuchel should carefully look into, how to hold momentum, because trust me, the Tunisians were giving their all in that particular game, because if that game had spent maybe another 10-15 minutes, maybe the Super Eagles would have drawn that game or maybe lost that game. I don't know why we have to sit back when we are winning and you're taking off players that would create chances and still have some speed with them. You take them off because you want to defend. How much of defensive acumen does the team have, and how can you manage your team if you really want to get a win? I see the Super Eagles doing better with the Mozambicans. Well, if we're going to talk about it pretty soon. But again, I honestly just feel that Coach Eric Schell should look carefully at the fact that when you plug out some players, the team struggles. The team struggles to create. And then you see them playing behind, and ball possession becomes that of the opponent. It might hurt you in the long run if you meet teams that are very, very decent. There you have it.
Edwin, let's look at the goal contribution so far with the Super Eagles.
Right.
Ademola Lookman leads with 4 goals and contribution, 2 goals and 2 assists. That shows a remarkable turnout for a player who is looking like he's going for the MVP if the Super Eagles wins the Afcon. Victor Osimhen, I don't know what's been happening. It's like he's the center of attention. And he has only 1 goal and 1 assist so far, which is rather poor for a top class player. But it looks like the goals by still come because he's still looking good. And Rafael Edika, just in 1 game, gets 2 goals. I think Victor Osimhen will be jealous. In the game he captained, Rafael Edika just throws in and scored 2 goals. And of course, Alex Iwobi with 2 assists as well, which has been impressive. It looks like the number 10 position is going to be competitive between him and Samuel Chukwueze. Samuel Chukwueze really showed him how to do it. Alex Iwobi, fantastic in the first 2 games. You must give it to Alex Iwobi. It looks like our number 10 position, finally, we're having 2 players who can plug in.
But if you ask me, I see a very strong team to be put out by Eric Schell in the next game against Mozambique, because looking at these stats now that we see here, first off, the part where Victor Osimhen just has, 1 goal and of course 1 assist, that goal for me was, one of the most impossible goals that you want to see in recent modern day football, because he did miss 1 major sitter of a free header in that same game, and of course coming to score the most difficult difficult goal in that same game. So if you ask me, he's really been what we know him to be, because in the last Afcon as well, his work rate was everywhere. He did not get the goals, but the team was free. Defenders were all about Victor Osimhen. Ademola Lookman was scoring. Moses Simon was doing his own as well. So that is what, having to contribute into the team gives to you. And I dare say that whether or not the goals are coming, Victor Osimhen being on the pitch is a major scare for any defender. And of course, Rafael Edika, fantastic player. You cannot take it away from him. I dare say at this point, Ralph and Wilfred Ndidi might be having some, tough time. But the one that I feel would be Eric Schell's major problem would be Alex Iwobi and Chukwueze. Again, Chukwueze might just be that player that is...
Can he manage the 2 of them? Maybe Chukwueze playing from right and sometimes going to number 10. At your 6, Alex Iwobi? I
would even prefer a Chukwueze play ahead of a Moses Simon. I'm sorry. Moses Simon has not really given what everybody feels he should be given.
You think
in
age
this
is
tournament.
catching up with him also?
Age on one part, yes. But
the fact he's not giving more minutes.
He's not, forget the minutes. Ralph Onyeka was given just 1 game.
Yes.
And there we are.
Got 2 goals.
Got 2 goals. His contribution was immense. And it's a good headache for Eric Schell right now, because if he thinks about the fact that, okay, if I have a Wilfred Ndidi holding up the play, can I have a Wilfred Ndidi, a Ralph Onyeka in the mix, and of course having an Alex Iwobi in that same mix?
And there's Frank Onyeka too. This is a very difficult one.
It's a major, beautiful headache for Eric Schell. But again, he has to still stick with what works for him. Akko Adams behind Victor Osimhen is visible, is working, and if that would be the way to go, keep it that way. If it's not going to work in the next game, change it before maybe the second half. But I don't see any major problem with the Mozambican side, even though they're a more compact team. I'm not going to play down the fact that also they fought their way through into this particular round of 16, and you cannot take them for granted. That will be at our own peril. I like the fact that Osimhen is also saying, look, we cannot look away from the fact that these guys made it through to the round of 16. Let's not also look away from the fact that they also fought. So we would not be looking at ourselves as a big elephant in the room, but rather as a team that wants to make it far more than this particular state that we are.
All right, of course, that takes us to the big one. Talking about the last 16, the cast of star-studded players left at the Afcon. We have Achraf Hakimi, looks like he's coming back alongside Mohamed Salah, who's been on fire. Looks like he left the goals to December. He left the goals for the Afcon. And of course, Victor Osimhen, who are ready to switch it up. As far as the knockout affair is concerned, it starts today, and when the round of 16 games resumes, and of course, there'll be games to look forward to today. And the Paris Saint-Germain defender Hakimi was crowned the 2025 African Player of the Year in November, while Liverpool attacker Salah and Victor Osimhen from Galatasaray were the runners-up in this one. And of course, the top three Player of the Year nominees, and of course the winner, are still in the round of 16. Shows that they have the teams to boost and back up the claim that they are the best in Africa.
Well, again, it's so much to talk about because, like you mentioned, the Egyptian king himself, I'm talking about Mo Salah, left the goals for Afcon. Liverpool fans will be worrying like, okay, young man, what's the plan? Are you carefully looking at what where we are in the table? But you know, that goes to tell you that if a player sees the opportunity to want to deliver both for club and country, they do it at their best. And Mo Salah is one that we carefully can admit that he has shown it for both club and country. He's one of the superstars to look out for in the round of 16. You also mentioned Achraf Hakimi, another fantastic player with PSG, did all he can with the just concluded UCL, winning the title with the PSG team, and of course still doing it well with the team. Coming back home with Morocco to give his all. Come on, you cannot look past these players. In fact, Mazwari of Manchester United is also doing amazingly well with his team as well. I'm talking about the Moroccan team. These guys are doing fantastically well with their team, and they are in the round of 16. So it's a weekend and a week of intense football. You mentioned Osimhen. We've also spoken about him. 1 goal, 1 assist. Would he be shining like a million stars come Monday? We definitely will be looking at that as well. But most importantly, I would say that the round of 16, if you ask me, would give one of the best football that this tournament would give in, of course, this weekend and the week that we get into as it unveils in the coming days.
All right, wide spot on there. We agree with you, David. And of course, after 36 matches spread across 6 groups, the 16 survivors from 24 hopefuls clash in 8 second round matches over 4 days. And of course, fit again, Hakimi is set to lead title favourites Morocco against Tanzania. Salah will captain Egypt against Benin Republic, and Osimhen inspired Nigeria tackle Mozambique. And of course, taking a peek at the bunch, we know the veteran Sadio Mane and Paris Saint-Germain 17-year-old Ibrahim Mbaye in 2 appearances off the bench have been among the stars as 2022 champions. Senegal confirmed why they are among the favourites by winning Group D. And of course, Sudan, representing the country ravaged by civil war since 2023, reached the second round despite failing to score. That's quite interesting. Their only Group F win against Equatorial Guinea came via an own goal. And I know Senegal will not be giving them any own goal. If they have any plan to win this game today, they will have to score their goals by themselves.
But the honest truth is, if you score an own goal, it simply means there was pressure on you to score that goal.
Yeah, who's going to pressure who now?
So I'm not going to look away from the fact that Senegal has several superstars in their mix, and of course, with captain Sadio Mane, a former Liverpool player, now plays his football in Saudi Arabia and Al Nassr. Look, the truth of the matter is, it's going to be a beautiful game. Bookmakers tip Senegal to win that particular game against Sudan, but I see a fight on the part of Sudan. It's still going to be a major fight, even though I also tip Senegal to win that particular game. But the most interesting part of this tournament is sometimes when you tip teams to win, that's where you see the shocker come from that same team. Would the shocker be a full 90 minutes of maybe goalless draw, or a 1-1 draw, or a 2-2 draw? It is very possible, because this is African football where you cannot predict anything to happen. Even though some have said in recent games, the North Americans have been favored by some of the officiating. Should we see any of that in this one? No, because this is not a North American, not African game, I beg your pardon, not African game. So Sudan coming to pull a fight, yes, but I still see Senegal taking the day at the end of this one, because of course you have Senegal having so much superstars to prosecute this game and give the result, the needed result, to their country and of course their fans.
All right, of course, but Sudan will have to score their goals. Where will the goals come from? Because this, like, they depend on own goals. I think this is the most ridiculous team I've ever seen.
You'll be surprised if I get one goal against Senegal today. You might be
maybe an own goal again.
Own goal or one goal, any goal.
Any goal is a goal.
But you know, it's quite interesting, really, because like you mentioned, they've not scored any goal aside one own goal that, you know, made them against I think Equatorial Guinea, that got them into the round of 16. Concerns, okay, for the Sudanese side, but let's not look away from the fact that they've been compact.
How do they take it to penalties? Because they're good at playing goalless draws.
That's where I'm going. They've been super compact on their side, not conceding, and of course not scoring. Should they have that against the Senegalese side on the 90 minutes play and maybe extra time, it might do them maybe some good favor, because penalty for me is anybody's game. I'm sorry. I don't care whoever you are. Penalty is anybody's game. Should the Sudanese drag the Senegalese to that stage? But again, it's up to Africans and of course African football fans to watch and of course enjoy beautiful football later today. You also did mention the fact that Morocco will also be taking to Tanzania, but that will be I think tomorrow. I think.
Yes, and of course the other game today is Mali.
Mali against Tunisia.
Yeah, Tunisia proved like they were going to be a house on fire, but it seems like Nigeria has doused their tension, clearing their doubt, making them know that this competition is about who was going to survive it the most. And I didn't see that coming. Drawing against Tanzania.
Sincerely, the game against Tunisia was going to be the toughest game I felt the Super Eagles were going to play.
Yeah.
But it was a walkover in the first 45 minutes.
Until Eritrea decided to give
Until Eritrea decided to just, you know, take the foot off the pedal. That for me was just the undoing of that game, because if that same firepower of the first 45 was what the Super Eagles had in the second 45, I'm sorry, Tunisia would have been the most whipped team in this tournament, because it was so obvious the Super Eagles ran them riot in the first 45. Up until Eric Chell did his changes and of course taking the foot off the pedal by the Super Eagles, and we saw what looked like what's going to be a comeback in that game. But against Mali, I dare say this would be a very difficult one. Mali compact side as well. Would they be doing the needful in this one? It's neither here nor there, but I also want to tip the Malian team to get it through to the quarterfinals, if that North African bias by some officials officiating the games in the tournament now would not come into play, because that penalty given to the Tunisians against Nigeria, I'm sorry, was so soft, nothing close to a penalty. If you ask me, I might be biased because I'm a Nigerian, but it was not worth a penalty in that game.
Yeah, talking about Mali and Tunisia, this was the game that was ended abruptly at the last Afcon, where the referee blow the final whistle at the 85th minute.
Right.
And that game ended 1-1 between Tunisia and Mali. And the referee seems that the sun was too hot. He could no longer take it. He didn't know where he blew the whistle. So all eyes will be on the referee this time around.
So now all eyes will be on the officiating referee this time, because just like I said earlier, there's been this consistent call of refereeing being biased against the North African sides, both Algeria, Morocco, Tunisia, Egypt. So with that come into play today, all eyes will be on them. And of course, we're looking forward to the CAF president, I'm talking about Mosepe, giving maybe some thumbs up to officiating from the round of 16 in this particular tournament.
All right, talking about the round of 16 game between Mali and Tunisia, South African Abongile Tom will be the official in this one, alongside his fellow South African, talking about Zakele Siwela. So all eyes will be on Abongile Tom, who is quite experienced when it comes to officiating on the continent.
Right.
I hope he will not end the game in the 85th minute this time around.
Well, if you want to see some, well, I don't want to play this very naughty narrative. If you want to see some bad officiating, maybe referee Tom might just switch up play and possibly try to favor the Malians, if you ask me, because again, as it stands, this part of, oh, there you have it. If you look at it from the perspective of a good officiating, this might just be it. This might just be it, because referee Tom from South Africa.
My play for fashion and creativity has always been like from inception, where those days I used to help my mom, tie her scarf, make her accessories and all that. So I was way into fashion a long time ago. So when I was in my undergraduate days, I was into bead making. I would buy beads and create something out of it. After graduation, I went further to acquire more skills in bead making and millinery. And from there, my support from my family and friends has helped me to a lot, and I've been able to improve the business and grow the business to a scalable one. Well, everything in Capminia Hub is made by me from the scratch. Although it's quite challenging, but with God's help, and most of the time I seek inspiration from God. Anytime I'm lost in thought or in what to create, I ask God to just give me direction, and He always comes through for me. Well, so many things inspire me to create. Like for instance, I might be going on the street, I might see something, I might wow, I can create something out of this, I might even see a flower, like a plant, I might just create a flower design from it and make a fascinator or a rose from it. So my environment and the things I see, and also, life in general inspires me. Every other business, financial constraint as one major factor from the onset. But over time, I've been able to get support from family and friends and through personal savings. And because I've been able to build trust with customers, I've been able to gain clients from there. And as such, I've been able to grow the business. And also, cost of production, and also how to get quality materials too has been a major challenge too. But all this challenge has helped me one way or the other, because I've gained insight, I've gained experience, and they have helped me to improve in strengths and my weaknesses too. And also, the gains are enormous. The gain as a bead maker, as a milliner, as a costume stylist and crafter has been enormous. Personally, I love to see people wear my brand, because it gives me great joy to see people wearing my brand for their maybe church services, for their wedding, their career day and all that. It gives me great joy. And also, I've been able to empower people. I've empowered people a lot, gain financial independence and be able to help mankind has been my major gain in this business. And of course, the business is a scalable one, so there are also financial gains, of course. And also the joy of being able to like wear my own, handmade crafts is the most important aspect for me. The government has been helping because I know SMEs program and all that, funds, grants have been in place. I've tried to apply for them one time or the other, but I'm yet to be considered. But I will not relent. I will keep trying until. So I think if the funds is being increased, I think it will help more people to like get access to it. My name is Mason Ladimola Philip, and the business is at number 2, Kayode Adebanji Street, behind Oyekola Shopping Plaza and Jakande Gate, Solo. I'm on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, and on Twitter. And my handles are @Craftsmania_Hub_Renters.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikena Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kiddies Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kiddies Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
It's a season of love, a season of joy, a season to celebrate you because you deserve it. From all of us at Voice of the People TV, we only want to wish you a very merry, happy Christmas and a prosperous New Year ahead.
Good day and welcome to Reporters File on Voice of the People TV. I am Precious Agmano. We bring you major stories from across the country through the eyes of our correspondents on the field. We begin from the Edo State. The Edo State Police Command has commenced investigation into the brutal attack on Don Pedro Obaseki in Benin City. The assault, which has sparked outrage on social media, reportedly involved a group of youth who beat and dragged him towards the palace over alleged remarks considered insulting to the Benin monarch. Police authorities say efforts are ongoing to identify those involved and restore calm. Correspondent Rhoda Johnny has more details.
The State Police Command has launched a full investigation into the recent attack on Don Pedro Obaseki in Benin City. The incident, which has gone viral on social media, involves some youths reportedly assaulting Don Pedro over alleged remarks perceived as insulting to the palace of the Benin monarch. Reports indicate that the attack was linked to statements allegedly made by Don Pedro during a meet and greet event in London for former Governor Godwin Obaseki.
Dr. Pedro Obaseki was assaulted and he was rescued, was taken to the Oba Palace and was rescued by the officers at the palace, who then brought him to the police station. The CP, Commissioner of Police, CP Monday Agbonika FDC, personally went to the division and the case and has ordered thorough investigation into the matter. We've seen the videos and of course the command is investigating the matter.
The State Police Command confirmed that they have reviewed the videos circulating online and are investigating both the circumstances of the attack and the identities of those involved. In Benin, Rhoda Johnny, GOP TV News.
Thank you, Rhoda Johnny, for that report. And from security concerns to international cooperation, and former United States President Donald Trump's announcement of airstrikes against suspected terrorist groups in Nigeria's northwest has generated widespread reactions across the country. While the Nigerian government describes the operation as joint effort to curb insecurity, many Nigerians are divided over foreign military involvement in the country's security affairs. VOP TV's Matthew Ogunswada reports.
In a major escalation of U.S. military involvement in Africa, U.S. President Donald Trump announced targeted airstrikes against Islamic State-linked groups operating in Nigeria's northwest, particularly in Sokoto State. The announcement was made on Christmas evening via social media, although details of the damage remain unclear. U.S. defense officials confirmed the strikes were carried out in coordination with the Nigerian government. In response, Nigeria's Ministry of Foreign Affairs says the operation involved intelligence sharing and strategic planning with full respect for Nigeria's sovereignty and international law. Foreign Affairs Minister Yusuf Tugar confirmed that President Bola Tinubu approved the joint operation, stressing that strikes are not targeted at any religion, emphasizing Nigeria's commitment as a multi-religious nation working with international partners to combat terrorism and protect lives and property. As Voice of the People TV, we spoke with Nigerians to get their views on this latest development and the growing international role in Nigeria's fight against terrorism.
Christmas gift that Trump gave us should continue. We want more strikes on these terrorists, because when we are able to decimate these terrorists and Nigeria is secure, then everybody can go about their normal lawful work, and then the country can grow. Because it's when you work that you pay tax and then the country grows.
Nigeria should be able to defend herself and protect her people, and I believe she is, right? But we're not seeing that happen, and people are dying, and something needs to be done. So if we have someone from the external, a foreign country, coming to help us to tackle that problem, I think it's good. So you might argue and say this, but the truth is, at the end of the day, people are dying and people need to be saved. And if somebody's going to help us do what we can do for ourselves, then let's have it.
If you are talking of not years back, that is like you are talking of paradise years back. But now, it's so scary. So scary. You cannot go to North now. Many people want to go and invest in the North. They could not because of insecurity. Yes. So we urge our leaders to put more effort to bring the peace and to stop the terrorists attacking people that are going for businesses in the North.
As Nigeria continues its fight against terrorism, many citizens say lasting peace will depend not only on foreign support, but on effective governance, security reforms, and the protection of all communities. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
And still in Edo State, residents of Benin City are reacting to controversies surrounding newly enacted tax laws, following claims that versions released to the public differ from those approved by the National Assembly. So many residents are calling on the government to urgently investigate the matter and provide clarity to maintain public trust and confidence in the tax system. Correspondent Rhoda Jenny has more details.
So Benin City have shared varied opinions following allegations that newly enacted tax laws were altered after being approved by the National Assembly. Some people expressed concern over the discrepancies between the versions passed by lawmakers and the copies officially published. They said the laws should be suspended pending a thorough investigation to ensure transparency and maintain public trust.
As a Nigerian, I condemn both of their suggestions. And whatever the presidency is looking at from different angles, why the House of Assembly is looking at, but we don't have an integrated National Assembly. What I mean is that they are not unified. Because if we're to be a place where we have a cohesive National Assembly, we won't be having all these type of things that we're having. Because this is democracy. We need what will benefit both the rich and the poor. I will advise both parties to go back to the drawing board and look for a law that will be suitable to the people. That's my advice to them.
Others, however, believe that halting the implementation could disrupt government revenue and that the matter should be resolved without delay.
It's my opinion that the implementation of this act should be delayed while the public is still interrogating the act based on the concerns expressed in public and by citizens. It's an obligation on every citizen to pay tax in an ideal society where things work. But of course, we know that in our state, that's in our country, there's always a problem of trust. And our economy in the last year has been very, very unpredictable. And I don't think this is the best time for the government to come up with tax reforms. It's not a good time at all.
Many residents are now urging the government to properly investigate the allegations and provide clarity, saying swift action is necessary to restore confidence in the tax system. In Benin, Rhoda Johnny, VOP TV News.
And meanwhile, condemnation has continued to trail the attack on Don Pedro Obaseki. The Obaseki Council in Edo State has strongly condemned the mob action and public humiliation of Don Pedro Obaseki in Benin City on December 28, describing it as an act of lawlessness that threatens public order and undermines respect for traditional institutions. Correspondent Rhoda Jenny reports.
Council in Edo State has condemned the mob violence and public humiliation allegedly meted out to Don Pedro Obaseki in Benin City on December 28, describing the incident as disturbing and unacceptable. The council said the attack was carried out by suspected individuals who are neither palace functionaries nor agents of the state, noting that videos of the incident circulating online portrays acts they described as despicable and savage. The council stressed that Don Pedro Obaseki remains respectful of the revered position of the Oba of Benin and the palace as a symbol of unity, discipline and cultural values for the Benin people.
No father, mother, brother, sister or person of good conscience can witness such sordid humiliation of a son of Benin, a respected professional, cultural ambassador, a member of a frontline noble family, without being proudly shaken. The Obaseki Council wishes to state categorically that it is not political nor partisan. Our family has always been robust enough to accommodate diverse political views and personal conviction, provided they are exercised with civility, respect for others, and strict adherence to the law. On this count, Dr. Don Pedro Agmonifo Obaseki has conducted himself honorably, and we found no justification whatsoever for the violence visited upon him. The Obaseki Council is deeply mindful of the exalted position of the palace of the Oba of Benin as a unifying force and role model for all Benin people. The Obaseki Council is in absolute support of Dr. Don Pedro Agmonifo Obaseki's action to seek full legal redress and recompense on this matter in order to stamp the rule of law over jungle justice. We are confident that the law enforcement authority will take up this matter to its logical conclusion.
He therefore called for lawful and impartial investigation into the incident, urging relevant authorities to ensure that anyone found culpable is held accountable in order to uphold the rule of law and end acts of jungle justice. In Benin, Rhoda Johnny, VOP TV News.
Thank you, Rhoda Jenny, for that report. And public debate continues to trail Nigerians' tax laws following allegations that certain provisions were altered. While some Nigerians are calling for the suspension of the laws pending proper clarification and transparency, others insist the regulations should remain in force to maintain order, accountability and government revenue. To gauge public opinion on the matter, VOP TV's Onidamola Olokuton took to the streets to hear directly from citizens.
Controversy in Nigeria has generated heated debate across the country, with allegations of alteration in tax regulation, raising questions on whether the law should be suspended or enforced. To get the views of Nigerians, Voice of the People TV took to the streets of Lagos to get people's reaction.
Let it commence first, so from there we know what the government have in plan for us.
I'm not paying tithes in this Nigeria. The money where they thief for this country to another foreign country that they discover for America, why they not return and come to Nigeria?
It's a good idea,
But the problem there is, if only our government can be accountable for every tax that we pay, because already we've not we previously used to pay tax, but they are not giving us account of how they spend the money.
I don't think, because I don't see the benefits. There are a lot of problems in Nigeria. Why are they facing on this? There are a lot of things. There's the bandits, there's corruption, there are a lot of things. Them putting tax, we are not benefiting anything from. I don't even know what is the use of the tax they are removing from our bank.
Now we want to start paying tax. Yeah. So basic amenities should be provided for us any day, anytime. Like as you can see, no lights, no water, no good hospital facilities to take care of people, you know. So if we start paying tax, they should assure us that okay, paying the tax, all these things will start getting it.
What we do by then is that we can then come out and protest against it in a peaceful way, not in and that will cause any form of violence.
The increments in goods and everything, now they want to remove money from our bank accounts. That's really bad.
They are not paying tax.
The divergent opinions on the street show that Nigerians are divided on the tax issue, reflecting the broader concern over governance, fairness, and accountability. Damola Olukutan reporting for Voice of the People TV.
Thank you, Damola. And you're still watching Reporters File on Voice of the People TV. Please stay with us. Thank you for staying with us. And as Nigerians crossed into the New Year movement across major roads was disrupted by heavy traffic and roadblocks on New Year's Eve, forcing many residents to trek to crossover services. At Living in Christ Fire Ministry, worshippers welcome 2026 with praise, prayers, and messages centered on peace, hope, and a better year ahead. Damola Olukutan reports.
December 31st into the early hours of January 1st. Movement across parts of Lagos was slowed by traffic and roadblocks as residents made their way to crossover service and New Year gatherings. With vehicles stranded in long queues, many commuters were left with no option but to trek through the road to their destinations, determined to begin the new year on a spiritual note. At Living in Christ Fire Ministry, worshippers gathered for the annual Watch Night service, marking the transition into the new year with songs of praise and heartfelt thanksgiving.
Among the faithful ones, among the glorious ones, among the successful ones, it's not one that gave to me. It's not that you even eat the best food. Now you have put on the best clothes. I said, somebody shout hallelujah! Somebody that won millions. Can all go want millions. They are in the mortuary.
The service progressed into intense prayer session as members were lifted personal and collective petitions, committing their hopes, families, and aspirations into God's hands for the year ahead. As midnight approached, congregants showed symbolic seeds into the new year, expressing faith, gratitude, and expectation for divine favor and breakthroughs. The highlights of the service was a word of exhortation delivered to the congregation, focusing on God's promise of peace, restoration, and guidance, encouraging members to remain steadfast despite challenges.
And I'm telling you, the trust you have in Him, let it be strong. Tell your neighbor again. I can never fail. I can never fail.
With the declaration of the new year, prayers intensified as worshippers prayed into the year with renewed hope, trusting for a better, more peaceful and fulfilling year ahead. The crossover service ended with joy, reflection, and optimism as members stepped into the new year believing in positive change and divine assurance. I'm Oyindamola Olokuto, reporting for Voice of the People TV.
Still on the crossover service in Benin City, Edo State Capital correspondent Rhoda Jenny captured prayers, reflections, and expressions of faith as Christians committed the year 2026 into God's hands, expressing hopes for spiritual renewal, personal breakthroughs, and fulfillment.
And expressions of faith during Christians in Benin City, Edo State, ushered in the new year with prayers and expressions of faith during crossover night services held across churches in the state. Those who spoke with VOP TV shared expectations of entering 2026 with renewed hope, expressing trust in God for divine direction, spiritual growth, and breakthroughs in their personal lives.
My expectation is to be closer and closer to God. I will look at every mistake I made last year. I will ask God to help me to correct them this year so that I will serve Him better. Trusting God that the God who preserve us throughout 2025 will also preserve us. We saw the beginning of 2026. We will see the end of 2026. This year shall be 10 times better than last year in the name of Jesus.
In this year 2026, the glory of God will be seen in our lives, and we all will have every cause to glorify His name. And I declare to you, Happy New Year!
They also conveyed hopes for peace, good health, family stability, and success in their various endeavors, while committing the year into God's hands.
I want to encourage every Nigerian to submit to God. God is our help in the midst of trouble. If we submit to God, these series of issues that we are contending with will become a testimony. My prayer is that God will help everyone, Christian and all others, to submit our hearts to God, to do what pleases God. And I am assuring everyone that 2026 shall be a very beautiful year.
I'm grateful to God for bringing us into a new year, full of God's grace, full of God's favor. And my prayer is that all of us will join together to serve God. All of us will join together to love God, to follow Him wholeheartedly, and to make Him the Lord of our life, the Lord of our decision. And when we do this, the Lord is faithful to carry us through the year.
As the year begins, Christians in Edo State remain optimistic that their prayers and dedication will usher in a season of fulfillment and testimonies. In Benin, Rhoda Johnny, VOP TV News.
And from Edo to Anambra State, still on expectations for the new year, correspondent Sochima Promise spoke with residents in Awka, the Anambra State capital. Many described 2025 as a turbulent year marked by economic hardship and security challenges, though some still counted their blessing and expressed cautious optimism.
2025 has been an amazing year, even as she counted many blessings and milestones reached within the year. Jedida is also looking forward to 2026 with excitement, being her year of graduation.
2025 was amazing. It was very exciting. I mean, this year, next year, like 2026, I'm going to be a graduate.
However, Ms. Oju did not find it easy in the ending year 2025, saying the economic situation in the country made it not so favorable. According to her, 2025 was not really a beautiful experience, but hinges her hope in a better new year.
You know the economic situation in this our country now. But we just thank God we are pushing it. Not really. You know, in this life there is some ups and downs. But we thank God. That is the most important thing. We are alive to see the end of this year 2025. And we hope that 2026 will be more better. For favor, for more life, good health, and for to achieve more this year 2026. Yeah.
Mr. Rock Abelati was on the positive lane because according to him, being alive and healthy is good fortune, though he could not rule out the fact that the economic situation in the country brought a lot of stress. He noted that at the beginning of the year 2025, prices of goods and services went up just as there has been a downward trend towards the end of the year. He looks forward to a better economic situation in 2026 with the hope reducing the rate at which Nigerians seek greener pastures abroad.
Going on the positive lane, I'm going to say it has been a very good year because I'm alive and I want to be grateful to God for life and for the life of my family, loved ones, and everybody around me. But economically, on the other way around, it has not been a funny year because there's been a lot of struggling here and there to meet up with the economic situation in the country. Things at the beginning of the country, things faced up, skyrocketing. But towards the end of the year, we cannot deny the fact that things like PMS, which is the major means of mobility, dropped down a little bit. So on the average, well, it's good. And we are hoping that the economic situation of the country will get better, so that more Nigerians will realize that coming back home to invest is better than going out of the country, because the Japa syndrome tends to kind of increase in this 2025. We're hoping that things will get better. Those on top or those up there will see the plight of the masses. The masses are not finding it funny. So we hope that things will get better and better so that people will be able to meet up and live a normal life.
A businessman, Austin, said 2025 was rough economically as the insecurity issues in the country rubbed off on businesses. He's looking forward to 2026 being a better year for him, his family, and Nigeria as a whole.
They experience difficulties and insecurities and everything. So, in general, as businessman, I know how difficult it is. I know how demand that we're receiving. Demand increase in so many ways. If you understand that this insecurity in the states play a big impact over it. So, only thing I will say is that this year so far, we thank God. And God has been faithful. That's the only thing I will say. And I'm looking forward 2026 to be a better year for me. Yes, my family and also Nigeria.
I'm Sochima Promise, Voice of People Television.
And back to Lagos, as Nigerians step into 2026, citizens are expressing renewed hope for improvement, even as concerns persist over the implementation of new tax laws that took effect today. Matthew Ogunsuado sampled opinions on expectations and aspirations for the new year.
New Year began with prayers and celebrations in many parts of the world. In Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in his New Year address wished Nigerians a happy and prosperous New Year, while assuring citizens that the year ahead will usher in brighter days for the nation. However, one major concern for many Nigerians in 2026 is the implementation of the new tax laws, which are scheduled to take effect in the new year.
The new government policy will definitely come into place. So this tax that the government is about to tax everybody, we should expect that it's not going to change, and everybody should just try and adjust with the new policy. That's all I would say. And I just believe that people should work more, do more, because it's a year of putting more effort in all you do, because the government is telling you government bringing in taxing policies, telling you that you should work more, do more, put more effort on everything you're doing. And I just wish that the government will pay interest into the work policies of various organizations, so that they can be able to pay up this tax with ease, not somebody using all his salary.
Amid these concerns, Nigerians are also expressing hope and renewed aspirations for the year ahead, highlighting goals they believe will improve their lives and strengthen the country. Matthew Ogunsuada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
And that wraps up this edition of Reporters File on Voice of the People TV. Stay connected with us by subscribing to our YouTube channel and follow us across our social media platforms at VOP TV Live. If you witness news happening around you, send videos or photos to our newsroom. I am Precious Agmanu. Thank you for watching. Join us again next time for another edition of Reporters File.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King. Thank you.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator. And I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Maiden, but last, more than No Maiden, or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you now want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and they want to cut anything come on. At VOP TV.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
From crowded city streets to rural communities, from riverbanks to oceans, individual families and organizations are joining hands to rid our planet of waste. Plastic pollution, litters, and unmanaged waste have become major threats to both human health and biodiversity. But today proves that the collective action can bring real change. Let's hear from an expert who is an SDGG advocate and the founder of EcoCity Vision, Comfort Omolara Alabi.
The World Cleanup Day is a global movement that brings millions of people together to take actions against waste. And it is significant because it is to show that waste isn't just a local problem, but a global one that affects our health, environment, and economy. In today's world, where 2 billion tons of waste are being generated every year, it is important to raise awareness concerning this, encourage collective responsibility, and inspire long-term behavioral change towards a cleaner and more sustainable future or planet. Poor waste management has caused a lot of environmental challenges like flooding, which is due to the blocked drainages, air pollution from open burning of waste, contamination of water, which has led to increase in diseases like cholera and malaria. It also contributes to climate change because decomposing of waste releases greenhouse gases like methane, CO2, and these gases trap it in the atmosphere, which causes natural disasters like flooding and Ukraine. In Nigeria, some major challenges we faced when it comes to waste management is the inadequate waste collection system. We don't have enough of waste collection services, and this has led to uncollected waste. And there's also low public awareness. People don't even know about the importance of proper waste disposal. And one problem again is the poor recycling facility. There are not enough facilities, and this has led to so many waste going to the landfill, and it has brought upon pressure on the landfill. And also lastly, the indiscriminate dumping, whereby people just dump their waste anywhere, and this has led to so many environmental challenges. It is important we take care of our environment because there are a lot of things happening in our environment that we are not aware of, and waste is something that is very harmful to the environment, and which many people don't even know about the harmful effects. We have a lot of people going through health challenges, but they don't know that the things happening in their environment are actually the one causing it. So I feel like if you are hygienic and then we are taking care of our environment, it is going to like bring more of like good health, and we don't have to spend money on taking care of our health every time.
The aim of this day is not just to pick up trash, but to raise awareness about the danger of plastic pollution, poor waste management, and unsustainable consumption habits. According to the United Nations, about 2 billion tons of municipal waste are generated each year, much of it ending up in the ocean and landfills, threatening wildlife and human health. We also spoke to the assistant of the EcoCity Vision, Okoyemi Boluwatife Afuwakwe.
So globally, it started in Estonia in 2008, where everyone has to like rush in to clean up the community in less than 5 hours. Then from there, we started locally at Nigeria, where over 60 million volunteered annually to clean up the community. And this is where Eco City Vision comes in, where everyone, both the community-based cities, the NGOs, the students, and group of people came in to clean up the community. This is what happened daily, I would say. So the plastics have affected everyone mostly, especially in my community where I've seen both rural areas and urban areas. It's like it affects us both harmful, especially for our health, where we have to take plastic as something that we have to reuse, recycle, and reduce. One thing I would say is we have to use the 3 R's, which is called recycle, reuse, and reduce. When you take care of these things, you know how to level out your plastics and not to affect human health. I feel like when you are taking out your, let's say the reuse of bags, reuse of plastics and cans and nylons, it helps us to reduce daily out footprint. When we are taking care of that and we are using it to reuse our things, it makes sure that everything is in a balanced way. My advice to people is, even if the community are not doing it, we can take up this challenge to clean up our community. It is what we do in Eco City Vision. And yeah, a lot of people have come and say, we want to volunteer for this. We have to make the community clean, even if the government are not doing anything. This is my advice to you all. You can take 2 or more 3 people, clean up your community so that it will not affect our health. And this is what we have to do daily to prevent our health.
World Clean Up Day is more than just an event. It's a reminder that the planet is our shared home. The real task is not just cleaning once a year, but building a lasting culture of responsibility and sustainability. Victoria Ogbaki for Voice of the People TV.
It begins with every one of us. This is our environment, this is our town, this is our community. And the most important thing is that we have to get our environment clean. Earth is wealth.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Every day, more than 10,000 cubic meters of sand are dredged from the Lagos Lagoon. Authorities say this unchecked activity is destabilizing aquatic habitats, threatening communities and placing livelihoods in danger. At a press briefing in Alausa, the Commissioner for Waterfront Infrastructure Development, Dayabush Alebioshu, said urgent action is needed to protect the lagoon.
What are we looking at achieving at the summit? Coming up with policies, agreeing, identifying problems, profiling solutions. I think we have admired our problems for too long, how beautiful our problems are. This is now the time to get up, speak to those problems, come up with policies, come up with laws, identify how we can conquer, and then move forward from there.
Already, erosions have claimed coastal communities such as Idotun village and the Igbejuleki, sweeping away homes, displacing families and destroying livelihoods. The Lagos shoreline has also been threatened for decades, worsened by climate change and human activities. Officials warn the illegal dredging is left unchecked could undermine waterfront settlements and escalate flooding risk. To tackle these challenges, the state government has partnered with Netherlands, a global leader in water coastal management, to find innovative and sustainable solutions. Beyond addressing these threats, the government says the lagoon holds enormous potential for transportation, tourism, fisheries and trade, if properly managed.
We have invited representatives from all of those areas, particularly the royal fathers and the heads of communities. We've invited them. They will be coming as the representatives of those areas so that they can also tell us what they're experiencing. There's going to be data collation amongst other things, and it's only when you have data you would know how to use it and how to speak to the problems.
For the state government, safeguarding the lagoon is not just about protecting the environment, but also securing the economy and heritage of Lagos. I am Onyeka Ogolo, reporting for VOP TV.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
My name is Mary Ezekiel. I'm the firstborn of my family, the only girl in the family of just two twins, so a girl and a boy. I'm the only girl. Okay, so I'm making a souvenir bag, and my whole measurement is 25 by 11, which is length is 25, and then the breadth is 11. At first, I've already sewn my cloth zip together on both sides, at both mouths. Then the next thing I'm going to do now is to apply my belts. And I look at it, I cut these two. Now, this belt is length 3 to measure where to place my handle, stitch it. When I get here, I'll pause. Then continue sewing. What I'm trying to do is now, I'm trying to sew the two parts of the bag as placement of the hand. Now I'm running to close the belts. Now I'll stitch. I've done closing the first handle of bag. Now I do the same thing I do here, is the same thing I'm going to do in the other part. I have to cut it, then start the same thing too, also in this place. I'll use my belt to measure 2 to make sure it's 2. So if it's not 2, it's going to be one side will be longer than one and the other. Stitch it. Like I said earlier, make sure you don't run the machine too fast so you know where to place the hand of the bag. This is 3 already. So this is the other hand of bag. Then I put it, close it. What I do is I run it, stitch it. Stitching it enables it to be very strong. If not, there are people that if you just buy a new fancy bag, by the time they put their load inside, before you know it, the hand will just start cutting. So me stitching it is making it not cut on time. So I'm trying to get the other parts, which is 3. I said from here to here is 3. Then from here to here is 2. Stitch it. I'm closing it now. Stitch. Now I'm done with the placements of the bag, of the hand. So I am going to cut it right now. Now this is how it is. I'm done with the handle. The next step now is to put the sides. And I'll be done with my souvenir bag. Now, To put this side, what do? I join the two mouths together. There's something we call nudging in bag. Nudging means to get the middle of the bag. Instead of you using tape to measure, you nudge it. Nudging, you get the middle, to get the center of the bag. And I'm nudging the both sides. So now this is the side. Let me measure it. 9.5 by 4. So the length is 9.5 and the breadth is 4. Now what do? I close my side to make it monitor. This is it. I'm going to close my side. If I don't close the side, these parts will be coming out, to be losing. All these hairs will be showing. So to avoid the hairs from showing and to make it look more neater, like a foreign bag, I close it and I'm stitching it. Stitching means to tie the mouth, from losing and from the ropes coming out. I've sewed the first one and let me do the second one. I'm done sewing the side. Now the next step for me to do now is for me to nudge it. Like I said earlier, nudging means to get the middle part of the bag. I'm going to nudge it. Use my scissors to get the middle. Now after doing it, I'll place the origin nudge parts on top of the other main leather. Then I move it back so I can now close it. After closing, I now place it on the machine. Then I'll run it down. Now I've gotten to the end. I'll turn it. Continue sewing till I finish the mouth of it. This is the mouth, and I'm going to stitch it to avoid it losing. Like I said earlier, you stitch materials to avoid it lose and get rough on time. People will buy bag and in less than 2 months, the bag will start losing. That's because they didn't stitch it. They didn't stitch the beginning and then the end. I'll turn it again. Look at it, I've turned the other side. Now I'm done with the first side. You can look at it. I'm done with the first side. What I'm going to do now is to put the second side, and my souvenir will be ready. My souvenir will be ready. Now this is it. I stop at and make sure you don't run very fast. You concentrate on what you are doing, so you won't end up running the machine after sewing it, you start losing it again. Now this is it. This is the cloth zip here. They call it zip loads. So I'm supposed to sew it like this, but if I sew it like this, the teeth of the cloth, the zip will be showing. So what do? I put the zip inside the material, then I close it to make my work more neater. I stitch it. Why am I using scissors to cut all the threads? To make my work very neat. Make sure as you're sewing, if there's any thread, you cut it off to make it very, very neat. I've seen other people's work that whereby after sewing, you look at it that the thread there is making the work very rough, and to make it look like they've sewn the bag for years. But when you start counting and calculating, you notice that they've already sewed the bag. They just finished sewing the bag. Now I've closed the other one to sew it. Stitch it. Now my souvenir is about to be ready. I have to trim this mouth of the belt. Trim it so the belt won't start losing out. Trim the mouth of the belt. Now you can see how neat my work is, very neat. Now what's the last thing now to do? The last thing now for me to do is to put my head zip. After passing the head zip, I close the mouth. But first, I want to make sure the cloth zip are equal. So what do? I follow this cloth zip, then I trim it off. Now this is my zip. Now I'm going to pass the zip inside the zip cloth. Now I've passed the zip inside the zip cloth. Now I'm almost done with the bag. The next thing for me to do now is to close the mouth of the zip cloth. I'm going to close the both sides. This is how I pass my thread inside the needle. What I'm going to do is I'll bend this mouth, then I can now pass the zip cloth inside. I'm done passing it, so I'm going to stitch it now. So guys, as you can see, my already made souvenir is ready. You can see how beautiful and neat the work is. No thread on it, very neat. The handle, from the closing of the bag, the beginning and everything makes it look neater. Thank you.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Welcome to Iliagbadami.
I didn't exactly talk.
I never got to say sorry for your loss.
You're where? My sister's apartment.
Hello everyone, yes, we are live at the movie premiere of Thicker Than Water.
Here in Iliagbadami, we practice our own religion.
This movie and story tells of the deep things that binds us together. And yes, the movie is directed by Yomi E. Adejumo and is produced by Joshua Enakahere. And trust me, it's a beautiful evening. And we have a lot of cast like Bimbo and Demoye and the rest of them. I'm sure you don't want to miss this. Stay tuned. So how are you feeling this episode?
And I'm feeling good. I'm good. I'm excited. I'm happy.
I'm doing good. I'm feeling good. It's cool.
What really inspired you concerning this movie?
Okay, so I think what really got me into the film, because as I said before, the script came from the director, the initial idea, and then we built on that, right? What really got me into the film was the fact about how it ended. Yeah, it ended in a way that most people would not have foreseen. You know, sometimes it's so easy to predict. Oh, the good guy wins always, but this time we decided to change things, switch things up a little bit.
Was there anything that was really challenging?
Yes.
What thing was that?
So first of all, the whole ritual bit, the end bit, it was challenging. We had to shoot it in 2 days. In the forests, it was dark, it was mosquitoes, it was cold, so that was one of the most challenging. And then for the other one, because we had a bit of an issue with our locations, so we had to compress certain days, right, into one night. So we had to do, I think about 4 days, we had to shoot everything in one night. So yeah, that was quite challenging.
All right, I know this movie is out now. And
yes.
What do you expect people to experience? What should they experience? What should they expect?
I want them to be surprised. I want them to be surprised. I want them to not expect the end coming, basically, Though there are clues here and there, for you to follow, to say, oh yeah, but for the most part, I just want them to be surprised as to how it all, wrapped up. And, is about creating conversations, and I hope it's able to do that for the audience.
So what role did you play?
So in the movie, Thicker Than Water, I played Ola.
So what's about Ola?
Well, Ola begins. This is a story of love in its entirety at the core, and we get to see the lover boy who Ola is before they transform into what they transform into, which is also powered by love as well. So this becomes one of the opportunities where I get to play, a smooth lover boy who's really in love with his woman, and I get to be a preacher of love in this film. That true love actually does exist.
So was there any challenging scene for you?
Well, basically, yes. I mean, as an actor, the scenes are always challenging because you're not playing yourself, you're playing a character. And in this one, and when it comes to, playing love roles as well, on-screen chemistry is very, very important. You need to be in sync with whoever you're playing with. I mean, the fact that you are both fantastic actors doesn't mean that when you come together on set, you will be good together as lovers. So that's one of the things that Bimbo and I had to work on before we got on set and all that. So we're really comfortable. We've been friends, but we're not more comfortable with each other and all that. So yeah, I'm playing Ola, his mindset at the location where we played him. So it's not like me. We played him. He played in a certain kind of area which you see when you watch the film. So you have to also shift your mind to be a man who fits that area. You can't go and play in Shagamu and use Lekki, vibes, that kind of thing. I'm from Shagamu, so that's why I said it before everybody comes and beats me. So yeah.
So what would you expect people to see in this movie? Because I think this movie is coming out, and what do you expect the people who is watching actually to expect?
So the thing thing is that I want people to embrace storytelling. We didn't tell this story with fluff and fat and trying to be bougie. We told it like an original story in the location where it happened. So we want people to actually enjoy real storytelling now without all the, you know, flash and dazzle and the razzmatazz. We're also, you know, taking bold steps in Nollywood now. We're entering into some new genres like horror, like thriller and all that. A lot of people have, you know, they're feared to go into it. The old Nollywood has some of that, but the new Nollywood, a lot of people have just like, leave this on board. A lot of new directors, like this director, you know, they are taking bold steps, getting into this genre, trying to tell a story. So yes, the fact is, people are going to love this. You never see the end coming, and that's what I love most about this film. It's not the end that anybody would or should expect, you know. So that's why it's a great film.
So
very great film.
Were there no fun time on the set?
Oh, there was a fun time in all the scenes. We on set, right?
Yeah.
We wanted to tell a story. Yeah. We weren't competing with each other. We just wanted to tell an authentic story. So every actor embraced their own characters, and we thoroughly enjoyed it. The director made it super easy. It was a director he is a director you can relate to, so you can actually come with your views about his scene. Now, so I think and he goes, okay, this one, okay, let's do it this way. And so I think every actor, you know, and I'm sure the crew members, everybody left happy, feeling heard and feeling like they contributed to the film, because when you come with your ideas are not tossed out the window. So yeah, it was a good one. I work with this director anytime.
Ticket on Water, I played Bassey, and you know that kind of guy that sees impending danger about to happen, and he takes it upon himself, you know, to sensitize people about it. Even when people are adamant about it, he still doesn't give up, and he just keeps, you know, trying to use every possible means he or she could lay his hands on to send the message across. That is the character of Bassey in the Kick to
So what was the most challenging thing for you?
On the whole production or the set?
It's the whole production.
First of all, the whole production, I think that was the first time I had to film in that part of Lagos, because I had difficulties locating there, because we shot the movie in one of the remote parts of Ikodu, and I had never been there.
So what was it like? Were you scared?
Not scared. I don't know, it was a mixture of mixed feelings, you know. I'm like, okay, what am I expecting, whatnot, but, you know, this is the life I chose, so whatever the call calls, we go. So that was just my major challenge. But when I got there, you know, saw the layer of the land, and obviously I had amazing cast and crew and set, and it's just like walking familiar waters. Yeah.
So what was the most emotional part for you from the scene?
From the scene, you know, the character died, you know.
That part.
That character died, not me. Okay. Not to spoil the movie for you anyway, but that was just that part, because enough said. I beg.
Was there any fun moment for you?
Yes, lots of it. Lots of it, from the cast, the crew. You know when the director yells "cut."
Yes.
Gerald, you know, you can't really explain it. You can't really put it into words. But those were my fun moments. I actually live for such moments. We, you know, as actors, I know when the director says action, we are alive. You know, doing what we have to do. But when the director yells "cut," you know, just this, gotta double down a little bit, you know.
So what would you say to people that haven't actually watched this movie and they want to watch? So what would you say to them?
First of all, I don't know why you have not seen this movie.
I'm telling you.
Really, kindly explain to me, like I'm a 5-year-old, why you've not seen Thicker Than Water. Take the mic to them. Give them the mic.
I'll give it.
But you need to watch. It's a beautiful. How am I going to explain this? Like, think about your favorite, you know, smoothie. You know, just think about it, and just imagine yourself, you know, after a very long hot day, you're sipping it in. That's Thicker Than Water. Enough said.
I liked it. It was enjoyable, fun to watch, a bit of intrigue, mystery, and the end was a bit surprising.
Was it emotional for you?
I wouldn't say emotional, but I liked the way it ended. Thicker Than Water is a thick film. It's emotionally thick. Let me put it that way. It's something that you watch and it puts you the edge of your seat while you're watching it. At the same time, it also brings about your understanding of culture, because I saw a lot of culture themes that were expressed in the film, and which is a very good thing for us as African storytellers. We are looking for how to tell authentic stories about our culture and our environment, and that is one of the things that you get to find in Thicker Than Water. And also the realities about life. You know, sometimes you think that life will go in a certain way, but there are some things you have to take in, like sibling rivalry. Some siblings never get to settle eventually. So looking at the film, I just realized that these guys are actually correct, and sometimes it doesn't even end well. Evil technically seems to win, but ultimately good wins anyway.
So with the genre of this movie, how do you see the movies in the future?
Say that again.
With the way this movie actually went, the way the shooting, the scenes, how do you see the movies in the future?
You mean African movies, Nigeria?
Well, African
movies. Yeah, this is a glimmer of hope for us. Like I've always said, Nemsia Studios, Joshua Inakahire, the Covered Company Studios, these guys are people that believe not just in quality, not just in quantity, but in quality. And so this gives us the signal towards the future that we should expect more quality productions like this and authentic stories like this one. So it's a very good sign for us. Yeah.
So were there any challenging scene that you actually saw?
Challenging. I wouldn't say there was any challenging scene. I would say, of course, in everything we do in life, there's always this room for improvement, and like we say, we keep on getting better. Even in Hollywood, I watched some Hollywood film. I'm like, maybe this would have gone this way, but that doesn't still take away the fact that it was a fantastic story that was told properly, and so there's still room for improvement. So the next one we're going to do, we're definitely going to do it much better than the last one. Like we say in the industry, we say you're always as good as your last project. Yeah.
So a lot of people have actually not watched this movie. So what would you say to them?
To those that have not seen this film, I will say to you, what are you waiting for? Like what are you waiting for? Go and see the film, and when you see the film, come online like we do, and let's share, let's have conversations around it and what you enjoyed about it. Yeah.
First, I love the name because there's been like this conversations recently, like on social media, around like how you have that whole like half saying about blood is thicker than water, but like you don't understand like the full saying. So just even coming and seeing a movie with that title, where it's like you can actually build something with someone other than family, because like you forget the second part of that saying, which I don't remember word for word, but like that brought to mind for me is the bond that they had to the point where they went and basically ruined other people's lives because like they had formed a bond and they wanted to carry that on. So I thought that was like an interesting concept for the movie.
What particular scene would you say that was very interesting for you?
I don't have one scene that was like interesting, because they were all like interesting scenes, but if there was one that like maybe had me go, I wasn't expecting that, I guess would be the fact that she didn't quite see through the guy, to be honest, because like, yes, he was like there with her and everything, but at the end of the day, he was kind of sus and he was a stranger to her. But I guess that's coming from someone like me who maybe I watch movies a lot, and it's like I can see through this person and that person, and like at very least I would suspect you. So it was the one thing I was like, maybe girl, you should have probably like paid a bit more attention to this guy. But yeah, everything else was interesting.
So as an actor in the movie Thicker Than Water, what would you say?
It's thicker than water.
Please tell us. Tell us what is thicker than water.
Blood is thicker than water. Well, I mean, the movie is really good, to be honest. From the script, when you read the script, you will never get to read it. But
it's a lot.
It's a lot. But I remember getting it. I got the script and I read through it, and they're like, read it and get back to us if it's something you want to do. So I was like, oh, okay. And I read it, I was like, tiny. Tiny. And I was reading, Then there's something you always do. You always want to see your character. But I was like, I was moving with this story and I forgot I had the character. And I was like, shit, because Tiny was supposed to be somewhere. Oh yeah, it was in that scene. Move on.
How was it like acting that particular scene? That particular... Jesus.
Which one?
You know, like the man. I don't want to call the name.
Madman.
Yes.
You watch Mad? Don't worry, I'm not mad. I'm not mad, don't worry. My mother had me tested, so I'm not mad. Yeah.
Actually, he's actually fit.
But anyways, it was will I say explorative? It was a good moment to also delve into that kind of character, because you see people around you all the time who are most times quiet. They just walk around the streets and like you ignore them. You tend to ignore them or you avoid them if they're coming too close. But trying to be into that space and trying to figure out, okay, what's going through this guy's mind. Yeah, he wants to say a lot, but because of the spoilers, can't watch it.
Oh my God.
It was quite it was an experience doing that. I remember talking with the director. It was very open, because I was like, oh, I'm doing this one. I was like, chill, relax, chop rice. This is what the script says. If you want to do it this way, you can check this. Look at this nuance of this character from this movie. And he sent me like a list of movies I had to go and watch. And I watched them and I was like, so I built my character based on this and added my own thing to it. And we had Tiny. Tiny was born.
So were there any fun moments?
Fun moment. What's a fun moment, I see? One fun moment is when they're putting makeup on me. I think it was annoying. You know, but I was wearing myself. I'm like, what's makeup? They're putting makeup. I'm a guy. And they're like, oh, Tiny, bring your tea. Then they're not putting their. You people are probing, at least buy me lunch first. You have to buy a guy dinner before you take the guy. But I mean, it was all good. But those were like fun moments. And like there was so many. And because I was kind of always away. It was a personal thing from all the other characters. Not like I was trying to be this thing shy. I was shy. I was super shy. Yeah. All right. But I just had to, because Tiny is someone that is a socially awkward character. Yeah. So I had to be away from them. Personally, I just went away from each of these characters, and that's one thing I did to try and get the best of this character.
What would you say about Thicker Than Water?
Thicker Than Water was is a really great film. I really enjoyed editing it. I was the editor for this film. And through the process, first of all, I read the script and I loved the story. When the producer told me about the film, sent me the script, I loved it. I also loved the fact that the film ended the way it ended. Yeah, it was really exciting. Interesting fact is I didn't really get the ending until I was editing. So I was just watching my cut and I was like, oh wow, it's the sister that's in this body. And I was like, it blew my mind because I didn't get it, all along. So and then I loved working with all the guys in the post-production team, the sound designer, the colorists, the VFX guys, and it was amazing. And I loved the thoroughness from the director, and he's very intentional about everything he wanted, and I just have to do everything I can to achieve everything, which was really good. And then I loved the cinematography. It was really amazing. I had a lot of materials to work with. That's the joy of any editor.
So during the process of your editing, were there any scene that was challenging for you, that you felt that was challenging?
The ritual scene.
Oh my God.
This is what happened. I edited every scene and I left that one. And that scene, I think they shot it in 2 days or so, 2 nights or so. So it was a lot of materials, And what I did was I just finished editing every other thing, and then I took some days off to calm my head, and then I went back to that scene. And it took me, I can't remember how long, but it took me a while to cut that scene. And then after that, I sat with the director, and then we now fine-tuned everything.
Nice. So people that have actually not watched this movie, what would you say to them?
You need to watch it. You need to watch this film. Go to Amazon Prime now and watch this film. This is I would say it's the best horror film from Nollywood.
And yes, this is where we draw the curtain for the movie premiere, Thicker Than Water. Trust me, it was a beautiful evening, and it was a beautiful movie. Trust me, this movie didn't just talk about the sacrifice. It talked about the love. It talked about the bond. It talked about the sacrifice that family, the ties that family shares together. And trust me, it was a beautiful movie. I'm sure you don't want to miss this. You have to watch this. And yes, this is VOP TV. Don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle and subscribe to our channel for more inspiring updates. Until next time, I am Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga Paraputa of them and the General Overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King. Hi
guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They say they call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me. My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Mind but last, more than No Mind or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. A VOP TV.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
Voice of the People. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikena Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Shaka, who was born in 1787, died September 22nd, 1828. Zulu chief, founder of Southern Africa's Zulu Empire. He is credited with creating a fighting force that devastated the entire region. His life is the subject of numerous colorful and exaggerated stories, many of which are debated by historians. Shaka was the son of Senzangakona, chieftain of the Zulu, and Nandi, an orphaned princess of the neighboring Langeni clan. Because of his parents belonged to the same clan, their marriage violated Zulu custom, and the stigma of this extended to the child. The couple separated when Shaka was 6, and Nandi took her son back to the Lengani, where he passed a fatherless boyhood among a people who despised his mother. In 1802, Langeni drove Nandi out, and she finally found shelter with the Desheni, a subclan of the powerful Mtetwa. When Shaka was 23, Dingiswayo, the Mtetwa paramount chieftain, called up Shaka's Letsani age group for military service. For the next 6 years, he served with brilliance as a warrior of the Mtetwa Empire. Senzagakona died in 1816, and Dingiswayo released Shaka from service and sent him to take over the Zulu, which at this time probably numbered fewer than 1,500, occupying an area on the White Mfolozi River. They were among the smallest of the more than 800 Eastern Nguni Bantu clans, but from the day of Shaka's arrival, they commenced their march to greatness. Shaka ruled with an iron hand from the outset, melting out instant death for the slightest opposition. His first act was to reorganize the army. Like all the clans, the Zulu were armed with oxide shields and spindly throwing spears. Battles were little more than brief and relatively bloodless clashes in which the outnumbered side prudently gave way before extensive casualties occurred. Shaka first armed his men with long-bladed, short-hafted stabbing assegais, which forced them to fight at close quarters. He then instituted the regimental system based on age groups quartered at separate kraals and distinguished by uniform markings on shields and by various combinations of headdress and ornaments. He developed standard tactics which the Zulu used in every battle. The available regiments, known collectively as the Impi, were divided into 4 groups. The strongest, termed the chest, closed with the enemy to pin him down, while 2 horns raced out to encircle and attack the foe from behind. A reserve, known as the loins, were seated nearby with its back to the battle so as not to become unduly excited, and could be sent to reinforce any part of the ring if the enemy threatened to break out. The battle was supervised by indunas, or officers, who used hand signals to direct the regiment. An MP consistently covered 50 miles a day, living off grain and cattle requisitioned from the kraals it passed, and accompanied by boys who carried the warriors' sleeping mats and cooking pots. In 1827, Nandi died, and with his mother's death, Shaka became openly psychotic. About 7,000 Zulus were killed in the initial paroxysm of his grief, and for a year no crops were planted, nor could milk, the basis of the Zulu diet staple, be used. All women found pregnant were slain with their husbands, as were thousands of milch cows, so that even the calves might know what it was to lose a mother. Early in 1828, Shaka sent the Impi south in a raid that carried the warriors clear to the borders of the Cape Colony. They had no sooner returned, expecting the usual season's rest, than he sent them off to raid far in the north. It was too much for his associate and 2 of his half-brothers, Dingane and Mlangana, together with an Induna named Mbopa, murdered him in September of that year.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpehon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hello and welcome to Health Check, compliments of the season. This is a program where we examine the issues that shape our health, our choices, and our quality of life right here on Voice of the People Television. I'm Praise Peters, and we're glad to have you join us on this week's episode of Health Check. Well, please remember to join us live on SLTV channel 264 and on YouTube at VOP TV Live. And of course, follow us across all social media channels as well. Well, today's really an interesting conversation. We're going to be having a very interesting conversation. This episode is full of festivities, right? And as the year draws to a close, many of us are reflecting on achievements, lessons learned, and plans for the year ahead. But one thing and one important area that we often overlook during this period is our health. And that's why we are here to shed light on that. So the end of the year presents a perfect opportunity to pause, to assess our wellness, to adopt our healthy lifestyles, and make informed adjustments that can significantly improve our long-term wealth, health, and healthy outcomes as well. So at the same time, this season is filled with celebrations, Christmas gatherings, end of the year parties, New Year festivities, all of which comes with lifestyle choices and can either support or undermine our well-being. On today's episode of Health Check, we're focusing on year-end wellness checks, practical healthy living advice, and how to enjoy the festive season responsibly and in moderation. Emphasis on that, in moderation, without compromising your health, of course. And it's going to be quite a flexible conversation today, so sit back and watch and listen and learn, of course. So to guide us through today's important conversation, I'm joined by Dr. Charles Adiogo, a wellness physician and public health advocate. You're welcome, doctor.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for joining Health Check.
Thanks for having me.
Compliments of the season.
Wish you the same.
Dr. How has it been? Okay, so this season is the season of holidays, right? Do you take breaks?
Well,
with your profession?
We try to,
You try to.
but there's a lot of pressure, you know. We don't typically have breaks, you know, because emergencies can happen anytime. But we have to have a healthy work-life balance all the same.
That's a big one. I must say that's a really huge sacrifice, because on New Year Day, I want to go and eat my rice to just be with my family. Just imagine I don't have an emergency. Hello, please, you're needed at the hospital. I wonder how that must feel.
That happens all the time, but that's what we signed up for.
That's what we signed up for. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so doctor, today we're going to be talking about, December festivities, everything that we are to, do as to live a healthy life, even with, all of the celebrations and holidays, of course. So, you would agree with me that December has a way of making everyone feel very relaxed. Let me put it that way. I saw a very funny tweet that says, okay, the company has not closed for the year, but my brain has shut down for the year. When I saw that tweet, I was like, you people should allow the year end first now, So everyone tends to be very relaxed. We just want to sleep less, eat more, omelette. This is the season, party after party.
Yeah.
And we just tell ourselves that let's eat. This is the season and we'll fix it in January. Well, that's where you come in. So, all right, from your experience, does the human body actually agree with December mindset?
Well, the human body does not have any actual clock to know that this is January or March or June or December. But the truth is that, we always talk about it on this show, and we always advocate that, whatever you do to your body responds, appropriately to whatever you put in. So garbage in, garbage out. And then that tells you that whatever your lifestyle decisions, your choices, they overall, play a huge role when it comes to your wellness. So in the spirit of the season and in the festive celebrations, we have to be moderate in everything we do. Moderation is key. You don't overeat, you don't overdrink, you don't forget your exercises, you don't party and forget to get enough rest, and then you don't just keep binging
mama calls.
Exactly. You don't keep binging on energy drinks to stay alert and all that. You don't do that, because your body requires, the needed rest. In as much as this is the time where you have all sorts of gatherings, like you said, all sorts of parties, concerts, never ending, dirty December.
Yes, make December dirty.
Activities, you still want to make sure that you are in control of everything you are doing and making sure that you put your health as priority. Because while you are eating, you don't just eat for the sake of eating, you are eating intentionally. Everything you are drinking, you're able to be accountable for what you do, because whatever you do to your body responds to it. So if you feed your body right, your body will give the right response. And if you overeat, you overindulge, or you take things that you're not supposed to take, your body also reacts. It is during this season you have a lot of people coming down with all sorts of enteritis, diarrhea.
Exactly.
Because they keep eating from party to party. They
not
leave
minding how those foods are cooked.
Just keep downing everything from one party
I like the word downing.
to another place, and then they keep eating all sorts of things that normally they would not eat. And a lot of people, in the name of trying to get new experiences, they try out new foods that they are not used to. And this can also pose some challenges.
Allergies and
food allergies and all that. And then people who also have food intolerances. Certain people have certain food sensitivities that, they are supposed to stay off certain classes of foods. But because, this is dirty December, I let down your guards, feel free, eat anything. We'll fix it in January.
Exactly.
But even before January comes, you may end up as an emergency case if you are not careful. So it's very necessary that you eat intentionally and that you stay within the bounds of moderation and self-awareness. Anything that you know is not appropriate for you. If you know you are lactose intolerant, you stay off those kind of foods. If you know you have gluten sensitivity, you stay off those kinds of food. If you know, everybody, of course, moderation with alcohol, that there is no brainer. You know, that's what applies to everybody. You can't overindulge in alcohol, because if you do, you're going to have the detrimental consequences of that. And you make sure that you get enough sleep. We can't overemphasize that. Getting enough sleep, so you're not living from one all-night concert to another all-night concert to another Christmas Eve or New Year's Eve activity, and you're not giving yourself the needed rest. It's very essential that we all pay attention to this, so we don't have complicated cases during this period.
There's something I actually like that you said, being in control of your activities. So your peers or people around you don't get to choose how
they don't need to influence you.
Yes, don't have to influence your decisions as to what you eat, where you go and everything. If you're not comfortable with anything, it's okay to say no.
Yeah, it's okay to say no. You must have your boundaries, you must have your limits. The fact that you are within a gathering and they are all doing a particular thing that you know in your own health or well-being is detrimental to you, you don't have to join the crowd, because your health is on you, your decisions are on you. So, and if you do something wrong, you pay the price for it. The people that pushed you into it will go scot-free.
Exactly.
They're not going to lie on that hospital bed
with you.
So you have to make the right choices and the right decisions and be able to say no and be able to draw up your boundaries and stick to those boundaries.
Wow, this is already getting very interesting. So are people hear wellness checks and think it's something that only rich people do or very sick people do? So in simple terms, we're still talking about wellness check here, even while we are paying attention to, festive season and what we do around this period. So what is a wellness check, and really, who truly needs one?
Well, as the year is wrapping up and you're looking into the new year, and I know a lot of people are looking into the new year with high hopes, aspirations, objectives, and goals to meet up with. But you can only do that when you're healthy. Yeah. So this is a good time to actually reflect on how your health has been this year. And if you have not gone for any wellness check, this is the time to go for a wellness check. Have a doctor assess you, from head to toe, do all your blood work, do all your possible investigations that are appropriate for your age, and take the recommendations of your doctor, because those wellness checks are not just done for the sake of doing them. You are doing them to pick up a thing or two that you can nip in the bud early enough, so that any findings, that requires you doing something about it, you are able to do something about it quickly. Because a lot of people neglect those early subtle symptoms that come.
What I know does not kill me. What I don't know does not kill me.
Well, it can actually kill you. It can.
In this context, it will kill you.
And even if it doesn't kill, it can maim you or incapacitate you. Yes. Because people have strokes because it wasn't that they needed to have that stroke. It was preventable. If they had picked up some things earlier, started some lifestyle changes earlier, some dietary changes earlier, started some medications earlier, things would have been under control. So it's very necessary that those wellness checks, you go for them as the year wraps up, so that you can start the new year, on a clean slate with a bang.
You don't
ready
want to
take
spill
on,
over.
Exactly, ready to take on your dreams and focus on everything you need to do, and your energy and everything is optimal.
And there is something about knowing that you are healthy. It gives you, this refreshing feeling to forge ahead.
And confidence, because you have all it takes. You are fortified, and you have taken all the lifestyle changes that you need to push yourself forward and propel you towards your dream. But a lot of people think it's only for the wealthy, like you said. But the truth is, when it comes to health, you need to budget for health. So don't wait till you say, until I have money. Because a health challenge or a health emergency will not write you a letter when it's going to come. It just happens.
And when it comes, the money will come out one way or the other.
Thank you. The money will come out one way or the other. So why do you want to wait till that time and put your life at risk? Because when it comes to health, we should realize that it has to do with our life. It's a life and death issue. You get it right, you live. You get it wrong, something goes wrong, and it may be potentially fatal. So it's very important that you budget for your health. You don't wait for an emergency. We need to inculcate that habit as a people, that we don't wait for an emergency to happen before. Budget for your health. Always a fraction of your income must be allotted to health, must be designated to health. You don't wait till an emergency happens. And I tell people, you don't become a candidate for a hospital only through sickness. A person crossing a road and an accident happens, becomes a patient immediately. A person at a construction site that falls from a height becomes a patient immediately. That's not being ill, because they woke up early, they were normal till that accident happened. So an accident can really, make you an emergency case, and God help you if you're not prepared. So it's very important that you have, some amount of money saved up somewhere, budgeted towards health. And if you're not sick or you're not on admission, then this is the time to use that money for a wellness check. And you do a test that is appropriate for your age bracket. There are some tests that are mandatory for people of a certain age group. So you run those tests, go for all your screening tests. And based on your family history, any prevalent illness in your family, you are screened for it early to know if you also are developing it or it's already on the way, so that you can tackle it while it's still simple and things are not complicated yet. So we encourage everybody in this season, while you are celebrating, also pay attention to your health, so that in the new year, you will have fewer hospital visits, you will have fewer complications, regarding your health. And then you would actually know the kind of things you need to change, the dietary and lifestyle changes you need to adjust to in the new year. This is the time to make those preparations, And during this celebration, you want to make sure that what you eat, you are intentional. Only what nourishes your body.
Yes.
Only what nourishes your body and does your body good, not just because people are eating it, not just because it looks nice, not just because it tastes nice, but it is a factor of the nourishment you get from it and the quality it brings to your life. So that is what we mean by being intentional when it comes to your diet. So it's not just about following the crowd. It's about you doing what you need to do to nourish your body.
Wow, that's a big one right there. You talked about starting the year on a clean slate. And most people don't actually pay attention to this. We just, focus on New Year resolution. So I'm starting this year. Oh my God. No.
I won't fight people again.
I won't fight people again. I'll be a good girl.
My best behavior.
I'll be of my best behavior. And all of that. And we do not pay attention to the fact that your health also needs to start the year on a clean slate.
Yeah.
So starting the year on a clean slate also involves going for wellness checks. And that's what you're emphasizing on, right?
Correct.
Yes. And you talked about intentionality. We should not just look at, this food is sumptuous, it is scrumptious. We should make sure that what we are eating, we are very intentional about it.
Very intentional
That's
about
amazing.
it.
Well, let's talk about people that have gone a full year without visiting the clinic. And they're like, the Lord has done it. This year, we are going again next year, and they do not, take out time to even go to the clinic and everything. Like everything just feels fine. So what would you say to this set of people? Should they just relax, like feel slightly concerned, or should they do something about it? Like, is it fine to just relax when you're not noticing anything? What would you say to such?
Well, from experience, having a clean bill of health doesn't mean that it will always be that way. People who had a clean bill of health last year does not guarantee that this year it will be the same. Because the truth is, you're getting older every day and new things crop up every day. So for people who, anyway, let me give a practical example. I've seen people who, will come to the hospital and they're diagnosed of a very serious illness, but they will tell you that 3 years ago, they still did a comprehensive check and there was nothing. They were given a clean bill of health. There was no test they did not do. They even went for the scans. They did everything. Everything was intact. And since 3 years, have you visited the hospital for anything? No. But now, 3 years later, something serious is cropping up. And they are wondering, how can this be? The truth is, because you had a clean bill of health the last time, doesn't mean it will always be like that. This is a constant, periodic check, a constant monitoring. It's like a surveillance. You're always looking out for something, because that's the only way to be on top of your health. Because if you don't always check, you may not know. It is not every illness that presents early with symptoms that are easily recognizable. Unfortunately, even some of the very potentially fatal conditions only first show up when things are already advanced. So nobody prays for that. And the last thing anybody wants to hear is, if only we picked this thing up just like 3 months ago or 6 months ago, the outcome would have been different. But that's just living a life of regrets, because you cannot turn back the hands of time. So you don't want to be found in that situation. The best thing that you can do, though it sounds expensive, now, but you would know that on the long run, it's actually the best decision. When you are asked to go and pay X amount of money for your wellness check, you ask yourself, well, I'm not sick now. Why am I going to pay that kind of money? For what now? And they'll end up not finding anything like they did the last time. You never can be sure, you know. But mind you, if you use that money for something else, you buy Ashwebi, you go to party, you do anything you want to do, or you change your phone, and you're feeling happy in the new year to start with a new phone in the new year. The truth is, God forbid, if something comes up and it's already a complicated case, managing the complication of an illness that would have been nipped in the bud early is far more expensive than managing the condition itself. So if you had found out early, before things escalated and got more complicated, it would have been, you know, easier for you to manage. You will go through less stress and you will pay less.
Exactly.
Than for it to get complicated.
We need to also emphasize on the fact that money spent on taking care of your health
never a waste.
Is never a waste.
It's never a waste.
Really, because some people can actually, you know, take a test and say that, oh, nothing is wrong with them, and they start having regrets like, if I had known, I wouldn't have even bothered.
I tell my patients that if you come out with a clean bill of health, just know you bought yourself peace of mind. And knowing that you've done...
And that's worth more than...
Yes, and knowing that you've done the needful and that you're doing your due diligence when it comes to your health, because that is part of self-responsibility. Because you can't expect your health to be neglected and you pray for a good quality of life. It's not going to happen. So it's very important that you do your part. If you get a clean bill of health, yeah, thank God, it means you're doing something right, which you should continue. So it is not that, you know, some other people, because it gave them a clean bill of health, they now misinterpret that to mean I am free, I have the license to do as I want, to eat, to eat as I want. You know, they told me, the doctor said nothing is wrong with my sugar, nothing is wrong with my cholesterol, I'm free to eat anything. You know, you don't do that. Getting a clean bill of health simply tells you that you're doing something right and you need to continue that for you to maintain that stable state of health.
Yes.
So it's essential to know that.
Yeah. So you mentioned eating recklessly and all that. Are there any sicknesses or any health conditions that could be underlying in certain foods that we eat in the festive season that we should pay cognizance of? Because some people don't actually pay attention to things like that. So are there certain foods that we should pay attention to and not eat during these festive seasons that could pose a health condition in the future?
During the festivities, you know, a lot of people exchange gifts, cakes, sweets, and all that. A lot of sweet stuff, sugary stuff, high carbohydrates laden foods, you know, are relatively common in this part of the world during this period. And you find that a lot of people let down their guards. They say, I don't take ice cream normally, but you know, this is Christmas, you know.
Let's enjoy ourselves.
Yeah, so they overdo things, they overdo the sugars, they overdo the processed foods, they overdo, things that are not really, really natural, just because they just want to have a feel that this is holiday time, let's do what we don't normally do, and they overdo it in the process. And especially for those who have not been on regular wellness checks, they may have been on the verge of being pre-diabetic, for instance, maybe during the year, or high cholesterol. Yes, it could actually just tip you in the wrong direction, because if you are actually eating, you know, out of control, because now there's also the potential risk of overeating. You know, portion control becomes a problem for a lot of people, because people would say, is that all you're eating? Eat more now. Can't you see how many wraps of fufu the other person is eating? Why will you eat just two and you say you're good? You know, and you're pressured to eat a lot, or you yourself, you now suddenly have a huge appetite for food unusually. At the end of the day, this overeating
sometimes you might not even have huge appetites. You are full, but you're seeing that food. It cannot waste.
And this is not the normal period. This is the festive season.
Exactly.
Where it's all about party and eating. So
there's always food. So you really have to control yourself.
So the discipline level goes down. The self-restraint goes down. A lot of people let down their guards, and, you know, portion control becomes a big issue. So not many people can say, you know, at the end of the day, you find that a lot of people become overweight. You find that a lot of people with diabetic issues previously may have poor glucose control, blood glucose level control. Even people who are hypertensive, you may find them pounding up more on their cholesterol intake, and all those things can have detrimental effects on their health, basically. And people are likely to exercise less because they are always in the midst of friends, in one gathering or the other. Then, of course, alcohol, a lot of beer, a lot of hot drinks, a lot of whiskey flying around, and you find that a lot of people just binging on these things, and ultimately, they either damage their liver or they worsen an already pre-existing condition that they had that they probably didn't know about.
Talking about pre-existing conditions, we're talking about things like high cholesterol, diabetes, and all of that. So December can feel like temptation, can feel like a temptation marathon and all of that. So how do they actually enjoy the season? Because we've been talking about how that they should have self-control and all of that, but some of them still really want to enjoy themselves. So really, from your professional point of view, how do they enjoy the season without underdoing or overdoing the whole year of discipline and all that?
So we just have to wake up to the reality that December is really not different from any other month.
Surely.
So that's the first. That's the first thing to consider.
Yes.
Then you should also know that whatever you've been doing right must also apply in December. So your portion control still applies. Your regular sleep and exercises still applies.
And they shouldn't feel bad about it.
You shouldn't feel bad or feel guilty about it. Then, of course, taking your medication, if you're on any medication, this is not the time to say, because this is Christmas, please, we've been doing this from January to November, let's relax.
Like you said,
now.
the body doesn't have a clock.
There's no clock, so
Yes.
the body is just the same anytime. So you make sure that you do all that is expected of you, all those healthy lifestyles, you make sure you stay compliant with them. Portion control is important. Make sure you eat a balanced diet. Make sure you drink sufficient water, and then make sure that you eat as natural as possible. We cannot overemphasize this. This is always relevant. Less food with preservatives or additives, less food with artificial colorings, less food with processed meats or processed foods in general. If you want to do your juices, let them be as natural as possible. All this, you can't go wrong with your fruits, with your vegetables. You can play along those lines, and then you make sure that you can have healthy snacks. Healthy snacks that you can eat in between meals. You can have your nuts, your healthy nuts. You have the almond nuts, you have the walnuts, you have the peanuts. For people who are not allergic to nuts, people that are not allergic to the nuts, yes. And then basically you can also have some very enriching drinks. You can have some good protein shakes, that are very good and will nourish your body. Yes, smoothies, yes, all those are very, very good, and they will actually help your digestion. Make sure that because you're eating so much, your fruits and veggies are important. You need fiber to help you digest your food well, and so that you don't get constipated in this period. High fiber diet is important for movement of your, because a lot of people may end up having serious digestive issues because of overeating. So you make sure that you're drinking enough water, a high fiber diet, you stay physically active. All those are very important, and they are mandatory. And there's no timetable to it. So it's not like it's suitable in June or in December, it's a different thing. It still applies now. So moderation in what you eat, very, very key. And making sure that whatever you eat nourishes your body, not just because you crave it.
Profound. That's very solid. But I'm really, really concerned about medications. All right, so I must say I'm also guilty of this. There is some kind of excitement and this hyper, feeling you just have during the festive season. You're like, the drugs can wait. Let me enjoy it first. So I really want you to talk about how dangerous that is, the kind of threat it could pose to our health, and of course how we can stay consistent regardless.
So treatment compliance is very important, because there are certain conditions that the treatment is not negotiable. You just have to be on those medications, especially people who are managing chronic illnesses. These are illnesses that are long-term managed illnesses. So you have to be on your routine drugs, because they are routine drugs, meaning that you have to take them daily, because it becomes a part of you.
That's why they're called routine drugs.
That's why they're called routine drugs. So those routine drugs, they are mandatory. Like, there's nothing you can do about it if you want to stay healthy. If you don't want things to get complicated, if you don't want to have an emergency, you just need to make it a part of you. So whether it is the festive period or it is the non-festive period, it doesn't really matter. routine is routine. So every day you are meant to be on these medications, then you should be on your medications, like the antihypertensives, like the oral hypoglycemics for diabetic control, you know. And for other people who have other long-term illnesses that they require routine medications, they need to be on these medications and they need to be compliant. Because the truth is, being human, at some point, you may feel, I'm tired of these medications. I've been taking them for a long time. Do I have to keep
Just
taking
take
this?
a break for now.
Yeah, but the truth of the matter is when you remind yourself of the complications and the things that can potentially go wrong when you stay off those medications,
Just have to keep going.
that will be a motivation for you to do the needful. Because it's always easier for you to manage the disease and manage it well than to try to manage the complications. In
When it
fact,
gets
most times
worse.
complications can't even be managed because complications will deteriorate so quickly, can be potentially fatal, very expensive to manage, and nobody wants to find themselves there. When you can actually tackle it when it is not serious yet. So for those on medications for chronic illnesses, the best advice to you is stay compliant with your medication, adhere to your doctor's prescription, and make sure that you don't get tired of those meds. Even when you do, try to encourage yourself. And this also goes to the loved ones and the relatives and friends of such people, to encourage them, you know, to make them, you know, see the silver lining that, look, you can manage your condition well and still have a good quality of life. So we all need that support around us to keep us going.
Really. Let's all help one another. So it's been a really interesting conversation. Right about now, we're going to take a short break. And when we return, we'll talk more about this topic of discussion. Please stay with us. Welcome back. This is still Health Check on Voice of the People Television. I'm still Praise Peters, and I'm still joined with Dr. Charles Adeogo. And we've been talking about how you can manage your health adequately in this festive season. We've talked about making sure that you're in control of your health, making sure that you stay put to the nutritional things you need in your body. Be intentional about what you eat, be intentional about your sleep, and all of that. So, Doctor, we're still talking about lifestyle realities in this festive season and all of that. So, I must confess that sleep suffers in December from traffic. People travel, you know, traffic, parties, end of the year deadlines. People are running on vibes, coffee, taking caffeines and all of that. So we really need to know how dangerous this is. So what does poor sleep actually do to the body? Because when we know what we are up against, we better manage things. So
yeah, so sleep deprivation, like you rightly said, is a very key problem that happens during the festivities. A lot of people are going for the endless concerts, you know, like you said, travels and trips. But we need to also know that you need a healthy balance. You need to maintain a healthy balance when it comes to your sleep. If you don't get the needed hours of sleep, your body pays for it in different ways. Through, you may find out that you're having low energy levels, you're feeling lethargic, you're having headaches you can't explain, you're having muscular aches and pains, yes, irritability, yes, cranky, and easily angered, you have a very short temper, and then you also notice...
Funny how some people don't know that it is sleep that is causing
exactly,
this.
that happens.
I don't know why, I just feel angry.
Why is your body peppering you
exactly.
like this? Exactly, yeah, because it's a form of stress.
Really
and then most importantly, your body interprets it as stress. Because when your body can't regulate itself to put itself to sleep, get refreshed, because that's the natural mechanism by which your body replenishes itself, rejuvenates itself, and then revitalizes itself. So if you're not getting that sleep, what will happen is that your immune system would even pay for it, because you become more vulnerable to illnesses, you're able to pick up infections. Your body cannot actually defend itself like it should. So you find out that you fall ill more frequently when you are sleep deprived. And then we now talk of the emotional and psychological effects, and even the mental health effects of insomnia or sleep deprivation. A lot of people, when they don't get to sleep well, they notice that they are at risk of having elevated blood pressure, and they are also prone to having anxiety disorders, because when you're not sleeping, your head is firing. You're always thinking of your next deadline, what to do next, all the things you have undone, and this, worsens your stress levels ultimately. And for a lot of people that also have an existing mental health disorder, it may actually give them a crisis, tip them into a crisis and make things worse for them. So it's very essential that we have a healthy balance between our level of activity and rest. Rest is mandatory. It is not something that you can say, okay, when it comes, it comes. It's not negotiable. For your body to perform optimally, you need to get the needed rest. Yes, that's the only way you can actually do well and be a healthy person. And a lot of people don't know where to draw the lines. You must have boundaries when it comes to your level of activities. You must have your normal working hours and you have your rest hours. So when it gets into your rest hours, you should shut down. Shut down physically, shut down mentally, shut down emotionally, so that you can, get your body the needed rest it needs for it to function well. You can't expect so much from a body that you're not nourishing, in terms of food and in terms of enough rest, because all this ultimately play out, when it comes to your general well-being.
Yeah. So let's talk about exercise now. So some people might not have all the time to hit the gym and all of that. So could things like dancing in parties serve as exercise? It's movement now. Not emotion.
Yeah, dancing is a form of exercise.
So
yes.
how can we,
Absolutely,
and then
that works.
That as well as emotional stress. So how can we manage emotional stress, and how does it quietly show up in our bodies? Let's just answer those two in one.
Okay, so when you dance, yes, it's good exercise. That helps you circulation and all that, and the endorphins, the feel-good hormones. Your mood is brightened, and you cheer up, and you just let go, and you're happy. You enjoy the moments. That's fine, and it's healthy. But all the same, emotional stress or emotional distress, like you suggested from your question, is something that comes to everybody, but it's how you manage it that counts. A lot of people are less expressive. Even when they're going through a lot of distress, you may not even notice anything on them. They are bottling in so much, they've sucked in so much, and you would absolutely not sense it around them. But for other people, you find them lethargic, you find them, uninterested in things, and then it shows that, they're showing maybe mild signs of depression. And for some other people, you may actually find them having sleep disturbances. And ultimately, for somebody who is a worker or a professional, it may show up as brain fog, brain fatigue, and then, the clarity of the mind reduces, lower concentration at work, and ultimately the proficiency at the, on the work is affected. There's a decline in the proficiency because the person is not working with a clear mind and a clear head. So emotional distress is something that requires proper management on the part of the individual, knowing that you can only do something about what you can control. The things that you can't control, then you just have to find a way to not bother too much about them.
So I'm so sorry to cut you short there, but mental health often doesn't go on holiday, right? So for some people feeling lonely, they're feeling overwhelmed, feeling burned out, and everyone else seems happy. What would you like them to know?
I'd like them to know that whatever challenge they're going through that is putting them in that state is not peculiar to them. Because even the people you see dancing in the parties, if you actually sit down and ask them,
everybody's going through a lot.
Everybody's going through something, but the coping mechanism differs. So a person can actually be going through something worse than you are and may not be expressing it, or it may not be detectable around the person because the person is coping well with it, and the person can draw a boundary between the problem and their normal self. They're not letting it eat them up. They're not letting it get them non-functional. But there are some people, because of how they were raised, or their childhood experiences, or their personalities, they may not be able to withstand certain kinds of stress. And it shows all over them, even if a little thing goes wrong. But for those kind of people, we need to encourage them to, it would be wrong to say grow tough skin, because it's not appropriate to say that. Yeah. But it is appropriate that you find a coping mechanism that works for you. If you know you are stressed out about something, then go to the things that relaxes you. If you know you enjoy music, when you're stressed out, take some time off, go for that relaxing music.
Yeah.
If you know you can do exercise, go for the exercise. You can do your meditation, you can do your prayers, you can do your reading, you can even go for a walk. All these things help. And then if you need to talk to someone, then you should. Because when it comes to mental health, communication is key. You may need to see a professional, you may need to go for therapy. It doesn't mean that you're a psychiatric patient. It just means that you're a human.
Thankfully, you all don't go on break, so.
So it's very essential that you get the needed expert help as at when things are not escalating yet. So it's very important that we know that emotional stress is real. Everybody goes through one thing or the other. There's nobody who is alive who is not dealing with one thing or the other, but the ability to cope with it and the ability to stay functional in spite of what you're experiencing is what makes the difference.
Absolutely. So let's talk about the very interesting part that I am interested in. So let's talk about food, drinks, and all of that. So is the problem the jollof rice or the portion? And what do you think drinking responsibly is? And are there people that should not even drink responsibly at all? Like, are there people that should not even drink at all? You shouldn't think about drinking responsibly. And talking about the sugar intakes, how does all of these things now, how do they sum up to be a health challenge by January or when the festive season is over?
Well, the problem is not only the jollof rice. The problem may be in the jollof rice. The problem may be in the portion. Because the truth is, when it comes to condiments and what people use as seasonings in food, you'll be shocked what people add to food just to make it taste nice. And there are some of these condiments that are added in terrible amounts just because people crave a certain taste sensation. And when that happens, they're putting their health at risk. You can't be putting MSGs, excess salt in your food just for it to taste nice. And people who are potentially hypertensive or hypertensive are eating that food. People are eating fries, eating all sorts of things that you are not even sure the kind of oil it was made from and all that, because you're eating from one party to the other. So you can't be inspecting how they cooked or what commodities they used in cooking. So basically, portion control, can be a problem. The components of the food, the seasonings and the additives to the food can also be a problem. Then for drinking responsibly, I think every adult, I don't expect a child to drink, but at least every adult that is drinking knows that alcohol is not water. They know that at the back of their minds. So whatever craving you have, whatever festivities, whatever partying is happening, you should know that this has an effect on your health. This is a substance that is potentially dangerous to your health, even for a young person. And you know that whatever you take, it is more of what volume of this, what quantity of it am I consuming? So you don't get carried away in the moment. You don't get carried away with the loud music, the excitement, the celebration, and you just keep opening bottles and bottles and not actually taking into consideration what you're taking into your body and the potential effects it's going to have on you. So drinking responsibly has to do with you having a self-awareness, prioritizing your health, knowing that even though you are taking alcohol, which research has shown has, little to no benefits to your body, even in small amounts, if you can do without it, the better for you. But it is what it is. People would always drink alcohol, but drinking responsibly entails you being responsible for your health and being self-aware and having a consciousness that you're not going to destroy your body with your own hands. So it comes from that knowledge and from that mindset that whatever you take, your body responds to it one way or the other. So you're going to just have boundaries, safe boundaries, and after which you are going to say no to whatever influences boundary has been or the limit has been reached. And for other people who should not even drink alcohol at all, a lot of people fall into that category. You cannot be a patient or an individual with an existing liver condition
and you're thinking of drinking.
Thinking or considering drinking alcohol, because you only fast forward your life. That's the truth.
I love that phrase.
That is just the truth. You only just
push your life
fast forward. Yeah, so you just press the fast forward button and everything just goes very quickly, very fast.
My goodness.
And you just see yourself at the end. So you don't want to do that.
Yes.
And then there are a lot of people also that you have an existing gastritis, you have chronic peptic ulcer disease, you have some digestive issues, and you're bombarding yourself. Or you have a cardiovascular ailment that you're dealing with. You have hypertension that is difficult to control, or you are diabetic, or you are obese, and you are still binging on alcohol, it is not going to help you.
Absolutely.
So this is not about drinking responsibly. This is about alcohol cessation completely. So for such people, the advice is find alternatives. And the important thing is, for you to stay alive, you need to make the right choices. So if you are making a choice for something that will fast forward your life, you know where that ends eventually, and nobody prays for that.
Yes, absolutely. So while we wrap this up, I'd just love to ask this one question. So if someone wants to start their new year, healthy, without pressure, without guilt, what small habits should they focus on first? Because people tend to see wellness check and all that as a Herculean task. So what small habits should they focus on first to, at least help them take one step closer and closer into living a healthy life? And as we wrap up the year, what is your one message to viewers who want to enjoy life yet stay healthy?
Okay, so the little steps that you can take, first and foremost, you are what you eat. So nutrition, it can't be wrong, because whatever you take into your body has an effect on your health. So first and foremost, emphasis on balanced diet, emphasis on your fruits and vegetables, emphasis on adequate hydration, stress management, especially for people in urban settings like Lagos. You don't want to be held in traffic. If you have no business going out, stay in your house.
Stay in your house, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with you can have fun in your house as well than for you to stay long hours in traffic. And then also you want to be safe during the holidays. You don't want to go to potentially dangerous place, like the beaches and all that. Make sure safety first. Everywhere you go, whether you're going swimming or whatever, always be safe, safety conscious. It's very essential that whatever you do in this festive period, you have a sense of awareness. And then also exercising. A lot of people may forget to exercise. Please exercise. It doesn't need to be going to the gym all the time. It could be your walks, it could be your brisk walking, it could be jogging, it could be using the staircase. All that, they all add up. And then ultimately your own mental health too. Avoid stress. Things that have happened in the past that are negative or not desirable outcomes.
Let them go.
Just let them go with the outgoing year. Let them just go. Let go of things, let go of grudges, let go of disagreements, and start the new year on a clean slate so that your mental health and your emotional health, is freed. So that you can bring in new ideas. Your mind will be innovative and creative and all that. You'll be able to function better than for you to get into a new year, carrying grudges from previous years and then, all the things that didn't go well in your workplace, you're letting it spill over. It's very necessary you let go of all that, because those are the little steps that you can take to free yourself. You can free your body, free your mind, free your emotions. That's how you can stay healthy. So these are all the healthy lifestyle decisions that everybody must take, because it pertains to everybody regardless of their age groups, because it will still work for them equally.
Oh, wow. I must say that this has been a very, very enlightening episode. Thank you so much, Dr. Adeogun.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you very much for your time, for your insights, and your commitments to public health, really.
Thanks.
All right, so our viewers, remember, we've heard a lot today. Remember that your health is your greatest asset. Protect it, nurture it, and prioritize it. You can enjoy the festivities, and please do so responsibly. Balance celebration with care and moderation. We really emphasize on that today. Moderation with mindfulness. This has been a Health Check, and I'm Praise Peters. Until next time, stay healthy, stay informed, and live well. Happy holidays.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right? The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In Nigeria, weddings are more than ceremonies. They are deeply rooted cultural performances, traditions where love is measured, respect is demonstrated, and the couple's readiness is publicly declared. Today, we explore 4 remarkable marriage customs that continue to define and distinguish Nigerian culture. The Urhobo Groom's Acceptance Dance in Delta State. Among the Urhobo people, marriage proposals are not complete without a compelling performance. The groom must present himself to the bride's family through dance. This ritual is more than a formality, it is a declaration, a deeply symbolic gesture that speaks to his humility, strength, and readiness to resume the weight of marital responsibility. Under the watchful eyes of elders and kin, the groom steps into a sacred space. Each movement is measured. Each step is intentional. His dance becomes a silent language expressing respect for the family, reverence for tradition, and unwavering commitment to the woman he hopes to call his wife. But the true climax of the ritual comes not with applause, but with a response. If the bride rises and joins him moving in rhythm by his side, it is a powerful signal of acceptance, a public acknowledgement that she, too, is ready, that she sees in him a partner, a protector, and a future. Together, their dance becomes a union of purpose. For the Irobo, this ritual is not just a tradition, it is a rite of passage, a cultural affirmation that love must be earned and marriage must be honored. In the Niger Delta, among the Ijaw, the bride does not smile on her wedding day, not until the symbolic gesture of value is complete. Among the Ijaw people, weddings are not merely ceremonies, they are cultural declarations of respect, value, and tradition. At the heart of this ritual stands the bride, composed, dignified, and silent. She does not smile. Her expression, calm and unreadable, is a quiet assertion of agency. It is tradition that before joy can unfold, a symbolic gesture must take place. Cash offerings are made to her not as a prize, but as a token of appreciation, a respectful acknowledgement of her worth, her strength, and her role in the union to come. Each offering is placed before her with care. The moment is deliberate. The bride weighs not just the amount, but the spirit in which it is given. And only when she is satisfied and when the gesture feels worthy, she smiles. That single smile marks the turning point, a quiet signal that respect has been shown and the union is worthy of celebration. Then the celebration began. For the Ijaw, this moment is sacred. It is not about wealth, but about recognition, about beginning a marriage with honor and the full consent of a woman who knows her value. For the Fulani of northern Nigeria, a man's strength and endurance are essential proofs of love. The Sharo festival, a centuries-old tradition known as the test of love. Here, in the presence of elders, family, and an entire community, a groom steps forward not with gifts, but with his back bared, ready to be flogged, not out of cruelty, but out of culture. Each lash he receives is a test of endurance, bravery, and emotional control. He must stand tall without flinching, without crying or retreating. His silence is everything. It is his declaration that he is strong enough to protect, patient enough to endure, and emotionally ready for the journey of marriage. But the challenge does not end there. Sometimes another man steps forward, a rival for the same bride, and in that arena, love becomes a contest. The one who withstands the pain with the most dignity, the one who shows the greatest strength, earns the right to her hand. This is not mere spectacle, it is ritual, a cultural practice where courage is measured and marital readiness is revealed through sacrifice. For the Fulani, marriage is not simply accepted, it is earned. For the Sharo tribe, true love proves itself. The Efik fattening room wedding preparation. In Cross River State, the Efik people prepare brides with grace and wisdom. It is a sacred institution known as the fattening room, which prepares a bride not just for a wedding, but for womanhood itself. Here, young women are secluded for weeks, sometimes months, in a sacred... NRS
Mrs. Festus in the house.
And private space. And this time, honor tradition, the bride-to-be is not isolated, but nurtured, fed a rich, balanced diet to promote fullness and beauty, a symbol of prosperity and care. But the transformation is not just physical. Elders and matrons pass down vital knowledge, the art of respect, power of patience, the strength of dignity. She is taught how to manage a home, uphold cultural values, and honor her future role as a wife and mother. It is a school of femininity, of discipline, and of pride. And when she emerges, she is met not with mere ceremony, but with celebration, glowing in confidence, poised in wisdom, and ready to step into her union with grace and honor. Across Nigeria, wedding traditions are not mere customs. They are rich cultural expressions that text character, affirm worth, and prepare couples for life ahead. They challenge, they honor, and empower. In these traditions, love is not spoken but proven. Some test strength, others demand patience, but all are rooted in respect, in community, and in legacy.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. This powerful statement by Nelson Mandela highlights the transformative power of education in shaping individuals, societies, and the nation. Welcome to the first edition of EduDialogue in 2026, a platform where we interrogate ideas, inspire learning, and amplify conversation that matter. I'm Matthew Ogunswada. Today on the program, we focus on personal development and goal setting for 2026, alongside book reading and the importance of a strong reading culture in the new year. But first, let's begin with our first conversation of the day. As Nigerians step into a new year filled with expectations and renewed hope, conversations around personal growth, self-improvement, and goal setting have taken center stage. Beyond resolution and social media declaration, experts argue that intentional personal development remains critical to individual success, national productivity, and sustainable growth. With rising economic pressures, evolving career demands, and changing social realities, many individuals are being forced to rethink their priorities, skills, and long-term plans. Setting clear goals, developing the right mindset, and committing to continuous learning are increasingly seen as essential tools for navigating 2026 successfully. Now, let's examine the personal development and goal setting for the new year, exploring practical strategies, common pitfalls, and the role of education in shaping disciplined and purpose-driven individuals. And joining me to discuss this is Dikpo Adebayo, a water engineer, a youth counselor, a writer, and a counseling trainer, Solid Teens and Youth Initiative. And virtually, I have Peter Oyefolu, who is a chemical engineer, a distinguished scholar, and the founder and president of the Elite Book Readers Club. Let me start with you, Dikpo. Good afternoon, Happy New Year, and thank you so much for coming to Edu Dialogue.
Same to you, Matthew. It's a pleasure to be here.
We are very glad to have you join us. So we are talking about personal development and goal setting for the new year. So in your own view, how would you define personal development, and why is it important for us to set personal goals in 2026?
All right, thank you. Personal development is when an individual takes intentional steps to become the best version of themselves. And it includes a holistic, 360-degree view to become the best that you can professionally, personally, in your character, in your, in every area of your life. So it's an holistic development of the total person.
Okay, so when you were talking, you talked about holistic and you talked about character. And I remember that character development and character education plays a critical role and central role in today's education landscape, especially as it relates to today's dispensation. What comes through personal development and character? How does it align together? Why do you think character is very, very important to bridge the gap in as much as we also develop personally?
Thank you. Character is very important when it comes to personal development, because whatever goals that you set, you need to develop certain characters, certain traits to help you achieve those goals. For example, one major character that is often needed is discipline. Regardless of the goal that you set, if you are not disciplined, you may not be able to achieve that goal. So that's just one. Another character that is important, depending on what you want to achieve, you can talk of integrity. If you don't have personal integrity, you might say, well, I want to achieve this goal. But if you are not true to people, in terms of your desire to achieve that goal, you might not achieve it. Because, for example, if it's a financial goal, if people cannot trust you because you've shown a lack of integrity in times past, if they feel they cannot trust you, they probably won't do business with you. So character is really important.
So apart from integrity, which you of course mentioned, and what other character must we develop in 2026? Because we are talking about personal development for the new year. What other character must we also develop, or what other character must grow in us in order to be better individuals in 2026 and beyond?
I would say one, diligence, hard work. You need to be hardworking. I would say two is focus. We live in a time when there's a lot of distraction, and regardless of the goal that you want to set, if you are not focused, you won't achieve it, most likely. Another one I would mention is respect. That's probably a word that many people don't, think of when it comes to character. But you find out that respect is very important. Respect for yourself, respect for people, regardless of who you're talking to, regardless of who you're dealing with. Because most of the goals you want to set, people are going to come in one way or the other to help you achieve that goal. But if those people, if you do not respect them, the chances are that they might not give you the opportunities, the leverage that you need, the support that you need to achieve those goals. Another one I'll mention is kindness. If you don't have that kind of, if you don't develop kindness, if you're not kind, and the way you treat people, in the way you relate with people, then again, the chances are that you probably would not achieve some of those goals. In fact, you may not even see the opportunities that are there to achieve those goals, because if you want to give an example, you want to improve your business in a certain area, you want to, grow that business. If you're operating primarily from an angle of, I want to make as much money as I can, but you're not also thinking of how can I add value to people's lives, right? Those are two different mindsets. Yes, you want to make money, but you're also thinking of how can I add value to people. So that is part of kindness. That is part of, you want to give, right? So if you think like that, it really shifts the game in terms of achieving your goals.
So you mentioned respect. I want you to link respect and humility. How do you think both of them, how do you think they tarry together, especially in the new year and beyond? Because when a lot of people misprioritize respect and humility. A lot of people say they are synonymous. A lot of people say they are different. So how do you think we can align both respect and humility together in setting personal goals?
Thank you. So if humility, the chances are that if you're not humble, you would not respect people as you should, because when you're proud, you have an elevated view of yourself that is undue.
Yeah.
Right. And so if you have this view of yourself, then that means you look down on people, right? Because you've taken yourself above people. So in your mind. So if you have that, the chances are that if you're looking down on people out of pride, you probably won't respect them. You might appear to respect them, but in your heart, you don't respect them. And sooner or later, chances are that will come out of you. And yeah, so it's very.
So it comes from within.
Comes from
both humility, both respect, whatever value you are saying, it comes from within. It comes from our individual mindset. I think I'll come back to you. Good afternoon, Peter, and thank you so much for joining me on Edge Dialogue. And let me be the first person to wish you a happy new year.
And you happy new year as well.
Thank you so much for joining. What did you say?
So nice to be here on this platform.
Thank you. We are very glad to have you join us. And we are talking about personal development as it relates to setting goals for the new year. So I want to speak to us. You are the founder of the LI Book Readers Club. In practical terms, what key area of life should individuals focus on when setting personal goals for the new year?
So I really like the concept of personal development, because from my own perspective, I see from the idea of skin molting, like you're shedding off your skin. You are removing some layers upon layers. And the key areas I would consider from the word shape, SHAPE. That is the S standing for the spiritual core, the H for health, the A for your ability, that encompasses your career and skills. Then P stands for prosperity, that's your finance and businesses. And then E for your ecosystem, which is your relationship and your network. So first, the very critical key area is spirituality. So when I say spirituality, I don't mean spirituality. So spirituality as a central processing unit, that is where you get your ideas from, your mindset, your mentality, your vision, right? Because sometimes reality can set upon you, right? And spirituality is one thing that makes you live beyond your physical realm, beyond your five senses. And if you read books like Outwitting the Devil, which is not written by a Christian or a Pope or someone like that, it's written by Napoleon Hill, you understand the importance of spirituality in the key areas of development. Then your health. You can't do anything, you can't make progress if you're suffering health-wise. So take your health very important. Your exercise, the food you eat, the activities you do, are they improving your health or they're damaging your health? Then the third layer being the abilities, right? Ask yourself, what value do I offer now? What can I improve? Or what am I particularly improving at the moment? Or what skill sets do I have that in the short term, but in the long term might not be sufficient, and then you might need to improve. For example, we're in the world of AI, right? Artificial intelligence, and the skill sets are evolving year in, year out, right? Then the fourth layer being prosperity. Check your finance. How do I spend? How do I earn money? How can I improve my income? How can I reduce my expenses? Or if I am the kind of person who likes to spend a lot, how can I automate my savings such that I spend what is left and every other thing that needs to be saved I've gone into savings, right? What investment plans do I need to consider? What investments do I need to maybe, for example, if you're already in investment, you're already thinking, should I go into short or long-term investing? Should I go into index funds or should I go into stocks? These are different questions you consider. And last but not the least, right, is the ecosystem, your relationship. What are the people in your network? Evaluate your network. The people I have now, can they help me get to where I want to get to in 2026? Do I have mentors in my life? Do I have career coach in my life? Do I have people that can help me? So there are different layers you see all together that really matters when developing a plan for your 2026.
Thank you so much for that contribution. And I want to just ask, how important is mindset in achieving goals? especially in a challenging socioeconomic environment like Nigeria?
Yeah, so mindset helps you live beyond your ends, right? You know, we've read books like As a Man Think, So Is He, right? As a Man Thinketh, right? This is a very popular book. And you read books like Think and Grow Rich, and people think thinking is overhyped, right? Oh, my mindset, oh, this and that. But the most important element is you cannot control outside if you don't control within, right? Know what are the things that are within your control. For example, the environment, the realities in Nigeria are not within your control. Or you might say the government this, the government that, but they are not within your control. What is within your control is your mindset, right? And you should take it very seriously.
Beautiful. Thank you for that wonderful thoughts there. And I want to just ask, from your experience as a coach, what are the common mistakes individuals make when setting personal or career goals? And how can all these mistakes, how can these barriers, how can they be broken?
So from my experience so far, I think there are 3 common mistakes people make when setting, goals. The first one is overestimation of motivation, right? The second is underestimating time. And the third is ignoring behavioral patterns. So let me expand. So first, when the year starts, everybody's excited. Oh, they are listening to this motivational speaker. They are listening to this inspirational speaker, or listening to their clerics, and they come up with this beautiful plan. So they're always in their mind thinking they will feel inspired every day. Whereas life does not work that way. There are days you will not feel inspired. There are days you don't want to do what you want to do. And that's where the systems and discipline comes into play, not motivation. Motivation gets you started, but systems and those disciplines help you keep at it, And then in the second layer being time. A lot of people say, oh, time will change things, or everything will change with time. No, time only reflects what you're doing. So even if you are not doing anything, that stuff you are not doing will compound over time, right? So little actions, as small as it is, as far as it's consistent, can make great impact. And little inactions, as small as they are, will also have a negative compound effect. Then also the last layer being your behavioral patterns. How do you behave? Are you seeing results? How do you act in money and the other part? So I feel it's an holistic area to really consider, and that's why people make a lot of mistakes when they set their goals.
So how can it be overcome? And I recall that during your submission, you mentioned something about consistency. So discipline and consistency are often cited as success factors. So how do you think individuals can realistically build these habits over time?
Let's keep it simple. Take it one step at a time. First, starting with a reflection. What habits do I keep now? Ask yourself, can this habit get me to where I want to be in life? Or can I see a brighter future from this habit? From your spending, how you value your time. So if there's a common resource we all have, it's time. I might really want to give like a practical example from my own personal life. Immediately after I finished my undergrad, I was thinking, how do I position myself for the future I want to have? And one of the ways I was able to get to where I am today is the habit I created for myself. I created like an ecosystem of what I listen to, of what I hear, what I do day in, day out. And those things, built over time and became a core part of my life. It made it easier for me to wake up in the morning and get job done without having to think that, oh, I feel like working or I don't feel like working. So it's all about systems. Once you set your systems in place, what you listen to, maybe you wake up. For example, once I wake, I listen to motivational speakers. After having my devotion, I go straight into audiobooks that I'm currently reading. And from day when I'm about to sleep, I have some other patterns or some habits I've been keeping over the years. And these have helped me to remain productive and not just busy.
Beautiful, beautiful. So what would be your practical advice for Nigerians that want to be better? What should they do to be one person that will be somebody of substance And what would you give to Nigerians to ensure that 2026 becomes a year of measurable growth rather than repeated promises? Because a lot of people set plans and it do not happen.
The goal setting, which is good. Then the second is the systems, right? And I've explained that already. Then the third is also the tools box you should have. For example, I run a club, which is the Elite Book Readers Club, where we read books, a book per month. And this is what I've been doing over the years. So sometimes you find yourself drifting. You find yourself chasing things that might look, realistically good, but not right for you. But when you read some books, some self-help books, some spiritual books, some motivational books, or whatever kind of books that can help you get your mind in order, then you begin to realize that, oh, I think I'm doing this wrong. Again, people say experience is the best teacher. But why should you leave an experience that has already been lived by somebody else that you can learn from? So that is the strategy you can get from books and not from extra things. So for me, this has been working over the years, and I continue to do it. I hope Nigerians can also apply that in their lives.
Thank you so much, Peter Oyefolu, for that wonderful contribution. Let me bring you back to the studio. Dipo, what would be your advice to young professionals that want to set goals across key areas like career, finances, health, and character development? What would be your advice?
All right.
And how should we structure goals across these areas?
Set SMART goals. Set SMART goals. SMART stands for, it's a popular acronym that you've probably heard about it. S stands for specific, M stands for measurable, A stands for achievable, R stands for relevant, and T stands for time-bound. So let your goal be specific. I want to increase my income from this to this, right? From maybe 100,000 to 200,000 over the course of 6 months in the new year, over the course of 1 year. And then you want to make it measurable. Of course, something you can measure. So you want to do this across various key areas of your life, across your finances, your health. I want to stop eating this kind of food, or I want to cut down my number of sodas that I take, soft drinks, alcohol. I want to, just set those kind of goals and make them specific, right? Make them time-bound, make them measurable. So I want to cut down my eating or the way I sleep. I want to stop sleeping 1 a.m. and start sleeping 10 a.m. So you want to do those kind of things. You want to set relevant goals. The R stands for relevant in SMART goals. Relevant means, why does this thing matter to you?
Yeah.
Because if and so if I want to set a health goal, for example, and maybe I want to add weight or lose weight, as the case may be, I have to ask myself, why is it relevant? Am I doing this because that's what everybody says, right? Or am I doing this because I realize that if I do not maybe add some more weight, I might become underweight, and it could affect my health in the long term, right? So you want to set those kind of thought patterns. I know that if I gain weight beyond a certain level, it could begin to affect my health in this area and that area. So that's relevance. I'm trying to make it relevant to myself. So you want to do that across every area. Why do you want to increase your income from ×5? Why do you need ×5 of that income? Again, is it because you're trying to keep with the Joneses? You're trying to, just get something you don't need? Or are you trying to raise that income because your needs or your bills have increased and you're trying to meet? So that's relevant. And that's really important, because if you don't do that and you start to set goals, at the end of the day, you might not find the motivation you need to achieve those goals, because motivation often follows purpose. When your purpose is clear and solid, then motivation flows, right? So
motivation follows purpose. When your purpose is clear, then motivation follows. Set specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and time-bound goals in the year 2026. Well, that's just all on the first conversation. You're still watching Edge Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. We'll take a short break now, and when we return, we will focus on the importance of cultivating a reading culture in the new year and explore how books can shape personal growth, knowledge, and success. Please stay with us.
This is African News.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here is to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Glad to have you back on the program. As the new year begins, focus is returning to personal development habits that shape thinking, decision-making, and long-term success. Among these habits, book reading remains one of the most powerful tools for self-education and intellectual growth, although it is increasingly neglected. In today's age of social media, short-form content, and digital distractions, declining reading habits may affect critical thinking, vocabulary development, and the ability to engage deeply with complex ideas. Yet, books continue to provide knowledge, perspective, and discipline, offering access to experiences, skills, and insights beyond one's immediate environment. Research shows that daily reading habits benefit mental, cognitive, emotional, and even physical well-being. And according to the International Literacy Association, reading also fosters creativity and imagination, essential for innovation, problem solving, and tackling real-world challenges. And of course, still with me to unpack this conversation is Dikpo Adebayo, and of course, Peter Oyefolu, who is a chemical engineer, a distinguished scholar, and the founder and president of the LI Book Readers Club. Let me start with you, Peter. Is reading limited to hard copy books, or can it also include digital formats like ebooks and audiobooks? And then how would you assess the current state of reading culture in Nigeria, particularly among young people and professionals? Are there areas of improvement that you would like to see?
Question, right? First and foremost, reading is not limited to hard books. In fact, the most progresses I've made so far in the books I've read has been due to reading audiobooks, right? Yeah. Because those are the things those are the books or stuff you can listen to while you're doing something else, while you're on the walk, while you're driving to work, and it saves you the big excuse we all give that I don't have time, right? So you don't need to create time to literally read. You just need to listen. So in as much as audiobooks are also good, it's very important to create time to read art books as well, because from there you can scrape some insights. But I can go into more details on how to apply digital formats and as well as hard copies, because I've been doing this over the years. And then in terms of the reading culture in Nigeria, as a scientist, I don't want to speak like someone just giving some generalized statement. So I checked some sources out there, and according to the cable, it shows that average Nigerian reads less than a book per year. Like around 56% read less than just one book a year, which is really, really terrible. And just 1% of successful adults read a non-fiction book monthly. So you can see that, and also, statistics also show that Nigeria has been ranked among the country with one of the lowest reading culture globally, with nearly 40% of adults unlettered and many students not reading beyond exam text. So when we say reading, people like a lot of people would say, "Oh, I'm a student, I study, so I doesn't that count to reading." But here in this context, we are referring to reading beyond what your job requires, reading beyond what your education or your academic requires, reading just for for development and not just for some income.
Yeah. So how do you think a strong reading habit, how does it contribute to personal development and lifelong learning? And in what ways can reading improve critical thinking, problem solving, and creativity, especially knowing fully well that you are the founder of the Elite Book Readers Club?
Thank you. So at the Elite Book Readers Club, our core vision is to reshape human thinking through books, right? And doing this for over 3 years, I've seen how people have been transformed in how they approach life. And for example, at the Elite Book Readers Club, we focus on 3 core areas, which is the personal development, your finance, and emotional intelligence. Starting with personal development, I've personally, and I've also seen the lives of the members. I've seen how they've transformed their lives, how they've chosen different habits. Some things you thought were not harmful, books have helped you identify those things as harmful. Some things you thought, oh, I don't have control over, books have shown you that, oh, this your control. All you need to do is take a different approach. I'll do this or do that, and you get it resolved. Then in terms of finance, personally, I've read a lot of books on finance, and one of the key books, that have really transformed my life in finance area is "I Will Teach You to Be Rich" by Ramit Sethi. And in that book, I learned the power of automation. Automating your saving, and that has helped me increase my wealth in terms of investment and other areas. Then emotional intelligence. That is like an area a lot of people underestimate or they don't value. So books like this popular book by Dale Carnegie, How to Win Friends and Influence People, other books like that will teach you what really matters, how you communicate with your boss, how you communicate with your friends, how you build a robust network that your children, your friends, and family will be grateful for. So I feel book is very important, and these are the areas I think people can really implement.
And what type of book should we prioritize in 2026 to support intellectual and personal growth?
So first, I would say people should consider what their goals are. But from my own perspective, I would say, the 4 areas: your spiritual, the personal, your finance, and your emotional intelligence, right? And books, these 4 key areas can have different kind of layers in terms of, for example, when we say personal development, we're referring to your careers, we're referring to diligence, your time management, your people management, your change management. Those are key important areas: how you manage time, how you manage people, how you manage change. Then when you talk about finance, obviously, how do you manage resources? How do you generate, revenue apart from your current job? How do you get some side hustles, right? And then when you talk about emotions, right? How do you relate to your spouse? How do you relate to your friends? How do you even, we're not in the world where you can say, I will be shy. Shyness is no longer a good character now. This is a world where obviously you don't want to be loud, right? You should know how to communicate, how to be in the place and assert your opinion, assert what you think would push the company forward. But if you're not speaking up, nobody recognizes you. And those are the things you can learn from book leadership. Right.
All right. Thank you so much. Let me come to the studio. Dipo, how do you think daily habits would positively affect mental, cognitive, and emotional well-being?
Daily habits?
Reading habits. Okay. Why do you think it would affect our well-being? And then what role should schools, families, and communities play in fostering a reading culture?
All right. Reading affects our cognitive aspects and even our well-being, because when you read, it's a thing of the mind. You are processing new information. Your mind is being expanded, and you are also interpreting what you're reading. So your mind is at work, and that builds your mind. You're also learning new concepts, and it also builds your well-being, because you're going to learn some things depending on the kind of book you read. If you're reading some books that have to do with well-being, that have to do with your health, your finances, your spiritual life, your emotions, those things are part of your well-being. So if you read those kind of books, then of course it's going to improve your well-being if you apply the things that you read, because that's another aspect of reading. It's not just that you read, but you also apply some of these ideas. So if you have that habit of reading, then the chances are that it's going to improve your life across these areas. And what was the second question?
I was asking about how the role of family, schools, and...
Okay. Yeah, if schools have a big role to play, families as well. In fact, it starts with the family. And if you're being encouraged by your parents or by your siblings to read, then you're going to read, right? If there's a culture of reading, for example, the family can say, let's have a book reading habit every week or every month. Every week we read a book, we talk about it during the weekends. The schools cannot also encourage students to go to the library, pick up a book, maybe every month or something. The schools can say, oh, we can do a book reading challenge, and then we review the books, we win prizes, those kind of things.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Dikpo Adebayo. Peter Oyefolu, thank you so much for joining me on the program. Peter Oyefolu is a chemical engineer, a distinguished scholar, and the founder and president of the LI Book Readers Club. Thank you so much for joining me on Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television.
Thank you.
All right. Dikpo Adebayo is a water engineer, a youth counselor, a writer, and the counseling trainer of the Solid Things and Youth Initiative. Dikpo, thank you so much for joining me on the program.
Matthew.
Wishing you a lovely, a fabulous, and a fantastic new year.
You too.
And we hope to see you some other time when we call you at the program.
Pleasure is mine.
Thank you so much. All right. You're still watching Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. We'll take another quick break now and return with top stories in Nigeria's education sector. Do join us again.
Years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand, we are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikena Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Glad to have you join us once again on Edu Dialogue. Now let's bring you top stories in Nigeria's education sector. The federal government and the Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, have concluded the renegotiation of the 2009 FGN-ASU agreement, ending an industrial dispute that lasted over 16 years. ASU President Professor Chris Piwuna confirmed that the agreement was reached following intensive engagement between both parties and is expected to take effect from January 1, 2026, with a review scheduled after 3 years. According to him, key provisions of the new agreement include a 40% salary increase for academic staff and significantly improved pension benefits. Under the new pension structures, he said professors are to retire at the age of 70 on pensions equivalent to their full annual salaries, a long-standing demand of the union. Moving on, President Bola Tinubu has named the Federal University of Health and Medical Science, Azare, after the late Islamic scholar Sheikh Dairu Usman Bauchi. The president made the announcement during a condolence visit to Bauchi State following the death of the respected cleric who passed away at the age of 102. President Tinubu described the death as a great national loss, noting that Sheikh Dairu Bauchi lived a life of humility, service, and dedication. Bauchi State Governor Bala Mohammed thanked the president for the visit and assured him of the state's continued support for the federal government. And to wrap up the news, let's tell you that the National Universities Commission, NUC, has approved the Federal College of Education, YOLA, to run degree programs independently under the dual mandate arrangement. The provost of the college, Muhammad Dangareji, made this known at a news conference in Yola, while noting that FCE Yola is among the 15 federal colleges of education approved to run degree programs without the affiliation to any university. He explained that the college will commence 14 degree programs with the 2026-2027 academic session marking its first independent admission. He added that the institution had previously run degree programs in affiliation with the University of Maiduguri. The provost urged prospective candidates to apply through the JAM portal and advised them to choose only from approved courses. And that's a wrap for today's edition of Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. On this edition, we've explored the importance of cultivating a reading culture in 2026, highlighting how consistent reading can strengthen critical thinking, creativity, and personal growth. We've also discussed personal development and goal setting, emphasizing the role of discipline, mindset, and intentional planning in achieving meaningful progress in the new year. These conversations remind us that success, both personal and national, is shaped not only by ambition, but by knowledge, values, and deliberate action. For more insights and in-depth discussion, please subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV, and across all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. If you witness news or events happening around you, we'd love to hear from you. So share your eyewitness report, event coverage request, photos or videos via WhatsApp at 0814-606-4057. You can also email our newsroom at news@vop.ng. I'm Matthew Ogunswada. Join us next week as we continue to spotlight ideas, innovations, and conversation shaping Nigeria's education and civic landscape. Until then, stay informed, stay engaged, and remember that knowledge, values, and action together pave the way for opportunity, growth, and lasting impact. Welcome to 2026. Wishing you a wonderful and a successful year ahead. Bye for now.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
This is Health Check, Your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
From the bustling streets of Lagos to the quiet corners of rented apartments, the relationship between landlords and tenants has always been a delicate balance. But that could soon change. I'm Maureen Ogolo, reporting from the Lagos State House of Assembly, where today's public hearing could reshape how rent, eviction, and property rights are handled in the state. It was landlord versus tenant inside the Lagos House of Assembly today.
But landlord should give tenant at least 5 years before any increment of apartment fee. Government is to provide housing for all. Unfortunately, when government build houses, people now buy these houses, invest in them, some buy 2, 3, 4 flats, now sell. And government is concerned about high rents. You cannot control rents outside. I will want a situation where when you build houses, Honorable Commissioner for Housing, ensure that people do not sell them and people who are going to live in there are owner-occupier. But when they do now want to rent, control the rent in your own houses before controlling those people outside.
There are several areas in which the House of Assembly has looked into that they deem as fitting. However, it is not commendable in the fact that they did not make use of the legal and the enacted professionals who should guide them.
The purpose of public hearing is for professional bodies to come around and guide us and tell us and the public to come and tell us what we need to know and what you want. Laws are made for the people, and that is the purpose of the public hearing.
As the Tenancy and Recovery Premises Bill 2025 came under public scrutiny, the one-day hearing at the Latif Jakonde Auditorium in Elausa brought together landlords, tenants, legal experts, property developers, and house advocates.
So we are here to support the bill, but we have concerns. And our lens, the lens at which we are looking at this is the social justice lens. As an NGO, we are concerned about some social justice issues, and the first one is discrimination. We have noted a concerning trend in Lagos where houses are reserved for certain category of persons. The vacancy that is advertised, you will see that it's usually said that the houses are not for single persons, single women, single mothers, not for Igbos, only for Igbos, not for Yorubas, only for Yorubas. We think this is concerning. Firstly, the Constitution, Section 42, outlaws that kind of behavior. It calls it discriminatory. It outlaws it. So to allow that to persist is not good for the sector. So we are recommending that the bill should take on this particular challenge and include a provision in the bill where anybody who discriminates by virtue of sex, religion, or where they come from, or economic status should be penalized by the bill.
The memorandum has been submitted, the public hearing has been heard, and of course we had a lot of contributions from the public. We will go back look into the bill properly, get their memoranda, check them properly, and sieve and add and subtract what are necessary to be in the bill for it to become a law.
As debates wrap up inside House of Assembly, the one thing is clear: the bill could change the face of renting in Lagos, for better or for worse. For tenants is a hope of stronger protection. For landlords is a call for clearer rights. But until the final law is passed, the tug of war over rent and eviction continues. From Alausa, I am Maureen Okolo, reporting for VOP TV.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Ika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Basketball, media, even road safety. The deaf community in Nigeria has proven that disability does not mean inability. But in an exclusive interview, a deaf rights advocate told us many still face barriers every day from classroom to workplaces. She recalled the painful memory of her dead uncle, who died in a road accident. That loss, she said, fueled her campaign for inclusive road safety, and now change is happening. She says awareness is growing, but much more must be done. Her vision is sign language to become part of schools, workplaces, and public services, ensuring that no one is left behind.
Sign language is recognized as human right because, like George Gray would say, that inclusion is not a privilege of few, but human right. It means that when something becomes a human right, it's no longer a privilege to give that to that person, but more of a necessity, as it were. So you can imagine for our work in Speaking Fingers, for instance, I've had opportunities to have met young deaf people who had never been to school. We currently have one we are trying to integrate at 10. We have one that has been integrated now into the school and educational system at 10. Yetunde, she got into school at 10. Today she has a language. She has a language that she uses to communicate. She can speak because she has a sign language to communicate. She's integrated. She currently plays for Milo. So, but backdate when we met her, Yetunde will just be there looking at you. She actually has a physical disability alongside her speech and hearing impairment. So you find out that sign language, she can be included. When it is made human rights as a right and not just a privilege, she's also able to access services because the world recognizes it as a language. I speak English today. I wasn't speaking English before. So I wasn't good. My fluency in English was bad. But today I could communicate and people can hear me. Likewise, I can also hear people. So sign language has become a human right because it's not a privilege, but it is a necessity. It is work in progress. Today, we're having this conversation because sign language has been recognized as a language far back 2018. Does it mean that the deaf community existed at 2018? No. It just means that the world has awakened to it because media professionals like you are giving platforms for us to they have this conversation, this dialogue, and by so doing, we are also changing the dialogue. So how aware, really, I don't have instances to say this is it, but I kid you not, we are not where we used to be, even though we are not where we want to be in terms of creating that awareness. By integrating sign language into such training, he or she can be empowered, their voice can be heard, they can be valued, they can be appreciated, and they can have a seat on the table because I have an awareness. Government have policies, and one of the conversations we had today during the commemoration proper in terms of the celebration we had, as a result, someone said the new competition is collaboration. So if you are not collaborating, if we don't see it from the perspective of multi-sectoral approach and just leaving it to government will always turn out. They sit in meetings, they sit in symposium, they sit in consortium and all those big names and come up with policies. Implementation is still far. So what's happening is that we are the government. It takes a village. So you are that village. I am that village. So government is us. And then for government, in terms of positioning, should please, we advocate for the implementation of policies, enforcement of those implementation, providing access for sign language to be given at all forums, for schools to be accessible, is to, like somebody said today, and we all agree, to make sign language a language that can be learned. It was actually the GM of LASODA that left to her that sign language should be a must in every curriculum, and we quite agree. So as we make awareness available to all, accessible to all, because this interview, without captioning or subtitling it or providing a sign language interpreter, a young deaf person, which is our population, will not be able to hear it in a way that he or she is passionate enough to drive that conversation in his own sphere of influence. I kid you not, today, I serve in an all-deaf church. As part of my commitment to this work, I serve in an all-deaf church, choir, usher, pastor, everybody, songs, Everything is done in sign language, ensuring that sign language is signed everywhere. Deaf people are free to use their language. You and I learn how to sign and communicate with them, and ensure that videos things are accessible, communication is provided in an accessible manner. Truly just leave no one behind. So that's what this year is talking about. Seeing it from the perspective of we are not doing them a favor. We are providing access. We are providing rights. We are ensuring that, look, you deserve this thing and you have to get it at whatever form. Even though we don't also want to build an entitled mentality, doing it from the place of empathy, understanding that we are all a work in progress, part-time, part-time, part-time. World Federation for the Deaf and the UN came up and said, let's discuss sign language as a right, as a full right.
For her, inclusion is not a privilege, but a right, and she believes society must give the deaf community a seat at the table. I'm Onyeka Ogolo, reporting for VOP TV.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9 right now. The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Novisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the amazing market today, and I'm your host Oyindamala Olukuta. And today we're at the vibrant, bustling Ilekpo market. I want to tag a food market because trust me, but it's not just food, they have clothing as well. So it's not just food alone. But today we'll be taking you to the food segment because right here we know they are known for their freshly farm produce, where you have anything called farm produce from the soil to the store. So who doesn't want to eat fresh food? So if you're looking for fresh food in Lagos, you might want to come to Ilekpo. And it's not just farm produce, they have bag of rices, tomato, oil, spices, so many other things. So today we're going to be taking you on an amazing journey for you to see how things are, the prices, things that are available, things that are not, things that are scarce. I'm sure you want to know things that you could get when you come to the market. So why not go with me? Let's go into the market. Ẹ káàsán ma.
Ẹ káàsán.
Orúkọ yín àti nǹkan.
My name is Mrs. Oyero Abosede. I'm selling foodstuffs.
Okay, so how is market, ma?
So thank God.
How has it been? The prices of commodity, has it been fair? Or is it rising or is it reducing presently in the market?
I think it's still moderate now than last year.
Oh, okay. So can you scan us through the prices of things presently compared to last year?
Like rice now. Last year, rice was 100,000. But now, rice is 68,000.
Okay.
Vegetable oil last year is 100 plus. But now, it's around 70,000. 75,000.
Okay. What of beans?
Gari, last year, Gari was 70,000 per bag. But this year, Gari is 45,000.
Okay.
Beans last year, around 100 plus. This year, beans is 80,000 per bag.
Okay. So we can say that the prices of things are reduced compared to last year. But it didn't come down to the whole price.
No. It didn't come down to the whole price.
So is there possibility that this thing will still reduce further or is unstable presently?
I can't say about that. Unless the government help us. Maybe they should finance the farmers. So that it's not going to be everything they be import in. If they empower our farmers here, all the goods will come down.
Although governments have been doing some empowering, but presently we know we had a crisis in Benue State. Do you think that also affects goods in the market presently?
Yes, that one will also affect goods because we are selling the old goods before that flood happened. After selling all these old goods, by buying another goods now, by that flood that happened in Benue, it may affect because they bring a lot of food from that side too, so it may affect. So government should look for solution about that flood. It destroy farmers, it destroy all their stocks, it destroy it a lot.
And looking at the fact that cost of transportation, how much has it affected the price of things that you're selling?
It affects it. The price of transportation didn't come down. It didn't come down because of the increasement in fuel. So it didn't come down.
Okay. Is there anything you would like to say to the government out there before we wrap up today?
Government should help us. We market women. They should give us money to sell market. Because we are patronizing all these microfinance banks. And the interest they are collecting from us is too much. So if government can empower market women with interest-free loan, it will reduce the cost of markets also. It will help us and it will also reduce the price of market. Because if we collect loan, we are going to calculate it on the goods we sell. So that's what government can do for we market women.
Okay, thank you very much.
And they should not be demolish our market all the time. This also affects our market. It affects our prices because when they demolish, they rebuild to buy another shop. It affects us also, and it destabilizes our market, destabilizes our work. So they should help us.
Okay, ma. Thank you very much. It was
welcome.
nice talking to you.
You're welcome.
Have a nice day.
And you too. Thank you.
Amen. My sister, I go reach you to share. My pledge, I go reach you to share. Me, I'm ready to say.
Good afternoon, ma. Customer.
You're welcome, ma.
Your name and what you sell, ma?
My name is Aporobo Legbegbe Ilekpo Market.
Okay.
That is my nickname.
What do you sell, ma?
I'm into imported fruits. Apple, pear, grapes, blueberry, and so on.
Okay, ma. So how is market now, ma?
Market is not friendly, but we are managing it. At least we go shop.
Is it expensive or reduced in price?
It's expensive. It's adding money. If you buy market today, reach it here tomorrow, you meet another price. But nothing we do, we sell what we buy.
Okay, so like how much is carton of apple presently? The small green one.
The smallest one now is 45,000.
For a carton?
45.
And if you're buying like a bigger size, how much is a carton of that?
No reduction. You know, like this one now, 60,000. 60,000 per carton.
And what about the pears?
Pear for now, I think 36,000 at market.
And grapes?
Grape is 53, 60,000 as of today. But the one I bought yesterday, 53,000.
Okay, do you think that there's anything government can do to bring down the price of these imported goods that you sell? knowing that it's dollar based since it's imported. So what's it?
But for now, I think the dollar price don't drop.
Yes.
But the market no drop. Some go say exchange in dollar, the port charges or wherever. But then whatever we buy, now we go sell. So far you come inside market, you go other place, see say now the same price. You go follow me back, and me too. I believe in fresh markets, so you go follow me back.
Thank you very much.
You are welcome.
Good afternoon, ma.
Good afternoon.
Your name and what you sell?
My name is Mrs. Idara. I'm at Sileko Market selling provisions like sugar, salt, mentioned cereal, and so on and so forth.
Oh, that's nice. So how is market?
We bless God though, because things have been coming down gradually, little by little, for now.
So you're telling us that the price has reduced compared to before?
Yes, like sugar now, Dangote sugar.
How much is the bag now?
Now it's 58,000 something now.
And before it used to be like how much?
We are buying it 80,000, 81, 82, but now it's coming down gradually. And flour, we are buying 60 before, 62, now it's 56 something. So we want to see it coming down than 78 and 56.
Okay, because it didn't go back to the old price that it used to be, but it has reduced to the high rates that we were buying it before now. Okay, that's actually good. So if you look at the measured cereal that you sell, how is it?
Oh, very nice. People are coming because the measurement is like it papers the roll, the one that is in refill. We are having customers every day and they are buying. They love it. Even when they come, we give them tests. They will shrink it, so they love it. They keep on coming, buying.
Okay, can you run us through the price? Like how much do you sell? What measurement do you use for the measured cereal? Paint. Okay, so you use paint, half paint, and cups.
Yes.
Okay, so like how much is the paint of oats?
Oats, we are selling 6,000 now.
Okay, what about cornflakes?
Cornflakes, we sell 5,000.
Wow, that's cheaper compared to, because a refill pack now is even more than 5,000 naira.
We add the nylon money too.
Oh my goodness, that's amazing. So now I'm aware. Okay, so if you look at we have milk, you have a baking product. So how is baking things? You mentioned flour before.
Yes, I
so when we look at, you mentioned sugar as well. When we look at the things for baking, like the condensed milk, the baking powder, baking soda, yeast, how is it?
It's going on fine. People are coming because the price is gradually coming down, slowly.
Okay, can you compare your sales now to before? I mean before things went up. Can you compare your sales? Like, do you sell more now or do you sell more when things were cheaper?
No, we sell more now because when the thing was rice, people that did buns pop up, they run because they can't afford to buy a pint of flour 5,000 for 4.8. But now they are coming back gradually. And also the sugar, the price is coming. Before we are selling 8.5, now we are selling 5.7, 5.8. It depends, but now they are coming because the price is coming down gradually.
Okay, thank you very much, ma. So, but do you think that there's anything government can do to help your business at the moment?
What they can do is to give us loan. If they can loan us, they have many varieties of loaning because we that we are here, we can't. What should I
don't have access to it.
We don't have access to it because we don't know anybody. But if they come from their offices, they should come.
Okay, like a grassroots kind of loan where they come to you, how much you will loan.
Yes.
But are you not particular about interest?
No, if it is personal, the private loan, their interest is too high.
Okay.
But some people will come, they'll say that they'll give you 500, you pay interest of 200,000.
Within how many? What's pay?
Let's say 6 months.
Whoa. So what do you want to use it to sell to be able to get that kind of?
So if government should come to help us, we know that when government come, the interest will be lower. That's what we want them to do for that. They should come. They should please. They should not be just sitting down in the office. They should come by themselves. Those people that they are sending is for their own people that they knew. We that we don't know them, they should come and meet us. We will interact with them. We'll talk to them. They should help us.
But this one that they will just send people, no, they will not come to us. We are not benefiting anything from government. As we are now in this market, we are paying tax, we are paying for installation every year. But they should come and meet us by themselves, not by sending, go and do this. All those they sending us, they are not coming to us. They are coming to the people that they knew. They should come to us by themselves. They should come so that we have a business to do with them. They can gain from
I like
them.
that. I love you, the fact that you're business oriented. That's actually a very good one. Thank you very much, man. It was nice meeting you.
Yeah, you can.
Good afternoon, ma.
Afternoon, my love.
What's your name, ma?
My name is Mrs. Stephen Ode.
Okay, so what do you sell?
I deal with tomato.
So how much is the price of tomato in market
One
now?
crate of tomato is 45.50.
Wow.
Before we used to buy is something that we used to buy 7,000, 6,000 is to up to 45,000. Like this one now, everybody have run for it because it's too costly. That Malam tomato. Now we divert ourselves to Oloko. They call this one Oloko. This is Yoruba own. But before we used to buy it 3,000, 2,500. But now it's 9,000, 10,000, 11,000 for small baskets. Can't you see what is going on? We all are suffering. This government should put eye on what is going so that they will help the poor, the needy ones. That is the needy ones. He was under the rain, under the sun. We are hustling to make sure that our family, all that we will live fine. But still, nothing is coming out of it. Please, so you people should tell them to assist us.
Okay, in what way do you think the government can help out in today's current situation?
They have a lot to do because they are the problem that we are having. Assuming that I can remember when I was small, government used to fix the price, the market price. That sometimes they will enter and say, how much is bag of rice? Government will say no.
Okay, that's market regulation, for price regulation. Oh, okay. You feel that would really help?
That will really help now. If you see, you interview people, how much is this thing? They say, no, this amount is too much. If that, like, before now, we are buying this thing now, 3,000, 2,500. Now it's 9,000. Is there any market regulation? There's no market regulation on it. So everybody is just doing whatever he or she like because they feel, whether we like it or not, they are the importers. Anything they say, we will buy.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's actually very amazing.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ma.
Auntie, good afternoon.
Your name, ma?
My name is Rose.
Rose. What do you sell, ma?
I'm selling tomato and tomato. Sometimes anything will come out.
Farm produce.
Yes, farm produce.
Okay, ma.
We are into.
Okay, so how is the cost of things in the market presently?
Now, the thing is very cost now. We are selling Mala own. But this is it now. This Mala own now, crate, this is the crate. It's 50,000. But before, we are buying it 14,000. Sometimes 11,000, sometimes 15,000. But now, they are selling it 50,000. The rentage is too high.
Okay, that's why you now shifted to the other type of tomato.
Yes.
Okay. So presently now, how is the cost of this one in the market?
This one now, the smaller, this is it. This one now is 10,000.
Okay.
10,000 naira. This rodo we are selling. This is the patala that they used to have. Then they sell at 40,000, 45. It's too high now. That is why we are shedding it 1,000 like this for the rentage like this 1,000. But because of not everybody have the amount, we are putting it 500 so that some people their heart will reach there.
Okay, so what do you think the government can do to help the market?
The thing that I want government to do for us is to lower the price of the fuel so that then go see transport to shift all those things into market. Now, the thing we know. So at least the low price of things, at least now they are help us for rice, but it still remains small because not every woman will carry like 5 children cannot buy a derica of rice 1,000. It's too high now. It's too high for us.
Thank you very much, ma. Good afternoon, ma.
Afternoon.
Your name, ma?
Mrs. Olabimpe.
Mrs. Olabimpe. Yes. What do you sell, ma?
I sell snail.
Oh, so how is snail market? How is the business?
Thank God, Jerry.
Nigeria is not laughing now, but we are pushing it small.
Okay, would you tell us that the price was same? Is it that it's increasing or it came down?
So far, no, we are in rainy season. It's supposed to cheap, but now it's getting rise up because bush have rise. Those people that taken it from the bush said that they did not see to pick. The water inside the bush is too much. Unless the water inside the bush will dry, that they can pick and see the cheap price buy. But the one that you are buying now, let's say this jumbo that you have sold today, we sell it as 70,000 naira for 20. 70,000 naira per 20. We sell per 20
Each one.
Each one we sell.
Okay, so what's the cheapest one in per 20?
This one.
Yes.
That I have is 5,000 naira.
Oh.
That is the smallest one. Wow. Yes. This one now inside the basket here. It's only 40,000 naira for 20. This one.
Okay.
See, it's bush one. It's from Benin. It's from Benin or Ondo State.
Okay.
Very big.
Okay.
This one is the follow jumbo. We follow jumbo like this. We sell it 55,000 naira.
Wow.
Yes.
For 20 pieces.
Yeah, per 20. This one is medium. We call it medium. Yes. We sold that one at 25,000 naira per 20. This one is 15,000 naira per 20. That is it.
Okay, so what do you think the government can do to help your business at this time?
What government can do for us is to give us loan. If they can raise us to give us loan so that we can easily do the business very well. So that's what the government can do for us because they can't say government will go and control the price of the snake for us.
Definitely.
It's what we see inside the bush that we buy to bring the market. So when we have the capital to raise our goods up, so we can make a lot of profit on it. So if the government can give us a loan or a loan, it's okay.
Loan can help.
Yes, loan can help us.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you very much, ma'am. Wetin be your name and wetin they say?
My name is Abdullah.
Okay. Wetin they say?
Carrots, cucumber, peppers, spring onions, with cabbage.
For fried rice, na fried rice you and salad with that now. So our market?
Fine.
How much be the price of things for market? Now, shey they reduce abi they increase?
They reduce.
E reduce, ba? So how much they sell things now?
Which one?
How much be cabbage?
Cabbage is 2,000, 2,500.
Carrots nko, how you take tire?
Carrots 500, 200.
This one's where you tire be salad already. How much they sell am?
Na 200.
Hey, wow, that's much. Oh. So wetin be how much they sell the spring onion and the green tatache?
Spring onions, 500, 1,000.
So things don't come down. But you go wish make it come down well, but I be make it go up back.
Make you go up.
If it go up, we pay you as seller.
No, I no pay you.
But when you come down, it go pay you to make your own profit back.
Yes.
Okay, so bad amowa. Danjima. Ẹ káàsán ma. Kí lorúkọ yín àti iṣẹ́ wo lẹ ń ṣe ma?
Èmi Ìyálábẹ̀kẹ́ lè mi jẹ́ o. Ìyálábẹ̀kẹ́ ni o.
Okay, iṣẹ́ wo lẹ ń ṣe ma?
Alágbẹ̀dẹ Goldsmith. Oníṣòwò.
Ẹ jẹ́ ká sọ̀rọ̀ nípa ríro àgbẹ̀dẹ yẹn. Báwo ni iṣẹ́ alágbẹ̀dẹ ṣe rí lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí? Táwọn bí nǹkan ṣe ń lọ lórílẹ̀-èdè, ṣáwọn èèyàn ṣì ń ṣe iṣẹ́?
Àwọn tó ń jẹ́ kébi pa wá kọ̀ọ̀kan kúkú ṣì ń gbé wá ṣe báyìí náà mò ń ṣe. Àwọn tó ń jẹ́ kébi pa wá ṣì ń gbé wá bó ti yẹ pẹ́ńkẹ́lẹ́ wọ́n ṣàṣì ń gbé wá. Bọ́ọ̀lù góòlù gbé wá mọ́ bí tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ ẹ ṣàṣì ń gba pẹ́ńkẹ́lẹ́ tá a máa wọn fọ̀ tá à ń rówó fi jẹun díẹ̀díẹ̀. Òun náà ni mò ń ṣe lọ́wọ́
ẹ̀. Ẹ̀bí téèyàn bá fẹ́ fọ bóyá bí set of gold bí rèé lò ní.
Òun wọ̀n set of gold. Ó depend lé bó bá ṣe pọ̀ tó. Ní owó yìí ṣe máa pọ̀ tó.
Ká sọ pé ẹ̀gbà ọrùn, ọwọ́ àti etí àti òrùka.
Ṣé mọ̀ pé 9 carat wà, 6 carat wà, 18 wà, 14 wà.
So ó tún ní ṣe pẹ̀lú iye tó máa jẹ́. Hey! So the richer your gold is, the richer your money will be.
Yes.
That's amazing. Bẹ́ẹ̀ mi ò mọ eléyìí tẹ́lẹ̀ nípa iṣẹ́ alágbẹ̀dẹ, ó jẹ́ ohun tó dára. Ẹ ní pé ẹ̀ ń ṣòwò náà, irú òwò lẹ̀ ń ṣe mà.
Gbogbo náà lẹ́tí tá a ti ń bá wa ṣe yìí náà bí ọṣẹ bíi profession ṣàǹtàlẹ̀ yọ̀yọ̀ ìdánilẹ́wọ̀sẹ̀s
báwo ni provision ṣe rí lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí.
wọ́n díẹ̀ àwọn distributor wa lójókòó yìí.
Tá bá ní pé ká wo bí price àwọn kan kí ni èló ni bí price àwọn kan lọ́jà lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí.
nǹkan tó wẹ̀ cheap fún 1,000 ní provision díẹ̀.
So tí o bá fẹ́ ra milk àti Milo nísìn.
owó ìfọ̀rọ̀ ní 7,000 lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀rọ àwọn ọba.
Ó dà kí lẹ́yìn wa lérò pé ìjọba lè ṣe fún wa lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí tó lè mú ọjà kí owó ẹ̀ kó lọlẹ̀ kí àwọn ọlọ́jà lè máa rọ́jà tà kí àwọn tó ń rà gan wọ́n lè rówó mú wá sọ́jà láti ra ọjà.
ìjọba ò lè ṣe nǹkan Ọlọ́run ló lè ṣe Ọlọ́run kan bọ̀ Ọlọ́run bá wa tún ṣe.
Ó dáa mà ẹ ṣe gan ohun tí ẹ sọ ó jẹ́ kókó tó ṣe pàtàkì àfi tí Ọlọ́run bá ràn wá lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run yóò sì máa ràn wá lọ́wọ́ sí i.
olórí wa náà lọ́wọ́.
Àmì o àmì o.
Ẹ káàsán mà.
Ẹ káàsán.
Kí lorúkọ yín mà? Ẹ ṣé.
Orúkọ mi ni Alhaja Iswatu Adeogun.
Ok, kí làwọn ọjà tẹ́ ń tà mà?
Mo ń ta sẹ̀mó, pando, rice, spag, indomie, nǹkan tí mo ń ta nìyẹn.
Ok mà, báwo lọjà báyìí mà?
Ọjà wà ń bẹ bọ́ sí ọjà ò yá. Ọjà ò yá. Èèyàn ò rọ́ọ̀ṣì ra ọjà. Èèyàn kọ̀ọ̀kan là ń rí torí ọjà yẹn ti wọ́n jù. Ọ̀dọ̀ ó wálẹ̀ díẹ̀ o sí ti sẹ́lẹ̀ o mọ̀ ó sì wọ̀n náà. Ó sì wọ̀n náà.
Ok, ǹjẹ́ ẹ lè sọ àwọn iye ọjà fún wa mọ̀?
Wọ́n lè sọ.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni mà.
Sẹ̀mó 5 kg yìí 7,500 láta. Eléyìí náà Supreme 7,500 the same price. Eléyìí náà 7,500 òun láta. Nílá 10 kg 48. Golden penny sẹ̀mó 48 nìyẹn náà 10 kg. Lina 48. Àwọn eléyìí Supreme 10 kg yẹn ní 14,500. Bá a ṣe tà nìyẹn.
Àwọn poundo nǹkan mà?
Poundo yẹn kékeré pátá 17. Poundo 1 kg 34. 2 kg 68. 5 kg lélẹ́yìí. 5 kg yẹn 17,000 nìyẹn. 17,000 ní ilé. Spag 19,000 ní package.
Ní package.
Ní package.
Ìṣe kan náà ni Golden Penny àti Dangote.
Kò sí Dangote Golden Penny náà ni oríṣi míì ló tún wà.
Ok, àwọn
Supreme relay Supreme 19,000 ìyẹn náà.
Bí ráìsì nǹkan èló ni àpò ráìsì lọ́wọ́?
Àpò ráìsì wẹ̀wẹ̀ 60,000 ni.
Ńlá nǹkan mà?
Ńlá 82.
Ok, ẹ ṣé gan ni mà. Kí wá ní nǹkan tẹ́lẹ̀ rò pé ìjọba lè ṣe láti lè mú àwọn nǹkan wálẹ̀ ní ọjà táwọn èèyàn lè wá máa rajà?
Kíjọba bá wa ṣe náà ni kí gbogbo nǹkan kó wálẹ̀ kí dọ́là kó wálẹ̀ tí dọ́là bá ti wálẹ̀ gbogbo nǹkan á wálẹ̀ epo náà kàn jẹ́ kó wálẹ̀ nǹkan lè ṣe nìyẹn.
Dọ́là epo
kó wálẹ̀.
Ó dà mà ẹ ṣé gan ni mà ajá máa wá mà.
Àmín o.
Good afternoon ma, ẹ káàsán ma.
Good afternoon, ẹ káàsán o, báwo ni o?
Adúpẹ́ fọlọ́ ma, orúkọ yín mà àti nǹkan tẹ̀ ń tà.
Orúkọ mi ni Alhaja Sherifat Abímbọ́lá Ṣóhùn. Biscuit, sweets oríṣiríṣi là ń tà.
Ọjà ọmọdé nìyẹn.
Ìyá ìwé ni mí. Ìyá oníjẹkújẹ ìjẹkújẹ ọmọdé ni mò ń tà torí mo nífẹ̀ẹ́ ọmọdé púpọ̀ jù.
Báwo wá lọjà mà?
À ń dúpẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run. Olúwa ṣeun. Ṣùgbọ́n ọjà ò dàbí ti tẹ́lẹ̀ nítorí pé gbogbo nǹkan ló ti wọ́n. Bisikíìtì 50 naira tẹ́lẹ̀ báyìí bó ṣe tóbi tó ní. Ní ìsìn 100 naira, 200, 400. Àwọn òbí á ní ṣé bí panu lásán ni bó la ṣe máa ra bisikíìtì 400. Ká àmọ́ bó ṣe jẹ́ o bá a ṣe ń tà ní ìsìn nìyẹn. Tẹ́lẹ̀ tẹ́ bá fẹ́ ra bisikíìtì tẹ́ bá ti mú bíi 500, 1 million. Ilé máa kún ọ̀nà máa kún ni. Ní ìsìn téèyàn bá fẹ́ rajà báyìí tí ò bá di owó gidi dání kò ṣe èèyàn lè ra quantity téèyàn ń ra tẹ́lẹ̀ mọ́.
Ẹ kí lẹ wá lérò pé ìjọba lè ṣe fún wa lórí ọ̀rọ̀ ọjà?
Ìjọba náà kì í kúkú ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀ náà lẹ kì í ṣẹjọ́ wọn. Bí gbogbo nǹkan ṣe ń wọ́n tó ń wọ́n ni gbogbo raw materials gbogbo ẹ̀ náà ló wọ́n. A dẹ̀ mọ̀ pé ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn raw materials yìí náà wọ́n import ẹ̀ ni. A sì mọ̀ pé owó ti wọ́n.
ẹ̀bẹ̀ náà lábẹ́ wọn kán ṣàánú wa kán bá wa mú owó àwọn nǹkan kán bá wa mú wálẹ̀ ẹ mọ̀ pé ní ìsìn tẹ́lẹ̀ iná NEPA ó rẹ́gúlà so cost of production ó máa low sísìn tó yẹ pé dísù dẹ̀ wọ́n so a lè sọ pé ìjọba náà ni àwọn tó ń ṣe náà a lè sọ pé ẹ̀bi wọn ni kì í ṣẹ̀bi tiwọn náà kì í dẹ̀ ṣẹ̀bi àwọn aráàlú náà tá à ń sọ pé kán ṣàánú wa kán bá wa mú owó nǹkan wálẹ̀ tówó nǹkan bá wálẹ̀ àwa gan tà àwa gan rí géènì inú ẹni tó ń rà dùn àwa náà tá ń ta inú wa dùn ọlọ́mọ bá wà nínú jẹ́ o.
ọ̀dà ẹ ṣé gan ni mà fún ohun tí ẹ sọ nísìnyí ó ti ṣàfihàn wípé ó wà lọ́wọ́ ará ilé ó wà lọ́wọ́ àlejò kí nǹkan lè rọrùn torí tá a bá wo cost of production adé kí nǹkan lọ sókè tí ìjọba bá lè bá wa mú kan wálẹ̀ tí àwọn èèyàn náà lè ṣe iṣẹ́ àṣekára láti mú owó wọlé á jẹ́ ìrọ̀rùn fún gbogbo wa so Ọlọ́run lórílẹ̀-èdè a máa ràn wá lọ́wọ́ máa ọ̀dà máa ẹ ṣé gan ni.
Ọlọ́run bá wa ràn ìjọba lọ́wọ́ á ràn àwọn aráàlú náà lọ́wọ́ torí ìgbà míì báyìí àwọn èèyàn gan àwọn aráàlú gan wọn ò tí ì ní gbọ́ kíkù òjò wọn á ti domi agbada nù pé ọjà fẹ́ wọn ọjà wọn á ti mówó wọn á ti fi lé ọjà tiwa ẹ kò ṣeé fowó lé bó ṣe wà yìí tá a bá fi 50 naira lé pálí bisikíìtì kan wọn ò ní rà torí wípé tí wọ́n bá tà àtìmọye tán fẹ́ fi pa tó kò lè pè fún wọn ṣùgbọ́n àwọn ọjà míì wà tó yẹ pé kọ́ máa ti gbọ́ pé kìnìkan owó àti ga ìyìnsì tún bá àwọn náà wí because tán bá tà níye tí ó bá dé tẹ́lẹ̀ tán bá fẹ́ lọ rà míì ń bówó ti fẹ́ rówó tán fẹ́ fi kún láti fi rà míì kọ́lọ́n kó ràn gbogbo wa lọ́wọ́ àtijọba àtàráàlú kọ́lọ́n kó ràn wá lọ́wọ́ o kọ́lọ́n kó bùkún fún orílẹ̀-èdè torí orílẹ̀-èdè yìí dáa púpọ̀ jù orílẹ̀-èdè tó ń ṣàn fún wàrà àti oyin ni téèyàn bá dé orílẹ̀-èdè míì yóò mọ̀ pé Ọlọ́run bùkún fún orílẹ̀-èdè yìí ṣùgbọ́n tó kọ́lọ́n kó wá pẹ̀lú gbogbo wa kọ́lọ́n kó ràn wá lọ́wọ́.
Àmì alájà ẹ ṣé gan ni ma ajá máa wá. Whether you are a market regular or a weekend shopper, Ile-Epo Market remains a go-to for your fresh farm produce, for your baking, for your tin, sachets, anything at all that you want to buy, just to stock your house, either for the week, either for just a meal, or for the month. You can now actually come here. And it's actually a place where you can do your negotiations with the farm produce. And also, the sachets and the canned ones are actually wholesale. So you get to buy at a very much cheaper and affordable price. And today, this is all we have for you on Market Today. And I remain Oyindamola Olukuta. And we'll be seeing you same time, same station next week. Don't touch the dial.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Ambo Chika Iro Manihe Jimarambo Adibo Wana Voice of the People. Naruna Voice of the People 90.3 FM diko denta akuko. Abukwani monyo mama di nguru nke dị na Bombise, Imo State. Ịbụkwana onye nta akụkọ. Eche m na m ga-asị na ọ bụ ihe dị n'ime. Mgbe nne m mụrụ m ya bụ ihe nọ m n'ime, ọ bụghị ihe m mụrụ amụ. Ọ nọ n'ime m n'ihi na oge m na-etolite m ga-echeta otu ụbọchị m gwara nne m na ọ ga-amasịkwanụ m ka m bụrụ onye na-ekwu okwu na redio n'ihi na nne m na onwe ya bụ onye hụrụ ihe gbasara redio n'anya. Oge abụla oge kwa ụbọchị ka ọ na-agbanye redio anya na-amara ihe ndị na-emegasị n'ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa. M ga-echeta na BCA redio Ụmụahịa bụ ya bụ redio nne m na-egekarị nke emezie nwee ihe gbasara redio n'anya. Ngwa nne m na m ga-abụkwanụ onye ga na-ekwu okwu na redio. Mana ya bụ ihe bidoro ọbụladị mgbe m n'ụlọ akwụkwọ praịmarị sekọndịrị na mahadum abịara na-ede akụkọ ụgha nke bụ eziokwu. Ọ bụrụ na m dechaa ya ebe a gụpụta ya, ị ga-ajụ sị kedu ihe kpaliri nwata a ime ihe a? Ọ bụghịkwa nke ahụ, ebidoro m ọsịsọ banye na lay reader, bụrụ onye na-agụ ihe ọgụgụ na parish m St. Charles Ezugwu na Amadi, bụkwa nke dị na Abombise, Imo steeti. Eche m na ihe a bụ ihe nọ m n'ime, bụkwa nke mere na na-eme ya na-ekwu okwu mgbe ụfọdụ mana redio mana TV, maka na ọ bụghị na redio ka m bidosiri were mewe ihe. Abụghịkwanị na redio ka m bidokwa n'ọrụ a. N'oge m gụchara praịmarị abanyere m sekọndịrị, gụchaa sekọndịrị banye ụlọ akwụkwọ mahadum. Mahadum ala anyị dị na Nsụka, University of Nigeria Nsụka bụ ebe m gụrụ mahadum. Ebe ahụ agụrụ m linguistics na Igbo, bụkwa nke nyere aka kwado m maka ya bụ ihe m chọrọ ịbụ. Dịka m siri gwa gị na mbụ n'oge m ka dị obere, amadị m ihe ụwa na-ekwu. Agwara m nne m na m ga-achọ ikwu okwu na redio, mana dịka m gụchara akwụkwọ mahadum fee ala nna anyị, abịaziri m nweta ọrụ na isi mbido TV. Ebe a ka m bidoro ya bụ ihe n'uju. Arụrụ m n'isi mbido TV afọ 3 na ụma, mgba arụkwaghị m hapụ ebe ahụ, sizie isi mbido TV bata na Voice of the People 90.3 FM. Ịjụọ m ihe gbasara ihe m na-arụ taa dịka onye nta akụkọ, m ga-asị gị na ọ bụ ihe nọ m n'ime. Nne m mụrụ m mụọ ịgbasa ozi, ọkachasị na redio na TV. Ọ bụrụ na ị chọrọ ịbụ onye nta akụkọ, e nwere ọtụtụ ihe ị kwesịrị ịgba. Ọ dịrọkwa dị mfe o, maka na anyị na-ekwu ya, anyị nọrọ na redio mgbe ụfọdụ na-ekwu okwu maọbụ na TV, ọ na-atọ ụtọ na ntị, ọ na-atọ gị rịkpọọ, mana ọtụtụ ihe ka anyị na-agabiga tupu ịhụ anyị anyapụta ebe a na-ekwu ihe niile ọ na-adaba adaba. Ọ bụrụ na ị chọrọ ịbụ onye nta akụkọ maọbụ na redio maọbụ na TV, nke mbụ ị ga-amarịrị ihe ekwe na-akụ. Ị ga-amarịrị ihe na-eme na gburugburu gị. Kedu ka ihe si afịatụ na gburugburu gị? N'ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa, ngalaba dị iche iche, ngalaba na-ahụ maka agụmakwụkwọ, ime njem, ahụ isi ike, ngalaba dị iche iche, ị ga-ama ihe ekwe na-akụ. Ọ bụghị naanị n'ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa, ị ga-amakwa ka ihe si afịatụ na mba ofesi dịka onye nta akụkọ, nke ga-abụ na ọ bụrụgodị na ị na-arahụ ụra akpọọ gị, ị mara ihe ekwe na-akụ. Ọ bụrụkwa na ị chọrọ ịbụ onye nta akụkọ dịka m bụ onye nta akụkọ na-eji asụsụ Igbo eme mgbasa ozi nke m, ị ga-amarịla asụsụ Igbo nke ọma. Igbo gị ga-eghe eghe, nke bụ onye nụ ya ọ mara na ịmakwa na ihe ekwe na-akụ. Ọ bụrụkwa Igbo ma mama sị ya bụ Igbo, ọ bụ Igbo ghere eghe, Igbo izugbe. Ọ bụghị olu ndị, ọ bụ eziokwu na mgbe ụfọdụ ndị mmadụ na-eji olu ndị eme ya bụ mgbasa ozi, mana ọ bụ Igbo izugbe bụ asụsụ kacha mma iji were mee ihe mgbasa ozi, nke ga-abụ na ebe ọbụla isi n'ala Igbo, isi steeti Abịa, Enugu, Delta, Imo, Anambra, Ebonyi, steeti ọbụla isi n'ala Igbo, ọ bụrụ na ị na-asụ ya bụ Igbo, ị ga-aghọtarịla ihe onye ahụ na-ekwu. Mana gị were olu ndị, mgbe ụfọdụ ndị steeti ndị ọzọ agaghị enwechi ike ghọtacha ihe ị na-ekwu. Ị chọrọ ịbụ onye nta akụkọ n'asụsụ Igbo, nke mbụ mara ihe ekwe na-akụ n'asụsụ ahụ iji eme ya bụ mgbasa ozi, ya bụ asụsụ Igbo. Mara ihe ekwe na-akụ, ị ga-abụ onye ga na-agụsị akwụkwọ ike, ị ga na-agụ, ị gaa n'ịntanetị na-achọ ọtụtụ ihe, ị na-amụta na-etinye na nke ịma, nke ga-abụ na ọ bụrụ na ị na-ekwu okwu amara na onye amakwana ihe ekwe na-akụ. Ọ bụkwanụ mkpu ka anyị na-eti kwa ụbọchị o, maka na onye dị ka m, mgbe m dị obere ka m bidoro, ndị mmadụ na-asị na adị m very outspoken. Ana m ekwuba okwu ekwusi ya ike mgbe ụfọdụ ka o si wee dịrị. Eche m na ndị na-arụ ọrụ na redio na-enye aka n'otu ụzọ maọbụ ịbụọ ịhụ na ihe gara nke ọma, ọkachasị n'ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa, maka na mgbe ụfọdụ ihe ndị gọọmenti na-eme, ndị nọ n'ọchịchị na-eme, ọ bụkwanụ ndị ya nọ na redio na-eti ya bụ mkpu. Mgbe ụfọdụ gọọmenti nwere ike ime ya chee na ihe ha mere dị mma, mana ọ bụ ndị na-arụ na redio ga-abịa sị gị na gọọmenti ihe anyị mekwanụrụ adịghị mma. Eche m na ọ bụ na ndị na-arụ na redio na ụlọ nta akụkọ dị iche iche bụkwana ndị na-agba gọọmenti okwu. Ewezụga ndị nta akụkọ maọbụ nke redio maọbụ akwụkwọ akụkọ maọbụ nke telivishọn, ewepụ ha n'ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa, gọọmenti ga na-eme ihe ọ bụla ọ sọrọ ha. Mana ndị nta akụkọ bụ ndị bụ ị na-eme, ị na-elekwa anya n'azụ, maka na e nwere ndị na-ele gị ime emejọ, ndị nta akụkọ enyere gị aka. Ya bụ ihe adịrọkwa n'izi dịka ndị iti si ekwu ya, ọ dịghị mfe, ọ bụghị ofe nracha. Ihe gbasara ezinụlọ m, ịchịkọba ya na ọrụ m kwanụ, nke ọbụla nwere oge ya. Enwere m oge m ji akwado maka ọrụ m, enwere m oge m ji aga ọrụ, m rụchakwa ọrụ m alawa m, ngazie nke ezinụlọ, ngazie elenye anya na nke ezinụlọ iji mee na ihe niile dabara adaba. Enye ndị ebe a, enye ndị ebe a, ihe niile wee na-aga nke ọma. Ahụkwana m ọtụtụ nri Igbo n'anya, ọtụtụ nri ndị Igbo na-amasị m n'ebe o buru ibu, mana nri ndị Igbo m kacha ahụ n'anya bụ ụkwa. Ị hụrụ ụkwa? Hey! Ejikwala ụkwa etiri m epele o. Ị na-egwusa m egwuregwu, eji n'ụkwa egwu m egwuregwu. Ahụrụ m nri ụkwa n'anya n'ebe o buru ibu. Ahụkwara m ya bụrụ ihe olilo. Ahụrụ m ofe ụgụ vegetable, ofe ụhakwa na ofe onugbu. Ihe ndị a niile na-atọcha m ụtọ n'ebe o buru ibu. Ahụkwara m ede n'anya. Ọ bụrụ na isi chee ede, ịba were mmanụ iri gwọọ ya, gị na ụtazi maọbụ nchụanwụ were ya gwọọ ya. Nri ndị a niile na-amasịcha m n'ihi na ha bụ nri ndị na-edozi ahụ. Ndị Igbo nwere ọtụtụ nri dị iche iche, bụkwa ndị nke na-edozi ahụ. Ndị nkwado adị Igbo, ọ nọ n'ụlọ na ọ nọ n'ụzọ ije. Ọ bụkwa na unu mere m ihe mgbu. Ewezuga unu, enweghị onye dịka adị Igbo. Ndị nkwado m ndị nke nọ na Naịjirịa na mba ofesi, ana m ekele unu, sikwa unu gaa n'iru na nkwado unu na-enye m. Ewezuga unu, enweghịkwadị onye dịka adị Igbo. Igbo mụrụ nze m ọzọ, aha m bụ Chika Iro, Adigbo Nwanna, Voice of the People. Abụ m onye nta akụkọ mgbasa ozi ngalaba asụsụ Igbo na Voice of the People 90.3 FM. Nke a bụkwanụ ọrụ aka m, ọ bụ ya bụ ihe m na-arụ. Ọ bụ my hustle dịka ndị iti si ekwu ya.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
The 2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right? The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, Leave it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala is not just a name, she is a face. Born on June 13, 1954 in Ogwashiuku, Delta State, Nigeria, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala was raised in a family deeply rooted in education and public service. Her father, Professor Chukwuka Okonjo, was the Obi and respected academic. Her mother, Kamene Okonjo, was a professor and a medical doctor. Ngozi took her academic journey from Nigeria to United States, where she earned a bachelor degree in economics from Harvard University in 1977. Driven by a passion for development economics, she pursued a PhD in regional economics and development at Massachusetts Institute of Technology, which she completed in 1981. Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala dedicated 25 years to the World Bank, rising to the position of Managing Director, the second highest role in the institution.
There's an Africa that you don't hear about very much. And sometimes I'm puzzled, and I ask myself why. This is the Africa that is changing, that Chris alluded to. This is the Africa of opportunity. This is the Africa where people want to take charge of their own futures and their own destinies.
She was an instrument in spearheading initiatives that addressed poverty and promoted economic growth in developing countries, particularly in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. Answering the call to serve her homeland, Ngozi became Nigeria's finance minister twice, from 2003 to 2006, and again from 2011 to 2015, becoming the first woman to hold this position. She also briefly served as Nigerian foreign minister in 2006. During her tenure, she implemented critical reforms to combat corruption and stabilize the economy. Notably, she led negotiations that resulted in the cancellation of $30 billion of Nigeria's external debt, a monumental achievement that improved the nation's financial standing. Beyond Nigeria, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala has been a formidable force on the global stage. She chaired the board of Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, from 2016 to 2020, playing a pivotal role in improving access to immunization in low-income countries. In March 2021, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala made history by becoming the first woman and the first African to serve as Director General of the World Trade Organization. In 2022, Dr. Ngozi joined the Group of 30 known as G30, an independent body of distinguished policy makers from around the world. In November 2024, she was reappointed to serve a second term as Director General of the World Trade Organization. Dr. Ngozi's contributions have earned her numerous accolades. She holds honorary degrees from prestigious institutions and has received national honors. She is listed as one of the 50 greatest world leaders, the top 100 most influential people in the world, the top 100 thinkers, the top 3 powerful women in Africa, and many more. Despite the global responsibilities, Ngozi remained deeply connected to her family. She is married to Dr. Iyemba Iweala, a neurosurgeon, and together they have 4 children, including Uzodimma Iweala, an acclaimed author. Her life story serves as an inspiration, demonstrating that integrity, perseverance, and vision can drive transformation. Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala's journey reflects profound impact one individual can have on the world. Her legacy continues to inspire new generations of leaders.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
The Agungu Fishing Festival, or Agungu Dance Festival, is an annual 4-day festival in Kebbi State and other northern states like Niger and the northwestern part of northern Nigeria. The region is made up of fertile river areas of Matamfada, Mala, with much irrigation and orchards, Lambu in Hausa. The majority of the inhabitants are fishermen. They also have Kanta Museum. The museum is the main historical center in Agungu for visitors across the globe. People from around the world travel to Agungu just to witness the occasion. The main purpose of the Agungu Fishing Festival is for fishing and unity. The festival is usually a 4-day cultural event. The festival began in the year 1934 as a mark of the end of the century-old hostility between the Sokoto Caliphate and the Kebbi Kingdom. This festival has brought huge progress to the development of the state as a whole. It is usually called a fishing frenzy festival. The festival is celebrated to mark the beginning of the fishing season in Agungu, a riverside town in Kebbi State. It's celebrated between February and March every year. In 2005, the winning fish weighed 75 kilograms and needed 4 men to hoist it onto the scales. In 2006, the festival banned fishing due to safety concerns relating to the low water levels. The importance of the festival to the economy has led the government to conserve fish stock by prohibiting the use of gill nets and cast nets. The Zyro Polder Project, an irrigation scheme in the Rima River floodplain to the south of Agungu, has been criticized because the reservoir threatens to flood the traditional site of the festival. Activities include craft showcases, canoe races, agricultural showcase, cultural activities, wrestling matches, musical performances, a grand fishing contest and swimming contest. On the final day of the festival, the competition is held, in which thousands of men line up along the river, and at the sound of a gunshot, all of them jump into the river and have an hour to catch the largest fish. The winner can take home as much as $7,500. Competitors are only allowed to use traditional fishing tools, and many prefer to catch fish entirely by hand. A practice also popular elsewhere and known as noodling, and this is to demonstrate their prowess.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
The red carpet came alive in Lagos as industry players, culture enthusiasts, and cinema lovers gathered for the premiere of Amayanabo, The Eagle King. Written and produced by media entrepreneur Betty Irabo and directed by veteran filmmaker Fred Amata. The historical drama brings to life the rich culture and traditions of the Niger Delta, told through the lens of royalty, power, and identity.
All we've learned in history is what the white man has told us. Let us start telling them our own side, how our forefathers felt, how we had city-states, we had a structure, we had a government before the white man came in. We need to start telling our own side of the story, not their side of the story. And we can do it, and we are doing it, and I will continue. Nothing will stop me by the grace of God.
The movie explores themes of leadership and betrayal with standout performance from its cast. One of the lead actors who played the antagonist shared his excitement about embodying a complex role that challenged the king's authority.
Let me say without revealing too much, my character was the character that led King Ibanichuka down the path of unrighteousness. Hey! Oh yes, so this is
that means you're like a villain in the movies.
Oh well, without revealing too much, I wouldn't say I was a villain. I would say I was a principled person that insisted on sticking to terms. So those terms are now open to interpretation by the audience.
Audience members who attended the screening described the film as a bold celebration of culture, applauding his storytelling, costuming, and cinematography.
As the stunt director, how was it?
Well, I would say a bit challenging, but because I've been doing that for over a while. I mean, I've been featuring in fight movies as a fighter, so the experience is not totally new. But it was actually a challenge for me to individually choreograph a fight scene of that kind of epic scene. You understand? It's actually a challenge, but I thank God that it was a success.
So what are your expectations for this movie as you have directed?
Actually, there are no longer expectations. I've seen the final output, and I expect that you will be blown away when you watch it.
It's a comprehensive telling of the struggle of a people for identity, for survival, and also to stand your ground when it matters most, so that you don't get trampled upon by an intruder, so to speak, and many more.
With Amayanabo, The Eagle King, Irabo and a team hope to set a new pace for culturally rooted cinema, proving once again that Nigerian stories are best told by Nigerians themselves. Oyindamala Olukutan for Voice of the People TV.
We want to take a moment to thank each and every one of you for your hard work, dedication, and the positive vibe you bring to Voice of the People every day. From all of us on the HR, we would like to say Merry Christmas, a happy, prosperous, and healthy New Year. Thank you.
Happy New Year! I think that's fine, right? Okay, so I have to apologize. My guys, at the Talkback studio actually told me to shout. They asked me to scream. So I think I love that. Let me scream again. Happy New Year! Welcome on board. Of course, it is People's Voice on VOP Television. What a way to start the year. It's really been a very wonderful one, I have screamed. Please, in case my voice is cracked today, pardon me for just today. I have shouted Happy New Year since 12, till this morning. I only took 1 hour nap, and because I really, I really anticipated, so much, as regards to the crossover night, and, the enthusiasm of me just, waiting for that particular time, to get to 12 and for us to cross over. Because I just felt everything that came with 2025 was really, really, enough. It drained us. It took so much from us. And I just wanted to see a new year where we can hope again, where hopes can actually come alive and believe again. And that's why I'm really excited to see a new year. And for the fact that you didn't actually, tune into our station and someone else is seated on the seat to say, oh, welcome to People's Voice, and they gave me 1 minute silence, meaning that I'm still alive, and you are also alive watching me. So is it not a thing, is it not enough for us to celebrate this wonderful year together? And of course, to give God thanks for giving us the grace and deeming it fit for us to witness yet another wonderful year. So one more time, permit me to shout, Happy New Year! So welcome on board. It is People's Voice, and all I just have to tell you is that this is your year of speed, this is your year of flight, this is your year of exceeding grace, this is your year of completion, your year of open doors, and your year of peace. I do not know what you're going through, but I pray God gives you peace. And for everything that we all went through last year, we just pray that the Lord Almighty would not make it cross over into this new year with us. So welcome on board. And of course, today we'll be continuing the edition we did yesterday. Of course, we've been doing our 2025 review, and we'll be doing the review until tomorrow, which is a Friday, the 2nd of January 2026. So I love the fact that yesterday was really wonderful. We had a roundtable conversation. We did so many reviews as regards to every of the incident that happened in the nation. Of course, I will be doing that as well today. This is People's Voice. This is your voice. This is where we get to amplify your voice. And of course, we'll talk about certain stories that shape the narrative. And today, we'll be going back to the same conversation, resilience and reform, Nigerians 2025 in review. Join the conversation with experts and scientists in perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Savior Udo. Are you not even excited to hear that name again in this 2026? The town was painted red. And I must say this before I continue the show. Nigerians, let me calm down to use that particular layman term. Nigerians, we don't hear word. They said no fireworks in some areas. They even mentioned fireworks to stop. Guess what? People got fireworks as if it was a present, like an hamper. I couldn't even step out of the church after we shouted Happy New Year. Like the fireworks took all through till 7 a.m. I think we also have to ask people that are selling it, but of course, if I'm opportune to say this, I also love the fireworks because I saw different, But of course, they were coordinated, and it was not like, being loosed freely, carelessly. No, they were all coordinated, and I love the fact that, we are being ushered into a new year. All right. 2025 was actually a pivotal year for Nigerians. It marked a very intense political maneuvering, persistent economy challenges, escalating insecurity, and of course, incremental reforms under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration. The nations actually, went into a very serious corruption scandals, widespread social unrest driven by hardship, and governance failure across sectors. While economic indicators shows that the government were doing fine, but the people were not doing fine, and the people were actually suffering, going through so much as regards to inflation and even to making, a little income for themselves. And what it means when you're trying to, make two ends meet, but the two ends refuse to meet because of the situation of the nation. And we also went through a very serious, insecurity challenges that became one of the most lucrative business in Nigeria as regards to banditry. And of course, I'm bringing you up to speed as regards to some of the things we discussed yesterday. And today, we'll be taking it off from there. Yesterday, we talked from January to March, and today we're taking it up from, March to when, the time would actually tell us to take a bow. So to join the conversation, kindly call the number 09044732605. 09044732605. Follow us on social media at VOPTV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on VOPTV. And of course, on YouTube, we're Voice of the People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll actually start up the conversation. Resilience and Reform, Nigeria's 2025 in review. Don't go nowhere. Stay tuned, please. I'll be right back.
This is to wish you a wonderful, spirit-filled and Merry Christmas from Matthew Ugunswada.
This year has been so amazing with you in it. And that's why we're saying from Voice of the People TV, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. And we love you.
You've been wonderful all through the year. And this is from us, Voice of the People Television, saying Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year to you all. See you at the top.
Whether you've been with us through the ups and downs or just joined us for this festive season,
take a moment to cherish the moments you've made and look forward to making new ones on the horizon.
May this new year bring you everything good, everything prosperous.
As we bid farewell to the old year and welcome you to the new year,
may your heart be filled with joy and your home with laughter. And of course, may your spirit be filled with hope.
We'll be bringing you live updates, exciting performance, and inspiring stories throughout the day.
Stay tuned for our special New Year's coverage, and let's make this year unforgettable.
Thank you for making us a part of your celebration.
Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Welcome back to the program. It is still People's Voice on Voice of the People Television. Yes, and I must take out my time to say Happy New Year to our head of programs, okay? Madam Isioma, Happy New Year to you. She actually sent a message saying that she heard my scream from home. I'm always, like this when it comes to New Year's and Christmas. Of course, you all can actually talk about the Christmas. So this is New Year, so it shouldn't be different. So I'm always very, excited to witness yet a new year like this, where we just get to believe that everything will actually work out, as God will have it. We're believing, and we just pray that for everything that we plan to have in this year, the Lord will give it to us cheaply, and effortlessly. That's it. All right, so we're not being joined by Mr. Lawa Ganiu. Okay, you're welcome on board, sir. A public affairs and political analyst. He's been laughing all through. Ever since I've been screaming, he's been saying, are you like this? You're always that corporate. Are you like this? Yes, sir. This is how my Christmas and New Year looks like. So please just permit me. Is it okay?
It's welcome. It's not easy to cross in Nigeria in 2025.
It's not. In this nation,
yes, there's a boxer here in Nigeria here who is, going through health challenges at the moment, and we pray that he gets well.
Wow.
So you can see that it's not everybody that crossed, in feeling ill and all this. There are some trapped in that rubble.
Yes,
somewhere in Lagos State. They are still there at this moment under the rubble of a building. So, and we pray that God will deliver and help them.
Amen. Amen.
So when we are here, we should give glory to God and pray for the others too. That are going through different challenges.
I love the fact that you actually came in from that angle, because some people might not really know the reason why I'm screaming. Some people might not really know the reason why I'm this excited. It's not easy for you to be around for 365 days. I've never been admitted before, neither my family. I'm not saying anyone that is admitted, is not better than I am a family, but all I'm just saying is we've been, privileged to enjoy the grace from God. So
And we have some people who wishes to scream and shout like this, but they can't, which we're also sending our loves to them on their sick bed, and we just pray that they get well soon. So, just imagine Anthony Joshua coming into Nigeria to spend time with, family and friends. His two friends also saw their own people saying, oh, we'll be back shortly. They came in from UK. What happened? He's the only one alive presently. His two friends are gone from, from the accident. So what are we saying? So sincerely, if we are screaming like this, if we are excited, it's because we're only just saying, thank you, Jesus. And we can actually look at this particular number and say, this is 2026, not 5 anymore. And we have actually crossed over. So
that's why they call it crossover.
Yes.
That's why it's called crossover.
This one that I'm giving my madam, shout out, I heard the program, it doesn't mean that she'll give me any off or leave. She will tell you have to come and work. All right, so Mr. Lawal, we said so much yesterday, and it was a wonderful outing. Of course, you and Mr. Elvis opened up the review, and we said so much in 1 hour. And of course, we'll be dissecting that today. We talked about general situations as regards to, economic reform. We talked about their so-called 30% inflation. 30%. We talk about inflation, right? But they talk about 30% increment. Meanwhile, when you gave the analysis yesterday, it was about 100 plus, 100 plus, in increments of foodstuffs. So, and of course, we moved to February, where we had several insecurity situations as well. That was when you even mentioned on air that banditry has become, the biggest business. It's an industry. Yes, that was. Yeah, let me quote you.
One of the biggest and expanding industry in Nigeria.
So you said that was one of the biggest.
Fast. One of the fastest expanding business in Nigeria.
Yeah, that was when you made that assertion. I was like, oh yeah, that's if we can be coming to office and we are okay, living our life as regards to our income, paying tax and all of that. But some guys are in the bush. They pick, take money, they drop. So we call it pick and drop, and they're okay.
Do you know that, like I said, that it's a lucrative business. It's a fast-growing industry in Nigeria. You know why? Some people even do it. They even fake it. They don't even kidnap somebody.
Yes.
They fake their
own kidnap.
They fake it.
I read a particular news story 3 months ago. I think sometime in September. October. I read.
Yes, one happened in October. I think October.
Yes, I read one. A particular woman and her cousin and one other guy, they faked her own kidnap to take 5 million from her husband. The husband paid the ransom, but before they could share the money, police in Edo State apprehended them.
You can see, it's a fast-growing business.
And I was
in
like,
Nigeria.
Is this even okay? Is this normal? You are faking your own kidnap to take money from your husband. Did you actually put your husband in that particular position where he's thinking of his wife being kidnapped, the trauma, the children? You're not bothered about it, but it's the 5 million.
And by the time you release let me say police did not nab them. By the time she's released and she gets home, the husband will be, commensurating with her. She'll still
yes.
And my dear.
And she will act well.
And she will act it so well. And the next time they will do it again, maybe they will do it to their child. Don't worry, the man paid. Now maybe we'll do another one. This time, let's ask for 15 million. If he can pay 5 million. So you can see that it has become an industry. I said like 3 years ago here, that this thing, the way it is going, it will become like one of the fastest growing industry in Nigeria.
I just hope they won't ask them to also be paying their own tax.
Since they told us that prostitutes
can actually pay tax. Yes, I read it in one of the programs I did on Morning Boss, one of our Saturday's edition. So
how will a government official say that?
No, that's to let you know the kind of government officials that are being appointed.
Yes.
Sir, that is to let you know that they don't go through a proper scrutiny. And not only that, some of these appointments don't come on merits. Because I see no reason why your certificate is complete and yet you can't get appointments.
Yeah, so many. Maybe they will collect.
I don't want to call names.
No, maybe they were collecting tax from beggars too now. You know those beggars that beg on the street.
They will recognize them as well.
Yes, you start collecting tax.
But the biggest of them was the bandits, you know. The bandits. Those ones and those ones will even give them money back. Okay. And of course, we moved to March. And March was one of the most dramatic, months last year where the emergency, decree came from the president as regards to River State.
Yes.
The state of emergency. And they're still going through it. The logger is still there. And we're waiting for Wike to say something from Monday because he said it is in January next year that politics will start. So we're waiting. Yeah, and we know Wike does not just talk without not doing something. So we'll see what he will do with his own successor, being a predecessor. But of course, it's high time for us to move to my birth month, which I love, April. But of course, I don't even know what's going on in April. But let's actually look at it.
Let's look at April.
So we would actually be taking it from the health sector. The health sector's strike and economic projections. Okay, doctors and health workers initiated strikes over delayed payment and poor conditions, deepening the workforce crisis. And of course, economy situation again, inflation eased to 24.23%, but food prices surged due to insecurity in farming regions like Benue, if you remember. And talking about oil, NNPC reported increased production targets aiming at 1.8 million barrels per day by 2026. They only gave a projection. And for the aviation system, reforms in aviation and transportation began with new policies for infrastructure development. So, Mr. Lawal, for everything I've actually read about April, starting from the doctors' strike, they went on strike, and we had so many influx of doctors leaving the country into UK, Canada, US, Australia. They left this country.
Even to some outside those areas too.
Yes, outside those areas.
Them moving to Dubai.
Yes, so they went to Middle East and all of that, and it's a thing of concern. We don't have enough here, I think when we did this analysis, we had one doctor to about 300 to 400 patients, and we cannot pay them, and those same doctors are leaving this country to go to outside the country. So how many doctors in 2026, how many patients in 2026 are we going to be having to one doctor in Nigeria in 2026?
No, the major thing is this that I want to ask.
Yeah.
Why did they leave? Why? Okay, is it that the government doesn't have money to pay? That is why they left. Or something else? Because I don't see, if the government tell me there's no money to pay them, that is when I would say that the government is not serious. Because I know what, there was an increment in allocations across board. Even up to this this take home that the reps take home, it was drastically increased to billions. So the question is, all these reps, what they are collecting, if it is stopped, health workers will do very well in this country. We'll be able to pay them well. The health will be very affordable for Nigerians. So that's why you have to go that these government officials don't actually, most of them don't use Nigerian hospitals. The same doctor that you cannot pay in Nigeria, you still go and meet that same doctor in UK, in Canada, because when you are flown to UK for treatment, the same doctor that you neglected in Nigeria that ran away for better this thing in UK, you still go ahead and pay that money you didn't pay that worker in Nigeria. You still go and pay that worker in UK.
Is that not a misplaced priority?
That's the problem. That's it.
But
look at Buhari. You know Buhari died in UK hospital. He died in UK hospital. Now that UK hospital, now you may find Nigerians doctors who left Nigeria because of this ill treatment.
Yeah.
You find them in UK treating him, and then they have to be paid because when you travel there for treatment, you pay them. You see that the money you didn't pay them in Nigeria, you still pay them.
And now you even pay better because you are actually
pay more in
paying more. You are paying in
so
pounds.
You can see that it's a misplaced priority.
Yeah.
It's a misplaced priority.
But Mr. Lawal, you know, based on your question, I think the only thing I can actually answer as regards to why are the lawmakers, the executive arm, not taking the health sector serious. I think we have a remuneration problem. And all I can say is that if you are not a politician, I think every other profession is not, recognized by these politicians. Because if you look at it from the health sector, they're not taking them serious. They will talk, and the next thing you will see, the National Assembly will just say, oh, we're in talk with them, we will get back to you, everything will be settled, call off your strike. The ASU will come, education. You will tell them, oh, we are in talks with them, and we'll get back to you, please call off your strike. NLC would come until you see. You say, oh, Labour, don't worry, we've actually heard all of your conversation, we'll get back to you, please call off the strike. And when you look at all of these things, if you go through whatsoever demands all of these sectors are asking for, it's just a better remuneration. Why is it difficult?
Which is normal.
Which is normal. Why is it difficult, Mr. Lawal? Why is it difficult for our Nigerian government, our politicians, or our leaders to take care of the people that are actually doing the main job for their administration to actually work better?
Because you see, Nigerian politicians, a typical Nigerian politician see government as a job. That's a major problem. They see government as their means of livelihood.
I'm sorry, I might not mention name, but if you had watched our program, the station from Monday till date, you would know the politician I'm talking about. How can I reach out to you to join the program in one of the productions, that I produced as regards to This Morning, the first flagship program of the station? And amongst your profile, I feel it should be learned, and I am saying politician. I don't understand.
Profession.
How can politician be a profession?
Profession, right? Or occupation, politician.
I'm not understanding this thing. How can you write politician? If you are a doctor, if you are a lawyer, whatsoever you are, if you are an engineer, but writing politician?
Or maybe for worse, we say you are a businessman.
Even if you say you are a business magnate, we don't understand.
You know that, okay, you are doing trading.
You know what politician?
What type of profession is that?
I don't understand. And guess what? He still made some assertion that day. He said he is the right candidate for a particular state.
That's it. That means he's going there for promotion. Like you want to get employment. You employ into a.
But you know the best governor to me in Nigeria for now that I've actually seen is Governor Raji Fashola. So I've been in the corridors of his administration. But of course, a two-tenure governor, he left, he became a minister, and afterwards, you know what he did? He went back to his real profession, being a senior advocate of Nigeria. We saw him recently at Supreme Court, going to defend the matter. That is what we want to see. The same way we look at Obama, we are happy to see him.
And it's even that one is even common in those developed countries.
You understand? In other climes, we want to also see our own politicians.
Boris Johnson, you see all their prime ministers, they go back to their normal profession.
So we saw Fashola.
Service.
Yes, we saw Fashola put on his wig, wore his regalia, went into Supreme Court, defended the matter, and someone videoed him out. That is like when I saw it, Mr. Lawal, I was really excited. I said, this is what government and personality, someone of integrity should look like. Not somebody that will finish as a two-term governor.
Wants to
become a senator. No, if you notice, any governor don't go to House of Rep.
They want to become either a minister
or a senator.
A senator.
Yes. So they move like that, ministerial, senator, minister, and next thing they now come back and say, I'm qualified to become vice president.
I have experience now. What did you do when you were there? What did I pass a bill? You didn't clean the system.
No.
You didn't come there to put anything right. No,
they don't need to
collect all the unnecessary, all the illegal money that they collect there. You collect them, and then you come back and tell me you sponsor a bill.
That's when once they tell us they sponsor the bill,
that's their function.
Yes.
That is all they believe is their function. And some of them for the whole 4 years they may not sponsor more than one bill.
And that bill that they sponsored, they will actually put it in archive.
Yeah, as if I've done the best.
They've done the best for their constituents.
Yes.
You know. But, you know, Doctor, in that same April, yes, we had our economic issue, inflation. Even they even projected that we shouldn't worry, in as much as food prices actually surged, that in 2026, everything will be very cheap. This is the first day of 2026. So
they have the incantation to do that because this is not the first time, the first year in office, the second year. Nice. I'm trying to be nice. I said they have the incantation, so we should believe their incantation. You know, they want to perform magic. You know, if you go to Europe now or you go to America, the country that has serious, the normal country.
No, we're also serious.
No, we are not. They do their statistics. They give everybody will look at the statistics,
and it will tally with what is going on.
They look at their projections and everybody say, okay, well, what you have, that policy will work because we have seen the statistics, we have seen everything. Here, they will telling us something like magic. That you'll be waiting.
You know, I asked them, you and Mr. Evans yesterday. They actually did different projections, including the tax reforms that the president actually signed. The 4 tax reforms in January. And they said that in no time and in just few months before the end of 2025, that everything would have stabilized. And I was really excited that our review started on the 31st of December 2025. And I asked both of you, what has really happened as regards all of their statistics? And we all know
their statistic projection is not even correct.
No, but that's why they are paying that person.
No, I don't know.
Whoever that is giving the statistics, that's why they are paying the person. But this is 2026, so let's be hopeful, right? Let's be hopeful.
Okay. Now, you do know we're hopeful. When the president said subsidy was gone, you know, when he said subsidy was gone, we were hopeful. Really? And this is 2 years plus.
Let's still be hopeful. Let's still be hopeful.
Like, you see, there was a person in 2010, his salary, 2011, his salary was 40,000 naira. And that time, a bag of rice was around 8,000 plus. So if you use that 8,000 plus with 40,000 naira, you are going to buy like over 3 to 4 bags of rice. Now, in 2025, his salary was 80,000. You see, there was an increment last year.
Yeah.
But a bag of rice, as of December last year, around, let me say, 60, 70.
I got for 75.
75.
Yes.
Now, look at it now. When he was collecting 40,000, he could buy at least 3. Now, his salary increased to 80,000. That salary, the value dropped by 300%. Because he could buy 3 bags before. But now, the salary can only buy 1 bag plus. You see, people say, your salary has increased now, but the value has dropped 300%. That's a drop in value. That's why he said that this increment that, okay, your salary, as you are increasing your this and that, will the new tax not take back that money?
So it's equivalent to us just saying that you gave us, increment and you are using tax to take it back from us.
So you can see that eventually that money, will it increase the value of that person? Or will it reduce its value? These are the questions. In those, I remember when I bought my laptop, I bought it at 80-something thousand. Now, some years after that laptop, when I went to Ikeja to buy a laptop, 350. They were telling me 350. We were telling 1 million plus. Fairly used was like 200, 300, 400. I said no. It's not, no. I bought this laptop how many years ago? Like less than 100,000. Now they are telling me 1 million plus for a brand new one. They say brand new, I bought that, even if it has improved.
Yeah.
Look at the difference. Difference over 1,000 increments.
Yeah.
How do you survive that?
Now we're standing, Mr. Lawa. Let's be hopeful. They told us to be hopeful, right? So let's be hopeful.
Well, that's why I said we were hopeful during the subsidy gone statement now.
Let's be
hopeful. I mean, how much is the fuel now? And they said we are going to save so and so amount that to cushion, and we did. That's not that we were saving the amount because the subsidy we are still buying that fuel at that high price. We couldn't see the savings, we couldn't see the impact.
Have they ever
except that the governors, the reps, collected more allocation. The local government chairman collected more. We know more allocation went to the government,
of course,
but not the people. So you can see the difference. That yes, the government felt the positive impact, but the people felt we'll say the negative impact.
Okay, let's let's move from this particular eye to the final conversation in April. Before we, take a stroll to May. Government reforms as regards to aviation, transportation also began in April with new policies for infrastructure development. Until now, just like the question you asked me, that what infrastructure are they talking about?
That's what I say.
In the aviation system and transportation system. But of course, I mentioned to you, I said Calabar Coastal. That's
in fact, okay, there's something I will not say it on here. Now, I want to do the research. There's something I had.
Otherwise, whatever you say will be used. Or can be used against you.
Don't let me say anything. But one thing is this: when you say infrastructure, to me, it has no meaning. It has no meaning. If you want to do infrastructure, there must be, it must be itemized. You must itemize what you mean by infrastructure. What are those things that are included under that word infrastructure? No, you now tell me we are getting money for infrastructure. What do you mean by infrastructure? It has no meaning. It's just a concept. Infrastructure has no value, no physical value. It is what is under that infrastructure that give you the physical value. Then you now begin to list them. What do you want to build more hospitals? Do you want to expand the hospital? Do you want to put more equipment in the hospital? Do you want to build a certain road? Do you want to expand the old one? Do you want to repair the old one? Do you want to build new airports? Do you want to build new ports, seaports? Do you want to build land ports? Do you want to? That is what we refer to as infrastructure. Not for you to get. We want to do key infrastructure. The moment you use the word key infrastructure, I see it as a deceit.
Yeah, that was what you said yesterday.
If you don't have a listing for us, then you are deceived.
So that we can actually follow it precept.
Then you now tell us how much you want to spend.
Yes.
We are repairing this one. It will take us like 3 months. It will take us 6 months. Everybody will be monitoring.
We'll be monitoring it. But I think one of the biggest problems we have in every of Nigerian's government, it doesn't have to do with just this administration. It's about accountability. And that's it. Because they just feel, why should I be telling you what I'm spending? That was the reason why the Minister of Works can look at a broadcast journalist and tell him, who do you think you are to be asking me per kilometer? But that's not the conversation here. So, moving to May, of course, we had serious flooding of anti-government protests, social issues. Of course, national anti-government protests erupted over poverty, inflation, driven by economic hardship, and we moved to armed, groups killed, thousands with Amnesty International criticizing government's failure to protect citizens. We had all of that insecurity come up again. And of course, ASU also surfaced in May, giving a warning strike and demanding better funding and implementation as regards to the agreement. And we also had again another, food inflation, that is still remaining high, and basically that was what May had. We've actually touched some of these things in other months, but that was basically, we're still dragging. And when we moved to June, we thought everything would be nice. Tax reform came again with a cultural shift in government policy. And that was where I started asking myself, this is, the first quarter. What is really going on? This is 2025. I'm always very, very cautious as regards to whatsoever implementation the government rolls out. And the president, Tinubu signed the Tax Reform Act on June 26, if you remember, overhauling Nigeria's fiscal framework, the most comprehensive in decades. And we're asking, is that the thing we really need now? But just like you have said, some of our government officials or our leaders don't really care about whatsoever that is going on with, a random man or, and they just feel that what they are doing is the best they should do. And we went there to the Democracy Day protests in Lagos, which highlighted frustration with inflation and insecurity. And where I want you to pick it up from, of course, we're going to talk about all of that. And, the high-profile trials continued, including those of former governors like Godwin Emefiele, Yahaya Bello, and reforms aimed at improving safety and infrastructure were launched, which we didn't see.
from the aviation system. So, can you talk about every of the abracadabra, just like you said, that happened in June?
Let me take that tax reform.
Okay.
And every time people raise an eyebrow about the tax, they'll tell you what is going to improve the economy. How does tax improve the livelihood of a citizen?
A common man.
Only tax somebody who's making more. You tax somebody who is doing very, very well. You don't tax somebody who is struggling. Because tax comes from what you made. So if you make more, and you are doing very well, and somebody come and say, give me, just like somebody coming to beg for your money, and then you're able to give that person, you can't give that person what you have. You only give person part of what you have that will not hurt you, and then you look away. Is that not it?
Yeah.
But you can't give that person what you have, which you yourself wants to use. Now, the same thing with tax. When government comes for tax, they come based on the fact that they see that you are doing better, you are earning more. From what you are earning, do something for government from it, and then you release it as tax. You don't tax somebody who is already, struggling. Now you want to face out that person now. Because when you say struggling, that means what that person has is not enough already, and then you want to tax part of it. Like the one I told you about the bag of rice. Let me say, when the person was earning 40,000 naira, he could buy 3 bags of rice. Inflation came down. So that his money, that 40,000 could buy like maybe 8 bags of rice. If you want to tax that person, he won't complain. Because the value of that 40,000 has increased drastically. So if you tax the person, he won't complain. But look at the person that's now earning 80,000 and the money could not afford more than a bag of rice. You now want to tax the person. The person will now be asking you, what value has your government added to my life? Because the money I'm earning, the value has reduced drastically. And you are telling me that the person, because he has made more, therefore you need to tax that person. The question is, the money that person has made, what is the value of that money? The value has reduced compared to before. And then you now say you want to tax the person. Are you doing the person a favor? No, you are not. You are worsening the condition of the person. That is what is happening in Nigeria. Like the laptop I told you now, if you want to buy laptop now, even with you as you are like this, you need to save before you can afford it.
To get something better.
Before you can afford it. The same thing if you want to buy TV, you want to buy freezer, you want to buy, even to pay for electricity. We all generate our water, our power ourselves. We generate water, produce water, and every other thing. We produce security for ourselves. You go to many areas, you see them having their own small security, which they pay monthly. And then you now come and say you want to tax the people. And they ask you, what value has your government added to my life? So we should ask government, since we have been in office for 2 years plus now, what value has your government added to my life for you to say you want to collect tax? But the people who are supposed to champion it are not doing that. Those are the reps. The reps are supposed to be the one to champion it because they are the one who, officially represent the people. They are the face of the people in governance. But when they get there, we don't see their representation at all. We only see them massing up to see what they can get from this.
My biggest question, Mr. Lawa, ever since I've been watching the House of Representatives plenary and that of the Senate, I've never seen the House completely filled up.
Some of them will even sleeping in there.
Huh?
Some of them will even be sleeping there.
Some are even sleeping. But of course, let me even say it's better for you to even come and you're sleeping than there are some senators, there are some...
No, they said they go on oversight function. As if they produce, as if that bill, what they want to discuss is every day they do that. Is it every day they
you understand?
It's not every day.
We've never seen Senate have 85% of members seated, except the day that the president wants to actually,
becomes a full house.
Drop, come and present a budget so that they can sing on your mandate.
You see, one thing, if I've watched the American style of a parliament. I've watched the Europeans.
Yeah.
And some other countries. You see the way, when it comes, the way they talk there, they talk tough. You see that people who are there are people who have brain.
Because it is, they are practicing
the way they face
they are practicing total separation of power.
God.
Legislation was meant to be on their own. The judiciary were meant to be on their own. And the executive arm of government. But in Nigeria, you will see an executive buying cars
for judiciary. I was wondering, they were building houses for them.
Now, legislators are singing on your mandate for executive. So what else do you expect?
That's it.
And that's the reason why I might not mention name. A particular judge in Nigeria, sitting in Abuja, whenever any case is linked to any man that is there with him in Abuja, that case must come to him. He will be the one to preside over it. Everybody have raised alarm. Is it the only judge there? Give our case to someone else. No. It must be that particular person. You know the person I'm talking about? Since I don't want to mention the name, so that I don't come on Monday and I hear that
it's not even Monday. Before you know it, they have the body, the black vehicle will wait for you outside there.
No, the black vehicle is not an issue to me. I have my fundamental human rights.
In Nigeria.
But the truth remains that even if I mention the name, it doesn't mean that I mention the name as regards to he or she has done anything bad. All we are saying is, are you the only judge?
Yes, is it truth now?
We want cases to be shared to every other person. And why must it be that when the matter is tied to this particular man, you are the one that collects the case?
And if somebody say, I want this case to be moved from here to another place, they will never listen.
You understand? And there is nobody that has ever raised the case about this man that you have taken care of, that the person made this man lose. This man has never lost before when you are there. So that's all we're just saying. But what do I know? I'm just a broadcast journalist of VOP.
Another thing I want to mention about this house, especially the Senate president.
Yeah.
I don't know why it is the Senate president that normally talk most of the time in the house. Have you noticed that?
Because they call him the president.
No. Senate president, see, that's why I say I don't understand these people who rule us. They don't even bother to learn anything. Let me tell you something.
Okay.
Normally, the Senate president is an umpire.
This is the 10th assembly, right? Is it 10th or 9th?
No, yes, I think so. Yeah. I've forgotten.
Okay, so basically, I enjoyed the Senate of Denmark and Saraki last.
Yes, I like him. I like the way he behaved.
We were always enthusiastic.
The days of MRM and
we were enthusiastic to watch plenaries. We want to hear what they want to say. So I loved the red chamber over green chamber. I've always been a fan of the Senate than reps. So I am always, the station till date actually, there is a station, that any day, anytime, I would always come back and see, okay, are they ready? No, they are not ready. I wait. I'm always waiting for them to talk. But when I realized that they are rubber stamp, I'm not the first to call them rubber stamp, so I can't be sued for this one. They are rubber stamp. The Senate, our Nigerian Senate is rubber stamp.
Even the rep.
Yes, because Oshomole mentioned it. And not only that, if they are not rubber stamp, why should a sitting Senate president overlook the commander-in-chief of the armed forces of Nigeria? And he went across board to the US by saying that let us scrutinize this particular nominee. Let us ask questions because Donald Trump is watching. Is Donald Trump your president?
No. He's telling you that one doesn't take nonsense now.
Mr. Lawa, I think
that is not even my major headache. Because is even one of the few times I see him come out to say what he's supposed to say. One thing, because when it comes to the House, the Senate president and the speaker don't speak. You get it? Their own is to moderate.
In the days of Dogara.
I don't know. It's only here you see Senate president will tell them not to talk. I have it. I began to, what is going on here? Now let them debate this thing for God's sake now. No, it will be the one to be telling them no.
And the next thing you hear is,
why are they there now?
And the next thing you hear is take a bow and
go.
All right, Mr. Lawa, we are pressed for time. We can't actually take more again, in as much as we didn't even talk about Emefiele.
We didn't talk about Yahya Bello.
No, but people surprised. You know, Yahya Bello said he wants to contest for
it's coming
Senate.
out.
See, I said yesterday. I said if I see Yahya Bello, I said INEC declare Yahya Bello winner over Natasha. Then that election, no matter what he says, is rigged.
Okay.
Because yes, now
we would actually
you want to
get
tell me that
point.
Yahya Bello is. Where is it going to?
We would actually get to that point. Mr. Lawa, you have to be here tomorrow for us to continue our conversation. All right. So and in any way we can, we'll just touch everything so that we wrap up, to December, so that next week Monday we'll actually go back to our normal topic. Okay. So this is how far we can actually go on the show. Coming up next is Locker Room, and of course you would want to stay put to enjoy the world of sports. It's really, really nice to actually witness yet a wonderful new year like this. And I just heard that there's the showers of blessing around Ogudu axis. It's raining, the first rain of the year. Yes, around Ogudu. We have not seen one. Okay. But for all of you that have seen rain, congratulations. Maybe you would actually see Harmattan before we see. But don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will last. Yes, yes.
Please.
Okay.
Those trapped inside that building, please call out the government. Please, we need to hear that they have been, rescued. Okay. That collapsed building. Please, they are human beings too. Okay. We want to hear news that they've been rescued or the government has done it, because this is supposed to be a combined force of the state government, the federal government, and the local government. Okay.
So
please, they are human beings.
Just like from our mouth, to your ears, the state government, the federal government, we know Baba Jide Sanwo-Olu would actually give, a rapid response as regards to that. And we believe and we're counting on the government to do what is right. We don't castigate anybody here. All we just want to do is just to give a balanced, a presentation. And if you do well, we'll actually tell you that you've done well. If you've not, we'll actually let you know that this is it. And we prefer solutions, at every, now and then. And this is how far we can actually go. My name remains Savior Udo. Happy New Year and have a good evening rest.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story.
We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV, channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's a boy that's shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
The third mainland bridge is the longest of three bridges connecting Lagos Island to the mainland. The others are the Eko and Kata bridges. It was the longest bridge in Africa until 1996, when the 6th October Bridge, located in Cairo, Egypt, was completed. The bridge starts from Oworoshoki, which is linked to the Apapa-Oshodi Expressway and Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, and ends at Adeniji-Adele Interchange on Lagos Island. There is also a link midway through the bridge that leads to Herbert Macaulay Way, Yaba. The bridge was built by Julius Berger Nigeria plc. The Phase 1 of the project was commissioned by President Shehu Shagari in 1980 and completed by Head of State Ibrahim Babangida in 1990. It measures about 11.8 kilometers in length. The third mainland bridge is known for very high vehicular traffic, especially on weekdays, as many residents who reside on the mainland work on the island, and they use the bridge to navigate to and from work daily. Residents in Ikeja, Agboiketu, Ikorodu, Isheri, Oshoki, Bagada, Yaba, Maryland, and Oshodi often use the bridge on their daily commute. The third mainland bridge is an essential part of Lagos daily commuting, and as such requires constant renovation. It has also become a major edifice in Lagos, offering a beautiful scenery of the Lagos Lagoon, the University of Lagos waterfront, and Makoko, a shanty town built on the Lagos Lagoon. VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Lovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264, VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Behind every broken debt lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations, but who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Hello there, good evening and welcome to Political Lens. This is the Voice of the People Television. I am Chupuma Okoro. Well, we are still in a festive mood. For those of you that we have not said Happy New Year, or those of you that have not watched this program this year, we use this opportunity to tell you welcome to 2026, and we pray that it will be a very prosperous year for all of us. Well, in the next 15 minutes or so, we'll be discussing three important and critical topics, around the politics of Nigeria. And we've been joined in the studio here by Dr. Peter Anosike. Dr. Peter Anosike is, first of all, a philosopher. He's an economic consultant. He's a journalist and author. He's the author of the 10 Commandments of Money, according to Alhaji Aliko Dangote's 10 Commandments of Money. And we've been looking for pan-Nigerianists. I think we found one today because he is Igbo, but he's dressed like a chief man. Good evening, Dr. Anosike, and thanks for coming.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, probably on next Friday you are going to dress in the Yoruba attire.
No, this is in solidarity with my good people of Benue State.
Okay, what are you solidarizing with?
The genocide going on in the state.
In the state, okay. Yeah. So your heart goes out to the people that have lost ones, just like many Nigerians are in sympathy with what is going on in Benue State. Well, let's kick into the show. Today, faction rejects Obi's defection to the ADC. Nwobodo, former governor of Old Anambra State, Jim Ifeanyichukwu Nwobodo. Carlo, that is OUK, former governor of Abia State, and the current governor of Enugu State, Peter Amba, meet to reposition Igbo in Nigerian politics. Akpabio forgives Natasha, others withdraws all defamation suit. Well, these are the major topics of discussion. A faction of the African Democratic Congress, ADC, led by factional national chairman Nafiu Bala Gombe, has disowned the reported defection and registration of former Labour Party presidential candidate P2B at the party's Enugu zonal office, describing the action as unconstitutional and invalid. Well, Gombe said the ADC's constitution clearly mandates that membership registration must begin at the ward level, followed by documentation and issuance of a membership card. He stressed that registration at zonal or national offices are not recognized by the party. The faction distanced constitutionally governed ADC from Obi's reported registration and announced that it had launched an investigation into the alleged breach of due process. It also argued that it also urged the public to disregard claims of alternative registration channels. This clarification came after Obi announced his defection to the ADC in Enugu, calling for a broad opposition coalition. Meanwhile, the Julius Abure Red Labour Party leadership welcomed Obi's exit, describing it as a liberation and expressing regret over failing him in the 2023 general election. Dr. Anosike, looks like it's the war continues for Peter Obi. He formally declared for the African Democratic Congress on 31st of December 2025, and days after that, in fact, hours after that, we hear the factional chairman of the ADC in the person of Nafiu Bala, who once went to court to say, look, I am the authentic leader of the ADC.
Which the court rejected.
Which the court rejected. Now we see him again saying, look, Peter Obi, you should not register at the zonal level. What is the meat of all of this? Where do you think that he's coming from?
The question that we ask is, why always Obi? Understand? Why? Because any near Abaribe also declared on that day.
Okay.
So why is the focus always on Obi? Because his name sends shivers to the spine of APC and the presidency. That is the name that they are not comfortable with. So Peter Obi was not the only politician that declared on that day. Understand? And what happened on that day, was just, it was a ceremony because of importance of Enugu being the capital of the southeastern Nigeria.
Okay.
So there's no way everybody will be going to Peter Obi's ward.
Okay.
Understand? Sam Egu, former governor of Ebonyi State, Achike Udenwa, all these are politicians who knows the rule. So if Peter Obi was breaking, and again, Ralph Okenwosu, the immediate past national chairman of ADC, was also there. So if Peter Obi was to break the rule, they would have told him. Understand? So what happened there is just that's a ceremony. Then they will now go back to their various wards to do the paperwork.
Okay.
So the guy, the shoe shiner that you, I cannot even
recall his name.
Recollect his name. Understand me? So when the people hear Obi, they will it will be as if and that has rang on their phone. Understand? So the shoe shiner that you mentioned just want to use Obi to shine, because the last time I heard his name was when INEC said no, you are not the national chairman. And when you go to INEC website, it is David Mark, who was also there, that is there as national chairman of ADC. So there's no war anywhere.
Okay, there's no war anywhere. Now, I like the way you have simplified it and apparently dismissed Bala Gombe, based on what he said. Don't you think that it could be deeper than what you have just said, given the fact that we might just have someone come out someday to say, look, what we saw in Enugu, what we witnessed was a charade, and Because of that, Peter Obi is not formally. I'm looking at a picture where does it look like this could be the starting point or the takeoff point for something that might come Peter Obi's way, given the fact that you said anytime Obi's name is mentioned, I mean, it sends shivers to APC and Nasoro. Could they have prompted, is it possible that we have, or that there are people that are trying to, cause problem in the ADC using this Bala again? Recall that we still have Dumebi Kachuku who is saying, look, I was not consulted and it's not going to work.
Who is he? Who is he?
Former presidential candidate.
We should understand this.
Stakeholder.
We should understand this. Presidential candidates are visitors to the party.
Okay. Presidential candidates are visitors to the party.
The owners of the party is the National Working Committee. Understand? Presidential candidate is just like a footballer who is known from another team.
Okay.
You can come there and contest. Tomorrow you go to another party. You are not the owner of the party. Presidential candidates are not the owners of the party.
Okay, they are more like visitors. So does it look like they don't have a stake in the party after the elections and they didn't win?
They are not the owners of the party. It is the National Working Committee, the National Chairman, National Secretary, and the other executive are the owners of the party.
So will it be appropriate to describe a presidential candidate or a former presidential candidate as a major stakeholder in a political party?
He's a stakeholder, but I say he's just like somebody who is unknown.
Okay, somebody.
Understand me?
And apparently the person is not expected to play any active role within the party.
No, that's his influence. But mind you, for him to emerge as a presidential candidate, it has to be through the National Working Committee.
Okay.
They will say, yes, we have decided that this one will be our presidential candidate. He cannot do it alone.
Okay, what if you were passed through a primary that where the delegates elected him? Does the NWC still have any say?
That is still the NWC.
Okay.
Who selects the delegates? Understand? It is still the NWC.
I want us to walk around the influence of a presidential candidate in a party, especially when that person has lost election. Within the context of Chukwu may be saying, you say that, look, what is in the party was simply a presidential candidate. And after all, he was just a visitor. The elections are coming.
Okay.
Go on.
Okay. Excuse me, Professor Peter Umadi, in the last election was the Abga presidential candidate. You remember?
Yes, I do.
Have you been hearing anything, Umadi? When Sonudo said that they will adopt Tinubu as a candidate in 2027, was Umadi consulted?
Okay, I wouldn't know. They said they were not consulted.
The answer is no.
Okay, the answer
is no. So because he's not a key stakeholder in the party.
Okay, Dr. Anosiga, I'm happy that you brought us to this point. Now that we have established the fact that a presidential candidate in a political party
is not the owner of the party.
Is not the owner of the party, shouldn't even decide for the party and doesn't decide for
the party. He doesn't decide for the party. He doesn't decide
if we
for
have
the party.
established that, was it appropriate for some people, to hold Peter to be responsible for his inability to galvanize cohesion within the Labour Party? Because some people say, look, if you cannot handle Labour Party at this level, how can you handle Nigeria?
Why it is them that we are stoking the embers of war? Understand? Why it is them? Peter Obi is not the national chairman of Labour Party.
Okay, so you absolve him of any responsibility for whatever happened in Labour Party.
His own issue is to offer advice.
His own is to
offer. Let us do this in this way. Okay. So the role of a president candidate is advisory.
Okay.
He is not an executive of the party.
Okay, so
we should know this.
Okay.
A presidential candidate is not an executive of the party. He's not holding any position in the NWC.
Okay.
So if things is going wrong, it starts with the NWC and then to the board of the board of trustees, who are like the elders of the party.
Okay. So in all of this, do you expect that Dumebi Kachuku could come up tomorrow and advise the ADC and say, look, shouldn't we do it this way? What if he does?
But he has shown that he is on a war path.
Okay.
So he has shown that he is on a war path. He's not towing the night of peace. That's Okechukwu Nwosu was there in Enugu.
Okay.
With his successor, David Mark.
So as far as you are concerned, the coast is clear for P2B in the ADC.
So if P2B did not understand the constitution of ADC, Okenwosu would have told him, this is how we do this in this party.
Okay, like you said, it could have just been ceremonial. At the end of the day, they will all
go back to their wars and do
okay.
the
Now I want us to talk about what you said, that if anytime P2B's name is mentioned, you know, it sends shivers
to the spine of APC and the presidency.
And the presidency. Now, what has been the reaction of the presidency since P2B's declaration?
Good one. Daniel Bonda responded in minutes, immediately after P2B's statement, which means he was watching what was happening in Enugu. Because I enough research and that, when I read Daniel's statement, I checked that the time that statement was published and the time that Obi made his own statement. Okay. It shows that Daniel was watching what was happening in Enugu. Understand? And mind you, one article declared that did not happen. Understand me? One article declared, so the person that they are afraid of is P2B.
The person that they are afraid of is Peter.
Because among the youth, P2B is leading among the youth in all their opinion polls. Both APC, PDP, LP, everywhere. That's why P2B is the only person Aso Rock is afraid of.
Okay, now they are saying that Peter Obi is going to deputize for Atiku. That's the statement from the presidency. That he's just a spare part, that he's a vice
no,
presidential
we should be factual.
Okay.
The person that said that is Festus Keyamo. Understand? Okay. So we cannot say that it's an official statement from the presidency.
Okay, but it's from the government. He's an official of the government.
But it's a personal statement.
Apart from what Festus said, we have Bayo Ononuga has also made reference to that at some point. Not just since Obi's declaration, even before then. I've heard Bayo Ononuga say,
look. I'm talking of even a day before, because there's this narrative that they are sending article coalition, article coalition.
Okay.
Understand? So and it's a lie from the pit of hell. That's from the APC and presidency. Understand? Because I remember the day Adamawa APC gave article mandate to register in the party. Understand me?
Okay.
I cannot be a landlord and the tenant is giving me mandate. It doesn't happen. Understand?
I'd like for you to take that again.
I remember the day that Adamawa ADC gave article mandate. Understand? You must register as a member within so and so time.
Okay.
Understand? So if an article is the owner of ADC, nobody should be giving him order.
Okay.
Understand me? And David Mark has said that there's no anointed candidate in ADC. Everybody is going to fight for shirt, as we say in football. Understand me? That everybody is going there to fight for shirt. And in 2014, everybody fought for shirt in APC. Understand? Atiku contested for presidency in ADC, in APC in 2014. At the end of the day, Buhari had the majority vote. And this is still what is going to happen in ADC later this year.
Okay, now I like where you have brought us to. We have three major contenders that we know, but we also understand that there might be some kind of inside agreement between them. We have Rotimi Amechi from the South-South, we have Peter Obi from the Southeast, and we have Atiku Abubakar from the Northeast. We don't know of other candidates who might just come up from
because it is also their constitutional right.
Right.
You can even join them
tomorrow. And if I have the money, I'll buy the form and contest.
Yes.
Now, that said, what do you make of the fact that Rotimi Amechi has said, look, I don't want to be deputy to anybody? Atiku Abubakar has been neither here nor there, but people just believe that, look, he's interested. Yes, at some point he said, look, I'm in for the presidency. But when Peter Obi entered, when Peter Obi joined the ADC, he made a comment. He said Obi's entrance into ADC is a turning point in the coalition process in Nigeria. If you understand all of this, and the fact that we have a situation where we do 8 years down, 8 years up, whichever comes first.
Which is not in the constitution.
Which is not in the constitution, but somehow the parties found a way to put it into their own constitutions and arrangement, gentlemanly agreement. We have a situation where the South now is doing its first 4 years in Bola Ahmed Tinubu. What is the possibility of Atiku stepping in, to disrupt that process?
What Nigerian people needs is better life. Understand me? No matter who make it possible, even if it's from Togo or Niger. Understand me? So I cannot feel that the president must be from the south. Why the guy in the south is why people in Nigerians are suffering. Understand me? So north and south does not mean anything to a hungry man. What a hungry man needs is food. Understand? And even if it's somebody from Cameroon that can give him that food, he will follow that man.
Now, Dr. Anasike, what you just did now, you have spoken idealism. Let's face reality. Do you think that the run-of-the-mill politician, who is interested in becoming president, cares about how you feel?
But it is those people who feel that will vote. Unless you want to tell me that we shouldn't vote anymore.
No, my direct question is this. You think that Atiku will step in knowing full well that, look, it is the South side, the turn of the South to produce another president? At least between 2027 and 2031.
I have read our constitution. I didn't see anywhere that it is there.
Okay.
Understand me? So the issue, one, he is constitutionally qualified to run, isn't it?
Beautiful.
Fine. So everybody is provided you have not been convicted by any court. Understand? You are qualified to run. So then, what if Atiku has won in 2023?
Okay. It will disrupt the process.
So would they have said no? It is on the turn of the South. So it doesn't make sense. That's whoever is interested should when all the time comes should buy form and present your manifesto to the people. If they decide that to go with you, fine and good. Where you are coming from is not the most important.
Now I've heard these comments, side comments. People say that, look, there is an arrangement, an agreement between the North. When I mean the North, I mean individuals in the North, that between Atiku Abubakar, Peter Obi, Rotimi Amechi, El-Rufai, that, well, they will support Peter Obi to do a single term of 4 years and power will go back to the North. Do you share that sentiment? Do you see it happening? That Atiku is not going to contest. I'm on a bet with someone who says Atiku is not going to contest.
Well, for me, I know that these big politicians are conducting polls, including Atiku. Understand? And in those polls, even the one being conducted by APC, Peter Obi is leading among the youths. The one being conducted by Atiku's media team, Peter Obi is leading among the youths.
Okay.
And the youths constitute over 65% of Nigerian population. So Atiku may look at that poll and say, no, this thing may not favor me. Instead, let me support somebody else.
Okay, now we hear that Professor Patu Tommy has said, look, Peter Obi, if Peter Obi goes to deputize someone, I will take away my support from him. Do you share that sentiment as well?
That's also an individual opinion. One, is Patu Tommy a member of ADC? Is he a member of ADC?
I can't recall.
Okay. And so, he cannot say
Yes,
that.
Pat was once a member of the ADC. He ran as presidential candidate of the ADC,
Okay.
either in 2011
Okay.
or what. Yes, he is.
So
He used to be.
So what he should now do is, if he's not a member, let him go and register as a member of ADC. He's a very influential person in the country.
I was coming to that, yes.
So let him go and register as a member of ADC. Delta State will pick him as a delegate.
Okay.
Then let him go there and also mobilize for P2B and make sure that P2B wins. You cannot just stay somewhere, fold your hands and be making statements.
Okay, we also hear very prominent members of the Obedient Movement, which is Obi's backbone, say, look, Mr. P2B, if you are going to ADC to go and deputize Atiku or any other person, you are going to lose our support. What do you have to say about that?
Well, for me, what we should be praying is a credible primary.
Okay.
What we should be praying is a credible primary. And as I said before, character-wise, integrity-wise, understand, P2B is far ahead of the other people.
Now, talking about credible primaries, you know how primaries roll out in Nigeria here, where in fact they spend in dollars, not even in our local currency, in foreign currency, you know. People are bought, delegates are bought and all of that. And we know P2B as someone who doesn't, in our local language, say, he doesn't, you know, they give shishi. If Peter Obi gets into primaries without having to spend, or he doesn't want to spend 1 naira, what will be his fate?
Well,
where you have people like Atiku Abubakar who traditionally win primaries because they have deep pockets. What will be his
Which
fate?
means that we are not really ready for a new Nigeria.
Okay.
That's definitely what it means.
What it means to you.
Understand?
Okay. Now, I'd like for us to create a scenario where we have two very powerful presidential candidates from the South. One from the Southwest in the person of the current president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and a possibility, you know, a possible Peter Obi from the Southeast. What do you think will happen?
The issue is this: if Peter Obi emerge and that run against Tinubu in 2027, understand? We are going to see another Obi wave. Understand me? We are going to see another Obi wave in 2027. Because you cannot compare light and the darkness. Understand me?
Okay.
You cannot compare night and darkness. So if P2B and Tinubu are the two major candidates in 2027, we are going to know, that's as the Oni of Ife called P2B the tsunami. We are going to see another tsunami in 2027.
Okay, what resulted in the tsunami of 2023? What happened? Where did it end?
Because we have that's a corrupt INEC.
Okay.
Understand me? And that's why the people's vote did not count.
So we still have INEC. Is there a reformed INEC? Is there a new INEC?
We still have a INEC. Okay. Understand? But we should also know that 2023 is not 2027. Understand me?
Yes.
2023, Nigeria is changing. An instance, Tinubu came with a Muslim ticket in 2023, but he can never date in 2027.
What gives you that impression?
He can never date in 2027.
No, I understand. That's your position. But what gives you that impression?
Okay. One, evangelicals in America are now focused on what's happening in Nigeria. Okay. Understand? And coming with a Muslim ticket will be seen as continuous persecution of Nigerian Christians. Understand? So Tinubu will not dare it. Tinubu cannot dare Muslim ticket. This is a national television, and I'm saying it.
Okay.
That bomb in Sokoto killed Muslim ticket. That bomb in Sokoto disqualified Shetima. Understand?
What did it have to do with Shetima?
That coming again to deputize Tinubu.
Okay.
Understand me? So that bomb stopped Muslim ticket in Nigeria.
If you feel that, well, it's going to be a very tough question because we are still in 2026, early 2026. If Shetima is not there, can you hazard a guess who might be there?
Dogara and Kefas.
First.
Yeah, sure.
Governor of Taraba State.
Yes, now. Understand me? So, if even Dogara, as you speak, are preparing that to run for vice president.
Vice president.
Understand me? Dogara, as you speak, is warming up because he knows that situation in Nigeria is favoring him.
Okay.
Understand me? Dogara, as you speak, is warming up now, but it's from a very minority tribe in Bauchi. Understand me? That don't even have up to 30,000 votes.
Okay, so how will he be? What kind of capital is he bringing to the ticket? If I mean, his enclave, his community, his ethnic group, they don't even have up to 30,000 votes. What capital is he coming with? I mean, political capital, value.
What Nigeria? What is important now is survival.
Okay.
What is important now is survival. America is not going anywhere soon. Understand me? America is not going anywhere soon, and Donald Trump will not want that's an incompetent person to continue after he has succeeded in decimating this terrorist.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Anosike. I like your optimism, and I wish and I hope that I will share in that optimism because I see a lot of potholes, you know, speed breakers, entry barriers along the way. We'll go for a short break. When we return, we'll talk about the meeting between Ifeanyi Chukwunwobodo, Ojos Okalo, and Peter Mba, trying to organize the Southeast and say, look, we need to get into the mainstream of Nigerian politics. Join us again. We'll be right back.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikena Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios. Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I'll be like, well, this TV station will go places. Voice of the People TV.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your #1 celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Now, thanks for staying with us. Elder statesman Jimmy Ifeanyi Chukwunwobodo met with Enugu State Governor Peter Mba and Senator Ojos Okalo in Enugu to discuss the Igbo position in Nigeria's political structure ahead of the 2027 elections. The closed-door meeting focused on redefining the Southeast's role amid ongoing political realignment. Nwobodo said the Igbo could no longer afford ambiguity or symbolic inclusion in national affairs, stressing the need for a clearly defined and respected place in Nigeria's power structure. He revealed that consultations were ongoing and called for a meeting of current and former Southeast governors to agree on a common political direction. Kalu said the talks aimed at ensuring continued Igbo relevance in national politics, while Mbam emphasized unity, warning that internal divisions could weaken the region's influence. While both leaders described the engagement as part of a broader process to strengthen cohesion and strategic positioning. Dr. Anosike, Peter Mba, Ifeanyi Chukwunwobodo and Ojizo Kalu met in Enugu and they said, look, we need to re-strategize and realign Igbo to mainstream Nigerian politics. When you got that news, how did it hit you? What was your first reaction?
To me, what came into my mind is some people are giving themselves the role that they don't have the capacity for.
No role that they don't. I mean, these are former governors, leaders of the Southeast.
Leading who? Who are they leading?
Ojuzo is a current senator. As a matter of fact, he represents me in the Senate. Peter Mba is the governor of Enugu State.
Who are
Ifeanyi Chukwunwobodo is former governor of old Anambra State, comprising Anambra.
This is a selfish meeting.
Okay.
This is a selfish meeting. One, Nwobodo is looking for rehabilitation. Understand?
Okay.
Nwobodo is looking for rehabilitation. Oji Uzokano, you must have been following his statements. So he said, his last statement was that he's ready to do anything to ensure that APC wins Abia State.
Okay.
Understand me? Because one, his daughter has been made ambassador by Tinubu.
Okay.
So he wants to use me and you to reciprocate. Understand me? Which will be stupidity on my own part. Understand me? Which will be stupidity on Anosike's family. Governor Mba, in case people don't know, Pinnacle Oil, which is his own company, is in Ibeju, Neki here. Understand? It was Lagos State that he got that land from. Therefore, he must always be appreciative to Tinubu and Sanwo-Olu. He cannot afford to fight them. So this is just selfish people coming together. That's why we say that our constitution was fraudulent. When they say that we, the people of Nigeria, why we were never consulted. Understand? Imagine three people coming together that to shape the destiny of Ndibo. Three expired people coming together to shape the destiny of Ndibo.
When you say expired people, I just pointed out to you that two of them are still serving in government. So how did they expire?
Excuse me.
Okay.
I've told you why Peter Mba is doing what he is doing.
But that doesn't mean that he's expired. He's a serving governor.
I've told you why Ojo Zakando is doing what he is doing.
Understood. What I want us to interrogate is the word expired people.
So excuse me. If Michael, if that's Michael Opera Square is the center, that's is in Omuahia, should be that the center. If Oje Kanu comes to Michael Opera Square and stand, how many people will follow him? Let us begin to judge the political weight of these people.
Okay. So apparently what you're saying is that Oji doesn't have the clout to say, I'm speaking for
That's why I say he has expired.
He has expired. Okay, how about Peter Mba? Is it because he just joined the ADC? Now, does it look like this meeting, is just to galvanize support for Tinubu in 2027? This is what it looks like.
That's what I've told you, their interest.
Okay,
we need to pay back.
And they had to drag that old man. Jim Nwobodo happens to be the only surviving person in the class of 79 governors.
Jim Wobudo should be getting to...
He'll be 90 this year.
90 as we speak.
Yeah, he'll be 90
as
this year.
He's looking for rehabilitation.
Okay.
Since Obasanjo seized his bank then, because his bank, Savannah Bank, did not consolidate. Since then, he has been struggling financially.
So is it that Obasanjo seized it or that they failed to consolidate?
No, it has political undertone.
Okay, it has political undertone.
Yes. The same thing with Hallmark, which Orji Ozakando has share in. Understand me? At that point in time, Hallmark has 10 billion naira of their own. So they could have easily got one or two banks together. But Obasanjo warned that these two banks must not be allowed to listen.
Okay, so apparently your position is that a lot of people in the Southeast will not take heed to this meeting, this call.
Go to social media and see comments when Orji Ozakando speaks. Understand me? Go to social media and see comments. So he's only popular in his Ibore area.
Okay.
Understand me? And not outside the Ibore. So he cannot speak even on behalf of Abia State, let alone Undibu.
Okay, now that said, how do you think that the Igbo nation will vote in? We have, out of the 5 Southeast states, we have Ebonyi is APC, Enugu is now APC, Imo is APC, Anambra is Abgabed, has endorsed the governor even ahead of the 2027. So we have only Abia State, where we have people like Nkalo say, look, we want Abia to come into APC. How do you think that the Igbo nation will vote in 2027?
There are those people that won. What happened in 2023?
Okay.
Does Labour Party has a councillor in Southeast in 2023? So Igbos will vote differently. That's what Nigerians should know. We vote differently because of this ruling party. We vote because of the individual. Understand me? We vote because of the individual. And in 2027, Southeast will still go for P2B.
Okay. That's if he clinches the ticket.
Southeast will still go for P2B.
And I just said something, if he clinches the ticket.
I said where P2B is, it's where Southeasterners will be.
Okay, Peter, I want us to create a scenario. Simulate, what if scenario? Atiku Abubakar picks the ticket of the ADC, and Peter Obi becomes his running mate. Bola Ahmed Tinubu becomes the presidential candidate of the APC in 2027. Where do you think the Igbos will swing to?
P2B.
Okay, as running mate.
That's where the light is.
Okay, that's where the light is.
Sure.
So apparently, your position
and in
is
2019, that's what happened.
That was what happened.
That's where are you aware the options?
Okay.
Understand me? So Igbos are not hungry. Understand? We vote for competence, and we have been voting for competence since 1999. Okay. Understand? Mind you, in 2003, Buhari ran with a Chuba Okadibo. Understand? Chuba Okadibo is an industrious Igbo son. Understand what happened?
So what happened?
Understand?
Okay.
Everybody knew, because those who were around then knew what Buhari did in 1984-85. That's as a head of state.
Okay.
Understand me? So they knew that Obasanjo would do better than Buhari.
And they voted Obasanjo.
Sure. Understand me?
Okay.
So we vote for competence, not according
to the political persuasions of our elites, our elders, and all of that. Now, Dr. Anosike, we are running out of time. Let's move on. Senate President Godswill Akpabio has withdrawn all pending defamation suits he filed against several individuals, including Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan, saying the decision was influenced by a sermon he heard during the New Year Mass in Akwa Ibom State. Well, Akpabio revealed that he had instituted nearly 9 defamation cases against people he accused of lying and damaging his reputation, but said the priest's homily prompted deep reflection and led him to instruct his lawyers to discontinue the lawsuits. The withdrawal brings to an end high-profile legal disputes from 2025, including cases involving Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan, like I said, and related allegations of sexual harassment and misconduct, marking a public closure to the litigations as the new year begins. Dr. Anosike, what's your reaction? Gosul Akpabio repented. Gosul Akpabio, the priest said forgive, and he went and he has forgiven.
My mind is telling me that it is Akpabio that told that priest to preach that thing.
No, I don't understand. How could
my mind tells me that it is because he take on a fight, you know that he cannot win.
Okay.
Understand? Because Natasha said, this is my time to present my evidence. Understand me? Okay. So she was not shying away from going to court. She said, yes, since Akpabio has gone to court, this is now the time that to present my evidence. And there are already precedents of Akpabio and women. Remember the NDDC, the NDDC.
Yes, the NDDC incident.
Remember the non-wood and so on and so forth.
Okay. So apparently, Dr. Anosike, what you're saying is that that Senator Akpabio is orchestrated an escape route for himself by asking the priest to give the sermon
to preach forgiveness.
Okay.
Understand me? Akpabio must have told that priest, look at what you are going to preach. Understand? So that I will tell them that to withdraw these cases.
Okay.
Tomorrow now, people will now go and persuade Uduaghan. Since Akpabio has withdrawn, go and also withdraw.
Okay. What if she fails to do that?
Well, it depends. It depends. For me, Akpabio has shown the way because he took up a fight, you know, that he cannot win.
Okay.
Understand? So he's now looking for a way to have peace.
Okay, so this brings some kind of closure to the problem they had in the Senate between Natasha and Akpabio.
That's on his own side because we don't know what is in Natasha's own mind.
Okay, you don't know what is in Natasha's
own mind. Yes. Until Natasha withdraws his own. Remember her own. Remember what happened there between Fobra and the
7 lawmakers.
Sure.
Okay.
So before you withdraw a case in Nigeria, you have to be very, very careful.
Very sure.
At least you have that to hold your opponent, that you go to court and withdraw at the same time.
Now, based on what has happened, if you understand what went down between Natasha and Akpabio, how would you describe Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan?
As a symbol of defiance.
Okay.
Understand me? As a courageous woman. As somebody who knows her rights and stands by it.
She says she's under pressure to join the APC. Did you hear that?
I heard it, and joining APC, why Yahaya Bello had declared his interest to run for that's for the Senate, and both of them are from the same Kogi Central. Okay. So is she joining APC to do what? To go to the House of Representatives or to run as Tinubu's vice
Okay,
presidential candidate.
If you contextualize what is happening within the PDP, where everybody is living because of the internal problems of the PDP, do you think that Natasha will stay within the PDP and contest in 2027?
For me, there's still time for whoever wants to defect. So I don't really know.
Okay, it was mooted that she might run for the governorship of Kogi State. Do you see that happening? Do you see that coming?
It is too early. So for
Okay,
me,
for her to do that.
she should go back to the Senate
and build more capital.
And then by then Ododo can get a second term. Understand? So now come back, even though it will still not be the turn of Kogi Central.
Okay. All right, Dr. Anosike, we are out of time. Like your concluding thoughts in 1 minute, what we have talked about.
For the Ojos Okando and Peter Mba and Jim Wombudo, my conclusion is that they don't represent the Igbos. Their opinion are their own personal opinion. Understand me? The opinion are their own personal that's opinion. On Akpabio knew that he picked up a fight that he cannot win. So he has to technically surrender.
And what about P2B and the ADC?
Then on P2B and the ADC is on a rescue mission, understand, to salvage this country. So, I feel that's where the pendulum is moving to.
All right, and now this is where we have to draw the curtain this evening. I say a very big thank you to you, Dr. Peter Anosike. We've been speaking with Dr. Anosike. He's a philosopher, economic consultant, author, and a journalist. Thank you very much, and I hope that we can do this some other time.
Thank you for having me.
All right, now on behalf of Backroom Staff, Technical Director, Bass Manager, Sound Engineer, and the Ingest Manager, I am Chukuma Okoro. Thank God today is Friday. I'm off until Monday. I'll see you on Monday, 8 o'clock in the morning on the morning show. Enjoy the rest of your evening and enjoy responsibly. Bye for now.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right? The 2564 Atlantic.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga Pataputa of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They still call me Enjoy Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No My Day, but last, more than No My Day, or more. Not be all also the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. Hey, the voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you now want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. At VOP TV.
Air travel is one of the most exciting ways to journey across the world, but it also requires a little courtesy to make the skies friendlier for everyone. Now these are some essential flight etiquette. Boarding. Boarding is smoother when we all follow instructions. Stick to your boarding group, keep your pass handy, and step aside quickly once you find your seat. A little order goes a long way in getting everyone on board faster. Overhead bins. Now these are for everyone. Place your larger bags above and keep smaller items under the seat in front of you. That way, there's enough space for all passengers and fewer delays. Phone use. Now this, once the aircraft door closes, all devices must be in flight mode. A simple switch helps keep communication safe and smooth for both crew and passengers. Talking about the middle seat rule, the unwritten rule says this: if you are in the middle seat, both armrests are yours. It's a small courtesy that can make flying more comfortable for all. Noise levels. Keep conversations and devices at a reasonable volume. Headphones are a traveler's best friend, and courtesy in the cabin ensures a peaceful flight for everyone. Talking about disembarking. When the plane lands, don't rush the aisle. Wait for your roll's turn. Collect your belongings quickly and move forward calmly. A little patience makes disembarking hassle-free. And lastly, hygiene and health. Of course, hygiene matters. Always cover your mouth when sneezing or coughing. Use sanitizers and keep your space tidy. Clean habits make for healthier skies. Flying is not just about reaching your destination. It's also about the experience we share along the way. With these simple etiquettes, we can all make air travel smoother, calmer, and more enjoyable. Praise Peters for Voice of the People TV.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
2564 is coming up on Bernie 9 right. The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hello, Nigeria. It's the first day of a new year, and I wish you a happy new year. It's so good to have you join us. So tune in for another exciting episode of the Issues on Voice of the People television, where we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I am your host, Nenna Ndomdioto. On today's episode of the Issues, we're examining the year 2025, the major events that shaped the nation. Join us as we break down the facts and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a break, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away.
It's a season of love, a season of joy, a season to celebrate you because you deserve it. From all of us at Voice of the People TV, we only want to wish you a very merry, happy Christmas and a prosperous new year ahead.
You blessed the boy, the girl is fine, of vice and beauty. Hello everybody, my name is Mike Abdul. Keep watching VOP TV. God bless you real good.
Hi guys, my name is Abiojola, also known as Minister Abe. I just want you to keep watching VOP TV. God bless you.
Oretolu Amishe is a banger. My name is Yomi Olabisi Yomi Akpala. Keep watching VOP TV.
Babati Soro Medayo.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyo Sarati is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV.
Glad to have you back. You're still watching the Issues on Voice of the People television. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. The year 2025 was indeed a pivotal year for Nigeria and Nigerians, with major reforms and happenings shaping different sectors of the country. Today, we'll be looking at Nigeria's economy, the reforms that shaped the country, and charting a way forward as we go further into the new year 2026. We would be taking a cursory look at the good, the bad, and the ugly. First, let's look at some of the major happenings that shaped our economy. There was a steady GDP as the gross domestic product grew steadily through 2025, reaching 4.23% in Q2 and 3.98% in third quarter. The Central Bank of Nigeria's CBN tightens monetary policy involving elevated interest rates contributed to a gradual decline in the annual inflation rate, which fell to 14.45% by November 2025 from a high of over 34% at the end of 2024. The global watchdog, Financial Action Task Force, removed Nigeria from its grey list, ending nearly 3 years of being tagged a destination for dirty money and signaling a boost for investors' confidence in the nation's economy. In June 2025, the president signed the tax reforms bill into law. The new laws are considered to be the most comprehensive overhaul of Nigeria's fiscal architecture in decades and are expected to improve revenue collection, enhance business environment, and attract both local and international investors. Another major event is the Dangote refinery's dominance in the downstream oil sector. The growing operational capacity of the Dangote refinery became a defining story, leading to friction with fuel importers and a price war that saw petrol prices at the pump fall in different instances. The refinery's domestic production significantly reduced Nigeria's reliance on fuel imports, easing pressure on foreign exchange demand. In October 2025, the World Bank reported that approximately 139 million Nigerians were living below the poverty line, which makes about 61% of the population. With all of these major events and ongoing reforms, many Nigerians saw the year 2025 as a difficult year as many grapple with harsh economic realities, and the tax reform proposals sparked confusion and backlash, with many Nigerians fearing increased economic strain. However, the president, in his New Year speech, says 2025 is a year where the nation sustained the momentum on its major reforms. He stated that the country had a fiscal reset and also recorded steady economic progress. The president said the focus in 2026 would be on consolidating the gains and continuing to build a resilient, sustainable, inclusive, and growth-oriented economy. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by two distinguished guests. Here in the studio, we have Frank Ayala, an economist, financial expert, and public affairs analyst. I don't know if I pronounced that your surname very well.
Very correct.
Okay. Glad to have you join us
Thank
today.
you for having me. Good evening.
Yes, sir. Good evening and Happy New Year to you.
Indeed.
Okay, we also have joining us virtually Comrade Destiny Enabulele. He is a former local government chairman, member of the coalition of civil society organizations, advocates, and a public affairs analyst. Glad to have you join us, Comrade.
Yeah, my ravishing sister, thank you very much.
Yeah. Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year and the viewers at home.
Yes. Okay, so I would want to start with you. Looking at the economy in 2025 and all I've reeled out, and of course, all you know about Nigeria's economy, how would you review the economy, starting from the good, the bad, and the ugly? So just touch a little bit of what you think was the good, the bad, and the ugly, and then we'll dissect it from there.
My sister, let me salute my brother there at the studio. I must be very frank because there is a saying that if elders, children will eat vulture thinking that they are eating chicken. My sister, I don't know if you get me. Hello.
I can hear you.
You see, it is for us to move forward, to get out of this conundrum, this political and economic conundrum. We must endeavor to speak truth to power. That's the only way we'll get out of this, crisis, economic crisis. For me, there is nothing good about this present administration led by President Ahmed Bola Tinubu. I must be very frank. We must try to. We've gone past the era of massaging ego. I think none of us is a toddler. I don't think any of us is in any way eating frog, thinking that they are eating chicken. Having said that, if you look at from the very first statement, as if he was in a khaki the day of his swearing in, that fuel subsidy is gone. From that moment in very just now, Nigerians has been living in hell while on earth. That is a gospel truth. At any rate, at the very beginning, that been issue of his electionary campaign, he told Nigerians that is aim and purpose is to reduce the purchasing power of Nigerians, of the average Nigerians, and increase the tax net. You will agree with me that what we are experiencing, indeed, it has reduced our purchasing power and increased the tax net. And we cannot say for a fact that this, increasing of tax net, what it has translated, the good it has translated, I cannot say for a fact. I cannot point to it. That is for me as a Nigerian. And again, that the issue of fuel subsidy, all the money saved from fuel subsidy, as we speak very just now, I don't know, maybe you might prove me wrong. I cannot say for a fact that this is what we have achieved from the savings of fuel subsidy. You can see we are at a dilemma. We are at a dilemma. That is the gospel truth. Although some Nigerians will say that it's too early because this is just the first day of the year. But there is a saying that it is the way you make your bed, that's the way you will lie on it. You see, it is very simple. Now that the election is very close to our doorsteps, you will agree with me that for the past a year and 6 months, because this I will say, well, just barely 8 months in office, when they started, coming up with 2027 election programs, thereby abandoning governance and going into re-election. So for me, Nigerians are at the receiving end of their maladministration. As I have said, what can we say that this savings from fuel subsidy, what have we achieved? The only thing that I have seen, and perhaps majority of Nigerians have seen, is just that they are spending like a drunken sailor. We talk about humility to the president. We talk, he's behaving like a boy that I just find a new love. I remember some years back when I was in that stage. Yes, you see, if my mother talks to me, I only pay, then I spend like as if there is no tomorrow. There was no savings for tomorrow. I say, okay, this is my new love, hoping that. For me, you can see the buying of yachts, presidential jets. Then it's Escalade. Escalade, they call it. Is new. Before him, other presidents before him, they were using Mercedes Benz. You see, I'm a little bit not very, in tune with this style of his governance, because I have said it that this is how not to govern a country. Because you see, Nigeria is evolving. It is an evolving state. It's a nation that is developing. One would have expected us that we play down on liabilities. We concentrate on assets. But today, yachts and buying a presidential jet and what have you, and you can see the way they are spending on the spending spree as if there will be no tomorrow. For us as a people, all of us must make sacrifice for this nation to move from stage 1 to stage 2. But from the ruling, permit me to speak my mind. From the ruling class, as it is very just now, they are not making any sacrifice. That is the gospel truth. And they are not willing to make sacrifice. And their policies, their economic policies, are anti-people, especially the downtrodden. You can see what we have seen not too long ago, the issue of implementation of taxes. How can you come with a first world taxation in a third world taxation in a third world country with a medieval infrastructure, and you expect us to get the needed results in such policies? Okay. It's not right. At least I have traveled around some developed countries in the world. As the countries evolve, they come up with taxes that will fit in that particular point in time. As the country evolves in terms of progress forward, they'll say, okay, let's come up with these taxes to be able to make some kind of checks and balance. You see, ours is not like that. Nigerians, we have made sacrifice Since the section of this country since 1960, let me just say 1960 days since independence, there has been exploration of our oil, mineral, and other minerals. What can we say that we've achieved from this civilian rule? That is my question to you this new year. Whatever you have seen that we've achieved as a people is during the military era. Not too long ago, the International Conference Center, my elder brother, Iyendeba of Abuja, used for certain billions in doing renovation. When the money that was used to erect that structure was not even up to that billions. The coastal roads, Calabar, Lagos, Calabar coastal roads, you can see how much that were marked for 30 kilometers. It is outrageous. See, nobody should take Nigerians for a ride or for a fool. Nigerians, they are very, we have said it over and over, we are docile. And it's not our fault because we are operating a communal lifestyle. If, for instance, I don't have to eat, I can conveniently go to my sister in the studio there, say, I'm close to I'm in your area. And you will conveniently, welcome me and give me food or drinks to drink. Not too long ago, I visited Paris.
Okay.
Now, let me now with this thought. I visited Paris. There's a friend of mine that is okay. When I come, we'll see. Because he just got the job newly, I was unable to see a friend of mine for 2 weeks that I spent in Paris. So that is to tell you, it is individuality. If you don't work, you don't eat. If you don't work, you don't eat. So that is why there is not becoming a norm that an average Nigerian, they are suffocating by way of no place to work. Businesses, companies, industries, they are folding in Nigeria. They are moving to nearby country because of their very stringent tax policies. And not only that, insecurity, power failure. All of these are strangulating small and medium scale businesses. Even the bigger ones, they are leaving because it is no longer favorable to them.
Okay.
So for us as a people, we have seen insecurity at our various steps, if not at the 11th hour of President Donald Trump of the United States of America at Christmas Day gift to Nigerians. Perhaps none of us would have been able to be talking to you at the studio.
Okay, I will come back to you.
Let me learn with this thought, man. Let me learn with this thought. My grandmother of blessed memory said something that what that means. In an atmosphere of rancor, my sister there, my journalist cannot go to the studio. The imam or the babalawo or the pastor, they cannot go to their place of worship where the atmosphere is not favorable. So that is why you see businesses and every other thing is in a comatose in this country, as we speak very just now. Thank you very much, and Happy New Year, Nigerians.
Thank you very much, comrade. I would, of course, get back to you. Let me speak to our guest in the studio. Let me hear your view before I move on to other questions. I saw how you were smiling while comrade was talking. So for you...
You know why I needed to smile? I think before we start looking at the good, the bad, and the ugly, let's at first create a context around why to now start looking at the good, the bad, and the ugly. I remember vividly in 2015, before Buhari took over, our inflation rate was 8.5%. Our exchange rate was 197 naira per dollar. Minimum wage was 18,000 naira. Then the cost of per liter of petrol was 87 naira. So I wanted us to create that background to see if this man have done anything fantastic that we need to praise him or not. To the APC people, the numbers are looking good because they are now beginning to praise themselves, forgetting where they took over the economy. If you divide 18,000 naira by 197 naira, you get close to about $100 per about $94 per minimum wage. Today, if you divide your $70 with 1,400, you have less than $40. So I wanted to create this context for us to know, okay, this is where we are. This is where we are taking on. If you look at the inflation they are celebrating today, go before APC came aboard. What we know, what we are taught in school, that was called the CPI, Consumer Price Index. There are some products that are not there. But this government, because they are crooked, because they are cocky, they brought in some products to justify the number so that when you average it, it dropped. That's why you are getting this inflation. This inflation figure is coming from the rebasing they did. In 2014, early 2015, our GDP, when Jonathan did our rebasing for 2010, we have about $584 billion in circulations. Today, we have $191 billion. I wanted to create this background so that we're not okay. Let's start fitting the good, the bad, and the ugly into those brackets. Now, for me, no matter what this government is doing, as long as we are not where they took us from in 2014, it's completely ugly. Then what make it more bad, if there's a language like that, is today this government is known for blatant disregard for rule of law. Whatever they are doing now, Nigerians are not seeing it. Fine, it's also out there that this is the first Christmas we've done so far since APC came on board that things never really skyrocketed, rather things were dropping. But is it really dropping to where they met it? The answer is no. As we speak, your inflation is 14.45, which is about 600 basis points higher than where they met it. As we speak, your USD, our exchange rate is 1,445 naira per dollar, which is far above 197 they met it. As we speak, a liter of petrol, let's take MRS, which is the cheapest, 739, is over 500 naira above where they met it for. So, for me, if you look at the number as it stands today, looking at where APC took us from, it's not just ugly. It's over ugly. There's a language like that. So, then again, it's going to be worse from this year, looking at the tax reform, looking at the forged tax reform bill. Because they've not shown the template of implementations. We are not seeing it. Kyle Day is talking everywhere. The tax consultant they've gotten is talking everywhere, but nobody have told us this is the reporting template. It's also on the side talk that we have an agreement with France. Nobody's seen the MOU. It's also on a public notice that a senator from Sokoto, Dasuki by name, alleged that there was forgery. You see, it's a concern to some of us Nigerians. When a government that comes with so much baggage of certificate forgery, issue of drug issues, nobody knows the state of origin, nobody knows his date of birth, the school he graduated from. If you listen to Peter Obi yesterday, those issues is not going to be issue of election matter. You can't say you finished from a college in 1970, that the college that came in 1982. So those issues are issues, whatever they are doing, and nobody's seen it. But if you want to measure between this Tinubu government and Buhari government, I will say that Tinubu have done well. Relatively, if you want to compare with Buhari government and compare with Tinubu government, because insecurity is with us. Thank God for Donald Trump, who God thought, okay, go and hide these people. Because the guy, our president, was perplexed. He was really not doing it because he's confused. But be that as it may, the situation is more ugly. And it might be more ugly this year, looking at the implementation of the new code. Two things going to come to play. When we start implementation of this new task rule, there's going to be noise everywhere. People are going to be skeptical. People are not going to put their money in a long-time project. People are going to come with a short-time financial product because they are not too sure if this law is going to be sustainable. Then we are also going to an election year. There's going to be a lot of spending. When there's excess spending, then inflation becomes also very weak. If that happens, your dollar, your naira become weaker. If naira become weaker, you see the effect on the negative side.
Okay, I was actually going to go later on to the tax reform. But since you've mentioned it, before I ask other questions, let's dig deep into this tax reform. Because one of the things that Nance said, when it's, so many persons have called, so many groups and bodies and organizations, and of course, individuals have called for the suspension of the tax laws owing to the alterations or the alleged alterations by Dasuki made. But one of the things that Nance said that really got to me when I read their statement was that many Nigerians, there's little or no knowledge about these tax reform laws, and which is actually true. Many, if you call like 5 persons on the street, many of them don't even know what this is all about. So for you, who is a financial expert, can you, I know that we don't have time for so much of this, but can you in your own little way help Nigerians understand what this tax laws is all about? And just let's understand it first before I now ask you, would this actually be beneficial to us as Nigerians?
Okay, now, then again, let's create a context for why there must be tax law. Tax is our obligation as a citizen to the government of our country. Paying tax is not a crime. It's a good idea, provided that the tax collector, who is the government now, make good use and is accountable to the people that pay tax. You should be able to tell us, so this is what I do with your tax, A, B, C, D. So if that is established, then the government, for me, has failed woefully on that side. If government have failed, so the citizen on their own, how do we also need to fail? The answer is no. Now, there must be a regulated template. There must be a template to govern. Because the road you walk, it is government that maintain it. Government carries so much responsibility. Let's not go too far. As we speak, I said the data have changed. We have over 380,000 Nigerian police. They are on salary. We have the Air Force, the Navy, the Civil Defense. They are all in salary. Even the government agencies, they are all being paid. So the government need money to also maintain those facilities. Then, that is why a tax, there must be a portion of my income that the government should take legitimately to also make up for their own expense. If that is established, you will now ask yourself, has the government been fair to the people? The answer is no. There is a controversy about this bill. Because when they send this bill to National Assembly in June, when we were told, when the North, I want to use the word North now, rejected the bill, they say because of the fact they don't want to drink beer, that's why they are. No, it was a lie. So this government is not transparent for people, because that's why they are not talking to you. You want to implement, you have started implementation. This morning, I wanted to recharge my electricity. The guy I bought for told me, say, sir, sorry, I need cash, I don't need transfer. What does that tell you? That means there's going to be more cash in circulation that will not be going through the banking system. If that happens, your interest rate will jump up, lending will jump up, because there's going to be cash, short supply in cash. So this is why people need to know the implication. This business, I do a business of maybe 1 million turnover for a month. What's going to be my tax obligation? And that's okay. Based on this, I need to expand my transaction. So paying tax is not a bad idea. Rather, for me, it's good. We need to support the government. It's an obligation. It's our civil right. But the government need to also tell us what is the framework, not the one that just got one or a daily who talk on the screen. People in the street does not listen to your television. Recently, I understand they want to recruit about 20 celebrities to push the education of tax reform. Who are those people that Nigeria does not even have trust on? Why not print a bill? Print a bill, put it in all the banks, all the fast food, let people go there, go and pick a copy. Make it compulsory to university, to secondary school. Let them do the educations. They are not talking to us. We want to start implementation. And the people are saying, please, for now, because of the alleged forgery, suspend the implementations. I also believe we should suspend it to create a room for a wider consultations that have to come with the educations, sensitizations, and what you also need to do. Also tell us, if I'm making such LGR at the end of the month, we're going to be doing ABC, because what they told us in during subsidy is gone. That we need to save money to fix the road. The government have over 240,000 federal kilometer road, out of which over 150,000 is very bad. I came in from Akoko Edo on Saturday, go and look at the state of my car, and subsidy is gone. So those are the issues. Tax is not a bad idea, but what are they going to do? Are they going to be using it? Because if you really listen to Wale Soyinka recently, you have to complain. The whole person have to complain that the air tolerance for the president's son is more than the Republic of Benin military force. So is that what they're going to be doing with our tax? As we speak now, our president is in France. You are starting a new program that the Nigerians think we don't want. You jet out yesterday night, you are in France. That means he don't care. He don't care like what happened to Nigerian people. So that is the fear about this, their tax reform. Tax is not a bad idea. In short, we need to pay tax. If possible, we need to pay more. When you make more, you pay more. But are we seeing the effect of, because in my house, I have to pay for my security. I have to generate my power by myself. If I don't have it was even annoying recently. Say somebody is named Nubu, we are proposing that we need to start paying tax for using generator. Very annoying. So those are the issue of the tax. The tax is not a bad idea. But what are they going to be doing with it? What are the education line? What are my rights within that tax framework? So that if I'm overtaxed, how did I complain? How did I get my reform? How did I get my concern addressed? So those are the issues that they are not talking to us.
Okay, I would still come back to you because I still have more questions, but let's go back to our virtual guest. Comrade, what are the issues for you to say that affected the economy in 2025 that must be gotten right or better if things must be improved?
I must be very frank. As I have said earlier, a man who drives his father's car is not entitled to speak in the council of men who owns bicycle. I don't know if you are following me. A man who drives his father's car is not entitled to speak in the council of men who owns bicycle. Is it an African proverb? As I have said, from the one of this government, for me, I align with my brother there at the studio. The national orientation agencies, what are they doing? They must take these tasks before implementation to every doorstep. Every Nigerian must know how the T was being crossed, how the I was being dotted, before you can go for implementation. At any rate, because it's not your personal estate, it's not your personal business, it is our business. So every one of us has a stake in it. That's my problem. You're asking me, how can they fix it? I don't think this present administration has the impetus, has the local standard to fix it, because they are bereft of transparency. They are not willing to be transparent to Nigerians. We talk about humility. They are not willing. Because you have seen, they don't adhere to rules and regulations. What we have seen in this government is a one-man show. Strong men, of which I have said this in this platform. That one of our biggest problems as a people and as a continent, as a country, is these weak institutions, not viable institutions, where we now have strong men not deciding. That's why you will see a president who will come out and tell you that whether you like it or not, that the implementation of the tax reforms must commence 1st of January. In a safe society, you have to call for an impeachment. By now, all Nigerians ought to have been in the street and jettisoning New Year's celebration. In a safe society. It's not your family affair. It is our affair that affects you and I. My children are born. My grandchildren are born. You can't come out and tell me, where am the one paying you? You are only managing this on our behalf. You can't come out and tell me that whether we like it or not, the implementation will start January 1 to 2026. This is an aberration. It is an error. We must endeavor to see. I've said it. I've told Nigerians. We must call a spade a spade a spade. This our docility is not helping us. You see, our docility encourages tyranny. Our docility encourages tyranny, like what we are currently breeding in this country. I'm sorry to use this word. Today is 1st of January. When I was coming, I said I was going to be calm. But with the situation of things, it's only a fool that will say what befell his neighbor. It's only a fool. Because we've forgotten that what affects the nose must leave the eyes shedding tears. That is the gospel truth. For me, I'm very concerned about my neighbor. Because the late sage, Obafemi Awolowo once said it. Children that people refuse to educate will be our greatest nightmare tomorrow.
That's where we are.
What are we seeing today? That's exactly what we are. That's where we are. That's where we are as a people. There are no policy, programs that are being implemented to the fullest. There are policies from us on left, right, center. Look at what is currently happening in some subnational governments. Like my dear state, I'm happy that my brother there is from Edo State. You can see the talks they've taken over the state. They are harassing people, and you want investors to come to such a state and invest. It's not done. This is the way you make your bed. That's the way you will lie on it. Look at the insecurity in this country. Look at the deplorable state of roads in this country, whether federal or state roads. Our roads are now becoming den of kidnappers, which is now affecting the common Nigerian pocket. You go to our various airports. You know what it takes to travel to take a plane from Benin to Abuja. Do you know what it takes to take a plane from Benin to Abuja, to and fro? A friend of mine told me it was about 400 or something. For a journey that's only up to 1 hour, or let's say maximum 1 hour. My sister, we must look at the economic, crisis that all these things are breeding. We must look at it. And again, the people that are managing the government that are not serious, that are not sincere. What we have there is a glorified houseboy and ladies. If you go back to the section of this present dispensation from 1999, to Yaradua, to Jonathan, you look at that they got some technocrats, some Nigerians that are doing well in outside the country to help us fix this country. And they achieved. They were gradually moving to a path of economic recovery before this APC led government came aboard. And now look at where we are. It's in a reverse. What they are concerned with it is how to enrich their personal and their family. And they are turning governance into a family affairs, where the first lady will say is the mother of the country. It's not my mother. I don't know if you guys' mother at the studio. When it's going to use our taxpayers' money, wasting our taxpayers' money. The son, same thing. I'm happy that my brother at the studio there said something about Professor Wole Soyinka, referring to the son. That the president should not bother to call the army. He should just contact Sheikh Tinubu to go quell whatever crisis that try to raise up its ugly heads in the neighboring states. What does that tell us? It's a nation that we are not sincere. It's a nation that, yes, we are making mockery of the exercise.
Okay.
Let me now with this thought. You see, when I'm a student of history, at the time they said how Europe underdeveloped Africa by Walter Rodney. But with this present reality staring us in the face, are we now saying how our ruining elites underdeveloped Nigeria? I think that in the near before the next election, I think Nigerians should go into the research and come out. We have seen how some Nigerians are sponsoring Boko Haram. They are raising army in some subnational governments, like what is happening in Edo State. See, we must like to call a spade instead of getting for.
Thank you. Thank you, comrade. Thank you for your passionate responses. I will come back to you. Let me come back to the studio. I still want to stay on this tax reform thing because I feel like it's very important. One of the fears, this tax reform or the implementation of these tax laws is a big fear that many Nigerians have. And I feel like we can just, try to allay their fears no matter how little through this program. So I want to know, these reforms, is it really about, or these new tax laws, are they more about increasing taxes, or are they about improving how taxes are collected and managed? That's one question. Second question is, who is actually supposed to pay more? Because you made mention of something when you're overtaxed. Is there a room for that? And then are there people, I think one of the things that the government said is low-income earners might not pay tax. So, but just give us a background or like overview sort of.
One thing I want us to also take away from this place. Trusting this government is a serious risk. Trusting Tinubu-led government is a serious risk. And I have my reason for this. A man that built Lagos as a claim cannot stay in Lagos hospital for a single headache. You want to trust such people? Which state is from our president? Our president from which state? He says from Lagos State. His cousin, Oyetola Gboyega of Osun State, is his cousin. He says 73 years of age. His first daughter is about 62 years. trusting Tinubu, our president, is a serious risk for you. It's the highest risk and it's a high risk. If that is established, you agree with me that situation is going to get more ugly. Because when Buhari started borrowing in 2015, we were shouting as an economist. Because we know the only way to pay back is for us to increase the tax. That's where we are. So this task they want to start implementing now is not to give us good life. It's to enable them pay back the money they borrowed that nobody can account for. They cannot account for it. As we speak, we have, if not up to 150 trillion naira, both local and international. To service, if you look at your budget, you see the position they made to service those debts. So where is the money coming from? If you look at custom report that say they meet up their target for last year about 12 trillion, that is a major revenue agency. So the purpose of them implementing this tax is for them to pay back the loan they borrowed that nobody know how the condition for that loan. One of the things I know that Buhari once borrowed $1.2 billion to construct a rail track to Niger. We are going to pay for it. So the purpose, that is why this president is pushing for that tax. Because he wants like to us that subsidy is going to make use of the money we save from subsidy to fix the road. Today the road is getting more worse. It's getting, please travel from Songo to Abeokuta. When you come back, minus the effect on the car, you see the effect on the driver. So that's why they are saying the poor will pay lesser, the rich will pay higher. Can I also ask a question? If I see Wale Edu, the coordinator for economy, the lady that the turnover, he has a pure water business. He go to buy pure water and he want to sell at the traffic. At the end of the day, he maybe use 20,000 naira to start. At the end of the year, he must have done a turnover about over 10 million naira because it's not his money. He go to buy to sell. He said you're going to charge him about 15, 16, 21%. When you are taxed, because you're going to be seeing those effects in the SOPay account. You're going to be seeing the effect. If you buy a pure water of 20,000 naira, maybe by the time you sell it, maybe you make 24,000 naira. You take it back to the bank. You take it tomorrow. You take it to the bank. Your profit there might not be up to 10%. But when you want to run the tax implication, by end of year, you are talking of 21%. And you say the poor is going to be so. The effect of this tax is going to be more on the poor. How? If you are taxing the production, they're going to move the cost of that production, that tax,
into what they are selling.
If you're going to tax people for using, the implication is big. Just we cannot trust this government. They've come to lie to us. What they told us was because of VAT, and they don't want to pay VAT, and they are not the ones drinking alcohol. That was the lie they were telling them. No, there are so many underlying effects. Now, there's another one. If I sell my property, the property, maybe I took a loan from the bank. I took a loan. Most property is on mortgage. I took a loan from the bank to buy property. And I'm paying for my salary. Meanwhile, you are taxing my salary. And I'm still paying for that mortgage. At the end of the day, I'm okay. I finished paying for the mortgage. I want to sell my property. So I should go and pay 30%. And you have taxed my income. This is another thing. Most Nigerians have 2 or 3 accounts. You pay me salary into my first bank account, for instance. I say, okay, or maybe I don't trust on certain things in some certain platform. Let me move it to my wife where we could get access to it. When I'm moving from this account to account, you are taxing this account. Maybe you have taxed my salary. So this is the insincerity of the government. That's what we are saying. Give us a template on, in case this happens, how do I get it redressed? They are not talking about it. The only lie Oyedele is telling the whole world is, and the poor is going to pay, the poor is not going to pay. Those are no. Give me a template, a reporting template. If I collect my salary for this, let's say my salary is 1 million, they've come out your tax. And that's okay. The other 850,000, let me take it to a bank that is accessible to me, maybe close to my house. You say because it's an inflow, you still be taxing it. What happened to that? I want to not take that same tax and I want to let me go and fix my car. The cab man will say I should pay VAT. Meanwhile, I've paid, that's already 2 tax now. I pay for my salary, I took it to other account, I pay. I'm not buying product for it. Maybe I took my family out for a breakfast, I'll pay VAT. And the person that sold to me will take it to the bank, he pay on that tax. So this is where, if you look at World Bank, for October, they say 139 million Nigerians is living below poverty line. What is poverty line? This poverty line. Global standard. If you live below $2 a day, you are poor. Our civil servant at minimum wage of $70,000. Did they earn to $2 a day? The answer is no. $2 is about $2 is 2,800 naira. If you tax it by, so this is the issue. The issue is this government is not honest. They came to power through lying. They want to sustain that power through lying, and they want us to believe that they are doing the best for us. So for me, Mr. Tinubu, sir, I think Nigerians is tired of you. You need to think of how better to let Nigerians to understand and believe what you are doing. As of today, he's doing nothing. Wow. The only thing we see, he go to medical checkup, he come back after 2 weeks, he tire, because really, nature by age, yes, at that point. So that's my submission on that.
Well, because of time, we need to round this off. But I would need you to, before I come to you, I'll go to our virtual guest. You know, what's your final thought? And then I will come to you.
As that of the family. You see, we will find ourselves at a point where every Nigerian must look at ourselves and look at this government. You must first of all tell us what you have achieved with the God-given mineral resources before you cannot begin to tax the people. For us as a people, we have not seen any results from the God-given minerals. Now you want to begin to tax our hard-earned money.
Comrade, I'll need to come in here.
No, excuse me, ma'am. Let me land with this thought of Professor Abiodun Alao. When there was a book he wrote on natural endowment, the tragedy of natural endowment. Chapter 7, the opening chapter of the chapter 7. He said, and I quote, that at creation, when he was trying to describe Angola, that at creation, when other countries of the world see the abundant blessings that God blessed Angola, other nations of the world, they were mad and begin to ask God, why did you bless this country like this? And God asked them. And God told them, wait till you see their leaders. Perhaps that is where we find ourselves. Our leaders are the cause. When I say not cause, they are not blessing, they are cause to Nigerians.
Wow.
We must begin to address it. We must begin to look at them and by the face. That's why I told Nigerians some time ago that as 2027 election draws near, as we all go out to gym, we must set aside 1 hour to practice madness in preparation for 2027.
Oh, that's where we'll call it a day. Please, thank you very much, Comrade. Thank you. Let me quickly, I don't know if I can, just in one sentence, Mr. Yala, just in one sentence, please.
This is my own personal opinion. Trusting Tinubu and APC is a serious risk. And it's at your own risk. Trusting any data that this government roll out is a serious risk. And we have our reason for this, because you cannot trust this government for any reason. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that's all we have for today's episode. Comrade, thank you very much for being a part of the show. Thank you all the way from Benin. And thank you very much, Mr. Ayala, for coming. You know, I had to drag you away from your family on a public holiday. Thank you very much, gentlemen. And that's all we have for today's episode of The Issues. We looked at the major events in the economy in 2025. Join us tomorrow as we take a look at a major event in the political space in 2025. Thank you for being a part of this. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insight. Until next time, stay informed. I am Nnenna Ndomdioto. This has been The Issues on Voice of the People Television, where the future faces forward. Please don't forget to stay tuned for hashtag with Vivian and Ikechukwu by 8 p.m. Don't go away.
Thank you.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech, who puts the Atlas.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right? The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked. Politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV. So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man. And it's money back guarantee. So you're going to have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga Padaputa of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator. And I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoy Met Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Maiden, but last, more than No Maiden. Or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. Hey. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and they want to cut anything come on. VOP TV.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Evolved and shaped cultures around the world as we dig deep into archival treasures. Feel the energy in our praise jam, Gospel Fusion on Voice of the People Television. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. and be part of a transformative experience that uplifts and inspires. Join us as we explore the transformative power of gospel music and its ability to uplift spirits and unite hearts. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. on Voice of the People Television. Gospel Fusion. Let's fuse our hearts in praise and joy.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech, who puts the Atlas.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Happy New Year and welcome to the News Hour on Voice of the People Television. I am Chioma Innocent. Before we begin, kindly visit our website at www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. First, the headlines. Resident doctors to resume strike on January 12. Troops recover large cache of 12.7 mm ammunition in Borno. Military identifies Northeast suicide attack leader. Fake NDA letters target unsuspecting applicants. Canada deports 366 Nigerians at nearly 1,000 face removal. Scandal forces popular pastor to step aside. On the World Report, American forces launch a massive strike to remove Venezuelan leader. In business, Lagos room rates hit record. In sports, Anthony Joshua's friends will be buried in London on Sunday. And in the world of entertainment, Scales denies reports Burna Boy gave him $600,000. Now the news in detail. Resident doctors across Nigeria have announced plans to resume their indefinite strike on January 12. The National Association of Resident Doctors says the action is to press the government to meet outstanding welfare demands. The doctors had suspended their previous strike in November after signing a memorandum of understanding with the government. They warn that if their demands are not implemented, medical services could face another nationwide shutdown. Center-based protests are scheduled from January 12 to 16, followed by regional and national demonstrations. The one-weekly time is meant to allow Congress meetings, media engagement, and statutory notifications to security agencies. Key demands include salary arrears, promotion payments, and full implementation of professional allowances. NARD says the strike will only be called off once the government meets all their minimum requirements. Meanwhile, troops of the Joint Task Force Operation Hadinkai have recovered a large cache of high-caliber ammunition in Borno State. The discovery was made in the Bulumkutu railway area following actionable intelligence. The cache included 1,270 rounds of 12.7 mm ammunition, some live warheads, and power banks hidden in a drainage channel. Security forces quickly secured the area to prevent any attempt by criminal elements to retrieve the items. The Theatre Command spokesman, Lieutenant Colonel Saniuba, said the operation shows the effectiveness of ongoing intelligence-led security measures. No casualties or unusual incidents were recorded, and the general security situation remains calm. Troops working with police and other agencies continue to dominate the area to protect residents and critical infrastructure. Efforts are ongoing to drain the water in the channel to check for any additional dangerous items. The Defense Headquarters has named Sharif Umar as the mastermind behind recent suicide bombings in the Northeast. Umar is said to have coordinated attacks targeting mosques and markets, including the Gamboru Market Mosque in Maiduguri. Investigators say he recruited, trained, and dispatched suicide bombers while also handling explosive logistics. Family members were reportedly involved in hiding and facilitating his operations. 14 suspects connected to the terror network have been arrested and are undergoing multi-layered investigations. Authorities are working to recover remaining explosives and identify additional collaborators. The military has urged residents to stay vigilant and report any suspicious activity. Officials stress that cooperation between local communities and troops is vital to ending terrorism in the region. Now, in a recent development, Lagos state officials are pushing back against viral claims that a string of market fires over the holiday period was part of a targeted ethnic agenda. Wale Ajetumobi, an aide to Governor Sanwo-Olu, slammed the rumors as disgusting, pointing out that the victims of these fires come from all ethnic groups, including Yoruba landlords and business owners. The most devastating blaze occurred on Christmas Eve at a 25-story GNI building in Balogun Market, where 8 people were confirmed dead. Rescuers spent days digging through the rubble of a collapsed section of the plaza, recovering the bodies of several traders who were reportedly trapped while trying to salvage their goods. In his assessment, Governor Sanwo-Olu attributed the scale of the tragedy to reckless flouting of building codes. He noted that emergency responders were hindered by narrow accessways and the presence of hundreds of industrial generators stored alongside bales of clothing and other flammable materials on the building's upper floors. As the state begins the demolition of the structurally compromised GNI building, the government is warning traders that stricter enforcement of safety regulations is coming in 2026. Authorities are urging the public to ignore divisive narratives and instead focus on fire prevention to protect lives and livelihoods in the city's bustling commercial hubs. We now move on to Rivers State, where the Executive Council has approved a 1.8 trillion budget proposal for the 2026 fiscal year. Officials say it aims to complete ongoing projects and advance key sectors across the state. Briefing journalist Special Advisor Peter Mede said the budget is called the Budget of Resilience for Growth and Development. He emphasized that the government remains committed to meeting its development targets despite current challenges. The total budget stands at over 1.85 trillion, covering critical areas such as infrastructure, education, and social development. State leaders believe it will help drive economic growth and improve services for Rivers residents. Also present at the briefing were the Permanent Secretary for Information and Communications and the Special Advisor on Finance. The government says careful implementation will ensure that the budget delivers tangible results for the people. Senator Sunday Karimi says the National Assembly fully backs President Tinubu on giving local government full financial autonomy. The move comes after a Supreme Court ruling that made state control of LGA funds unconstitutional. Karimi noted some governors have been ignoring the ruling, diverting LGA allocations for personal use. He warned that the National Assembly will pass laws to enforce compliance and punish violators. The senator described the diversion of LGA funds as the reason many local governments fail to provide basic services. He added that insecurity and ungoverned spaces in some areas stem from this mismanagement. Senator Karimi promised that lawmakers will track and prosecute governors undermining local governance. He emphasized that directly funding LGAs will strengthen grassroots democracy and improve a service delivery. The Nigerian Defense Academy has warned the public about fake admission letters circulating online. These fraudulent letters claim to offer entry into the NDA's 77 regular course. NDA spokesperson Major Rubel Kovangia said the letters are scams designed to defraud unsuspecting candidates. He urged the public to only rely on official announcements from the academy. The official admission list was published in Daily Trust, Daily Sun, and the NDA website last year. Successful candidates have already resumed and the admission process is officially concluded. Major Kovangia advised people to verify any admission information directly with the Academy's registrar via email. Anyone receiving suspicious letters or messages should disregard them immediately. The Nigerian Customs and the NDLEA have intercepted 30.1 kilograms of cocaine at the Apapa port in Lagos. The drugs were found aboard the Marshall Islands flagged vessel MV Aruna at the Greenview terminal. Officials say the cocaine was packaged in 30 slabs and discovered on the first working day of the new year. The seizure was confirmed in a statement released by the Customs Public Relations Officer. The Customs Area Controller, Emmanuel Oshoba, praised officers involved in the operation for their vigilance and professionalism. He said the success reflects strong interagency cooperation and intelligence-driven enforcement. Authorities insist the interception sends a clear message that illicit trade will not be tolerated in 2026. The seized drugs have now been handed over to the NDLEA for further investigation and prosecution. Meanwhile, Canada has deported 366 Nigerians between January and October 2025 as part of an intensified immigration enforcement drive. Official figures also show that another 974 Nigerians are currently awaiting removal. Data from the Canada Border Services Agency ranks Nigeria 9th among the top 10 nationalities deported in 2025. This marks Nigeria's return to the list after being absent in the previous 2 years. Authorities say about 83% of those deported are failed refugee claimants whose asylum applications were denied. Criminality accounts for just 4% of removals. The Canadian government says the crackdown is aimed at meeting immigration targets and easing pressure on housing, jobs, and border security. Officials warn deportations could rise further if proposed border legislation is passed. We'll now welcome our guest who joins us virtually for the news analysis segment on the news hour today. Human rights activist and public affairs analyst, Comrade Ayoyika Oni. All right, then, our guest is not yet in, and so we'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll take more stories about the resident doctor strike and, of course, have our news analysis segment if the guest is in. Stay tuned to the News Hour on Voice of the People Television.
Ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Ever wonder what inspires your favorite gospel artists? Explore and discover the rich heritage of continental gospel music and how this transformative journey has evolved and shaped cultures around the world as we dig deep into archival treasures. Feel the energy in our praise jam. Gospel Fusion on Voice of the People Television. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. and be part of a transformative experience that uplifts and inspires. Join us as we explore the transformative power of gospel music and its ability to uplift spirits and unite hearts. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. on Voice of the People Television. Gospel Fusion. Let's fuse our hearts in praise and joy.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
It's the most wonderful time of the year. But for us, the technical crew,
it's weird for technical people to be in front of camera, but I just want to say,
now this one they make me come outside every day. Anytime when they call me, I will rush come outside. We don't get holiday.
Our holiday is part of our daily routine and we've embraced it.
I must say the work is challenging, engaging, and interesting.
We are all families here at VOP and we the technical crew.
For us, it's another day on the job.
But it's tough being away from family.
But the latter part of it is that after the work,
we will stay connected with video calls and messages. Merry Christmas.
On behalf of the technical crew, we wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Merry Christmas, and here we are, job continues.
We are here with the leadership of VOP Television Lagos. We do appreciate this opportunity to say Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to our viewers all over the world and admirers. Cheers.
You blessed the boy, the girl is fine, of rice and beautiful. Hello everybody, my name is Mike Abdul. Keep watching VOP TV. God bless you real good.
Hi guys, my name is Abiojuola, also known as Minister Abe. I just want you to keep watching VOP TV. God bless you.
Oretolu Amishe is a banger. My name is Yomi Olabisi Yomi Akpala. Keep watching VOP TV. Baba ti sọ̀rọ̀ mi dayọ̀, ẹ wá bá mi yọ̀, momore. Thank you, Daddy. Mio. Hello, guys. My name is Tosibi. Keep watching for TV, VOP TV. God bless you.
Mo gbé ọ̀gá o, mo gbé ọ̀gá o, olódodo lọ́nà gbogbo. Mo gbé ọ̀gá o. Hello, people of God. This is your favorite girl, Mosu Exalta. Keep watching VOP TV, and you will be blessed. Love you.
Etobi gan, Etobi Olua. Hello everyone, my name is T Praise and I'm here telling you, keep watching VOP TV. Don't change that dial. We are here. Jesus is here. Glory. How glory. Iru, you see Yakawe. Sure, don't mind my voice. I've gone so many places today. View. Okay, oh la la. Okay, wait. Hello, Lagos, Nigerians. My name is Minister K Wonder. Please keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch that out.
Welcome back to the news. Resident doctors across Nigeria have announced plans to resume their indefinite strike on January 12th. The National Association of Resident Doctors says the action is to press the government to meet outstanding welfare demands. The doctors had suspended their previous strike in November after signing a memorandum of understanding with the government. They warn that if their demands are not implemented, medical services should face another nationwide shutdown. Center-based protests are scheduled from January 12 to 16, followed by regional and national demonstrations. The one-week lead time is meant to allow Congress meetings, media engagement, and statutory notifications to security agencies. Key demands include salary arrears, promotion payment, and full implementation of professional allowances. We'll take a short break and return with more stories. Stay tuned.
Ever wonder what inspires your favorite gospel artists? Explore and discover the rich heritage of continental gospel music and how this transformative journey has evolved and shaped cultures around the world. As we dig deep into archival treasures, feel the energy in our praise jam, Gospel Fusion on Voice of the People television. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. and be part of a transformative experience that uplifts and inspires. Join us as we explore the transformative power of gospel music and its ability to uplift spirits and unite hearts. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. on Voice of the People television. Gospel Fusion. Let's fuse our hearts in praise and joy.
Good morning. It's the start of a beautiful day. Well, start your day right with a healthy dose of news, fun, and inspiration. Join us on VOP this morning for the latest news, trending topics, and uplifting stories to set your day on the right vibe. From news and current events to lifestyle and entertainment, you are covered.
VOP This Morning, 8 a.m., Monday through Friday.
Welcome back. Popular Lagos pastor Chris Okafor is officially stepping down from his pulpit following a wave of explosive sexual misconduct allegations. While the cleric claims he's simply taking a spiritual retreat for his new marriage, insiders say pressure from church leaders forced his hand. The scandal broke wide open after an actress and several former members went public with claims of betrayal and emotional manipulation. These women are detailing years of secret affairs and broken promises, leading to a massive outcry across social media. The Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria says they are currently handling the matter behind the scenes to determine the next steps for discipline. However, police officials note that they haven't started a formal criminal investigation as no one has filed an official report yet. Inside the church, many loyal members are standing by their leader, dismissing the accusations as nothing more than a coordinated blackmail attempt. For now, the sanctuary remains divided as the community waits to see if the man of God returns to his post next month. Still on the news are the Nigerian Meteorological Agency, NIMET, has issued a 3-day weather outlook predicting a mix of dust haze, sunshine, and thunderstorms across the country. Starting today, residents in the north, particularly in Borno, Kano, and Sokoto, should expect slight dust haze, while the central and southern regions will see sunny skies with patches of clouds. It's not just dust on the horizon. The agency is also warning of isolated thunderstorms and light rains for southern states later today. Residents in Lagos, Ogun, Rivers, and Cross River are advised to prepare for wet conditions as the day progresses, with more moderate rains expected through Sunday. With dust particles suspended in the air, NIMET is strongly advising people with asthma and other respiratory conditions to take extra precautions. Airline operators are also being urged to stick strictly to specific weather reports to ensure flight safety as visibility fluctuates between 2 and 5 kilometers in some northern states. Motorists are reminded to drive with extreme caution during rain and hazy conditions. The agency emphasizes the importance of staying informed through their official channels as the dirty December festivities transition into dusty January. Now, boxing champion Anthony Joshua has officially touched down in the UK following the horrific car accident in Nigeria. The 36-year-old was spotted heading home just days after being discharged from the hospital for his own injuries. While he survived, the crash tragically took the lives of 2 of his closest friends and team members on the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. Funerals for his fallen companions are already being organized at the London Central Mosque for this Sunday. Back in Nigeria, the driver of the vehicle is facing serious charges for dangerous driving and operating without a valid license. However, his family is fighting back, claiming a sudden brake failure and an illegally parked truck were the real causes. Chilling new details suggest Joshua only survived because he was asked to swap seats just before the fatal impact. Apparently, the driver could not see his mirrors properly, a small request that likely saved the heavyweight champion's life. We'll now take you straight into the World Report, where the United States of America has, in a move that stunned the global community, announced this morning that U.S. forces captured Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro. The operation was described by Donald Trump, president of the U.S., as a large-scale strike that resulted in both Maduro and his wife being flown out of the country. Speaking from Mar-a-Lago, Trump hailed the mission as a brilliant success that involved a high level of coordination with law enforcement. He's expected to provide more details during the formal press conference scheduled for later today. The military action follows months of intense pressure and a massive naval presence established by the U.S. in the Caribbean. Officials had previously warned that Maduro's days were numbered, citing concerns over drug trafficking and the seizures of American oil interests. While the White House celebrates the capture, the international community is bracing for the fallout of such a bold intervention. Critics are already raising concerns about the civilian impact of the strikes, though the U.S. maintains the operation was a necessary security measure. Still on the World Report, Iran has officially stepped forward to condemn the U.S. military strike on Venezuela, calling the operation a flagrant violation of national sovereignty. The Iranian Foreign Ministry issued a stern statement today, standing by Caracas after news broke of the large-scale American assault. This reaction comes as the world processes the stunning news of President Maduro's capture and removal from the country. While Washington describes the mission as a success for law enforcement, Tehran is viewing the move as a dangerous precedent for international relations. The statement from the Iranian government specifically highlights the territorial integrity of Venezuela, which they claim has been completely ignored by U.S. forces. They are pushing back against the narrative of a surgical strike, focusing instead on the disruption caused to the South American nation. As more world leaders begin to weigh in, this vocal support from Iran suggests a deepening rift between major global powers over the intervention. All eyes are now on the United Nations to see how they will handle these conflicting reports of military aggression and political capture. More update on Venezuela's captured president. The U.S. says President Nicolas Maduro and his wife will face drug and terrorism charges in American courts. The Trump administration says the case will proceed under existing federal indictments. U.S. Attorney General Pamela Bondi says the couple will face what she described as the full wrath of American justice. She confirmed that charges include narco-terrorism and cocaine importation conspiracy. This follows President Donald Trump's claim that U.S. forces carried out a large-scale strike on Venezuela. Trump also said Maduro and his wife were captured and flown out of the country during the operation. The U.S. president says the action was carried out alongside law enforcement agencies. He's expected to address the issue further during the news conference later today. At this juncture, we'll now bring in our virtual guest, Comrade Ayoyin Kaoli, who's a human rights activist and political affairs analyst for the News Analyst segment on the News Hour today. Welcome, Comrade. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Good evening.
Let's begin from outside Nigeria for a bit. It was a very stunning development for many global citizens today when they heard that the United States struck Venezuela, the city of Caracas. Not only did they strike the city, but they also captured the president of the country alongside his wife, took them away to America to face drug and narco-terrorism charges. Now, here's the thing. One would ask, where was the Venezuelan security agent? Where was their military when this was happening? Also, it was about, today is the 3rd of January, about 8 days ago, on the 25th of December 2025, Trump ordered U.S. strikes on those he called terrorists in northern part of Nigeria, specifically in Sokoto State. And right now, he's swooping into a country. He's sending the U.S. forces to swoop into a country to arrest that country's president. Are we now seeing a situation whereby some might call him power drunk to the extent of going to another country to arrest the president? If he had problems with Nicolas Maduro, he could have allowed the man finish his tenure, and then if America has issues with him, they could pursue that issues. He's already talking about someone else named Machado taking over. Are we seeing a situation whereby there is a forceful takeover of government, whereby it seems that America is impinging on the territorial integrity, the sovereignty, and the democracy of the people of Venezuela?
You will recall that when Donald Trump sent his missiles to Sokoto State, many of us who are very much enlightened about international politics and the dangers quickly spoke out, knowing that Nigeria is in the mood of looking for savior, and we're ready to clap for Donald Trump, who has been singing before he threw that bomb intentionally. And we further warned that this is not just about Nigeria. This is a reattempt for fight for international resources, which the U.S. has been using sanctions to fight for years. But now I've taken it a step further by going into countries, throwing missiles and all that. And the world stand to condemn this. Anybody that is not aware of the danger, is not aware of the history of the United States of America. This is nothing in any way related to all what the U.S. have stated, saying the drug trafficker is the leader of a cartel and all that. It is basically for resource control. The press statement of Donald Trump, live press coverage, he said it, that right now, United States of America controls the government of Venezuela, and further will be managing the oil of Venezuela through United States of America international companies. Venezuela is the largest oil deposit in the world. You can check it. So basically, it's resource control, telling the China, Russia to back off from what they claim is their territory. And if you know about international law, after the World War, all these things were stated that it should not be done, that it should be condemned. so that we don't go into another war. But it has always been the United States of America and others that have broken these rules. They did it with the Vietnam War, they did it with Iraq, they did it with Chile and Argentina, using this method, just because they feel that it's their backyard. So we because of the fact that these regions are not united, when I mean they are not united, Southern America, Africa, and the rest part of the world are vulnerable. That is why United States of America can continue to do this. It sings for African unity of good leaders, and it also sings for unity in the world against this kind of tyranny. This is not the way to solve the problem of Venezuela. This is land grabbing, this is resource grabbing, and this is against the sovereignty of the country.
It's actually quite unfortunate, because where does that leave the country? Where does that leave the people? Where does that leave the presidency? Where does that leave the government? And also, if we begin to look at this in light of the recent strike in Nigeria, which is the reason why we're talking about it, by the way, would you say there should be fears that this might happen to the Nigerian government? Or is that impossible?
You made a strong point. Let me take it back. The disadvantage and the product of missile attacks and this kind of attacks is increase in terrorism. And if you watch closely, immediately after the missile attack of Donald Trump in Sokoto, which, as far as we are concerned, now we have not gotten any result from it, there was increase in terrorist attack in the country, and you can check the news. In fact, the people that they say that they are against the ISWAP, the ISIS, put more resources in Nigeria because they love when there's disorderliness. It's disorderliness that allow terrorists to invade, and that is what has been happening in Nigeria. There's a video clip of terrorists saying they would level a village in ISWAP, calling it a Christian village. Why? They want the attention of Donald Trump. It is when you are throwing missiles and there's terrorism attack everywhere that terrorists come and do more attack. They are ready to die, and that is what's going to happen in Venezuela. You have thrown missile, you have thrown bomb just to protect your military as they are doing the operation of kidnapping the president, and you have opened the country to more attack. You have opened the country to rebel. And all this can lead to war, which the United States of America will not say they will be managing. So they'll do the same thing that they did in Afghanistan. They'll occupy Venezuela for 5 years, 6 years, 7 years. All what they are doing through that period is stealing the resources. Then they will now back off after a time and say, well, we are done with our operation. It's the same circle. It's the same circle. No care for the people, no care for what's going on there, just to steal resources. This time, the oil of Venezuela. In Afghanistan, they did the same thing. They occupied Afghanistan for 11 years and achieved no single result. Left there and still install a Taliban government to control people. This is American for you, and the world need to stand against this imperialism.
It's actually quite unfortunate when you look at it, because right now, what do you think actually of the legislature in America, the courts and all, actually going along with what Trump is doing? You would think they would be to call him to order and say, you cannot just pick up a man from his country who happens to be the president of that country, leaving the country in disarray, impose someone else on the country and try him and possibly send him to jail.
So to state clearly that just like we have in Nigeria, when there are tyrants or there are irregularities from government, you will see people that have been installed by the government to support. Same thing goes on in the US. You've seen a lot of it from some of the sectors of state and all that. But there are still some voices, especially from the Congress, of those that understand the ideology of managing the world. You want to dominate the world, but you don't want to do it with humility and resource control and business-like mind. You want to do it with dominance. You want to do it with your military might, And they have been speaking, like there's a senator, Sanders, and others. Those are just the voices that's coming out from here. But for their just like you said, from their court, they quickly took it to, they are taking it to the New York court. You know, it will take it to jurisdiction that it controls. You know, there are some jurisdiction that would not support it. But I know that this is the 21st century. This is not 1973, and this is not the 60s. There will be voices, but we need beyond the voices in America. We need international voice to speak against this. You know, to stand against this. We're not saying people should now, because we don't want to increase the problem. Sanctions can be done on the US, but we should avoid war in any way, because the US do not mind war. That is what they love doing. You know, they have resources and they are ready for it. And to say finally, Venezuela does not have a nuclear weapon. If Venezuela have a nuclear weapon like Russia, like China, the rest of America will not try what they just did.
Very unfortunate development right there, but let's bring it back to Nigeria. Resident doctors are threatening to go on strike